Hello and welcome to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. I'm going to be one of your hosts today. My name is Jared Nyberg. I'm one of the directors of the Tea Festival. With me today will be Ryan Moen, who's a co-director of the festival. And the first guest that we'll have this afternoon, because it's 12 p.m. here in Victoria, is going to be Trevor Burnett. I'm really excited to have him on because he's a co-founder of the Tea Festival. So yeah, really excited to make this happen. It's going to be an amazing show. It's going to be 24 hours, if you can believe it. We're going to be having tea people from all over the world. We're going to have vendors. We're going to have farmers. We're going to have seminars. We're going to have discussions. It's just going to be ridiculous awesome. And I'm going to be co-hosting with Ryan Moen for this entire 24 hours. That is also going to be ridiculous. So welcome to Ryan, Moen, and Trevor. You guys are on. How's it going, guys? Oh, can we hear you okay?
Yeah, it's going very well here.
Awesome. Yeah, we have Trevor over in Israel right now.
My mic will pick up and I'll shout out there. It's like I'm just a few blocks up in sunny Victoria, BC, so it's still on Pacific Standard Time with you. It's still a decent hour at noon.
Which is pretty fun. What time is it over there in Israel, Trevor?
It's 10 p.m., but it's my birthday tomorrow, so I don't mind staying up for a few more hours.
Oh, really? Awesome. Okay. Well, I hope you stay with us into your 12 a.m. You can be celebrating with some tea while you're enjoying your birthday time. So yeah, I was just I thought it would be cool, guys, and I think we were talking about this before we started, is just to talk a little bit about the origins of the festival, throw a little bit out there of how it came about, and give people some perspective as to what we're trying to accomplish here. Did you guys I mean, essentially this is a revival, right? So we purposefully put that into our name because we are bringing back something that existed beforehand, although it's kind of connected, kind of not connected. But this is year 5, and we've just run with revival. It's pretty fun, but it's been a slice. Hey, we've been doing a lot of education. We've been doing a lot of we've had tea merchants come in from Vancouver. We've enjoyed some really nice teas. It's been a really big community builder for us all. But maybe we can all just maybe talk about what connected us to this space, and we can put a shout out to all the help that's come along the way. Ryan, maybe we could start with you, man. Like, what's why are you here, man? What is?
Yeah, that's the funny thing is, like, it was 5 years ago, knocked on your door. I am still the novice. I might not be the complete beginner of this kind of tea learning experience, but yeah, I come in with the curiosity. I was wondering about, how deep can we go with tea? 5 years later, still learning so much about tea. I don't think that we'll ever get to the bottom of what tea means for everybody individually, regionally, or just at what time of day or time of year that people drink tea. So that's the part that I really get stoked on, is the whole community aspect.
Yeah.
And I've always been excited about trying to just create the background so that people can come forward and teach. I'm definitely the student. I'm not the teacher in this case. That's why I came on board. I was like, let's learn something new.
Well, I love there's different cultures around the world with different perspectives on tea, obviously, but there's also different perspectives on learning. And one of the northern British Columbia First Nations, and we should put a shout out that this is happening, even though it's virtually. The core of this event is being broadcasted from Coast Salish territory, so huge respect to the beautiful communities that have been here since time immemorial. But I wanted to say that in many communities up north, there is no word for teach. There's only a word for learn, and I love that perspective. Like, none of us really are teachers, right? We're all on this learning journey together. So. Pretty fun for certain. And you another thing that you brought to the table, Ryan, was this idea of how this would be so useful to have a space for people in the wintertime in Victoria. You want to talk on that for a moment?
Yeah, the main thing was I thought about how a lot of cities tend to kind of shelter in and kind of cozy in for the winter, but it could be a bit isolating socially. Again, that's what I'm most like interested in, is everybody that's watching this kind of opportunity to connect with each other. But specifically on the West Coast, a lot of people might not know that we live in a rainforest, which means that despite what's glowing in the background here, that's a rarity during these winter months, especially January onwards. We can get weeks on end where we don't get sunlight, and that can play a pretty heavy role on the emotions. So I wanted to bring a festival that was warming, that everybody's had experience around, everybody's had a hot drink, and that you can't be wrong about. You're bringing your own experience, you're learning, you're listening. There actually isn't too much discourse that I see in it, but the main thing was just like, a space to hold during the long winter months. And again, this is Northern Hemisphere right now, and we're lucky to have a sunny day here on the Lekwungen territories of the Songhees of Esquimalt, but the rain and the wet does seep in, and we definitely need these tools sometimes just to hold that space in those days.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, that's always been like, whenever I'm like designing or working with you on the way we move forward, that's always played a key role in my sort of mental back end, is like, how do I, Ryan values the community aspect of this so much, as do I, to be honest, but that's been really interesting to just like really keep that front and center, is how do we keep that strong. But maybe we could also ask Trevor a little bit about, Trevor, you were with us for the first year, and then you had to step back while you've been traveling the world, and you found yourself in Israel for this time in your life. You want to talk a little bit about what it is that makes you that made you start this with us in the first place?
So I came back from one of my road trips in 2016 to Victoria to see if I wanted to spend the next few years of my life there. Mm-hmm. And having done some work with you and just knowing you as a good friend, I remember calling you up and saying, "Hey, I'm in town. Mm-hmm. We should hang out." Yeah. And then I just remember the enthusiasm in your voice being, "Trev, you're in town. We're doing the same thing. You have to come over right now. I have to tell you about it. You can probably help with that." And I show up, excited to the moon. Yeah. And just the whole mix of it, the education, because I had been doing those educational comics free with the T, so I understood the educational route. We're talking about community of something to do during the winter, so I get the community route, especially having traveled and been sharing space with people and sharing teas and infusions around the world with, from the wealthy to the non-wealthy. Just everyone sits around a cup of tea or an infusion, and that playing field is leveled. Yeah. And I just
there's an equality to it.
I love the opportunity to kind of everything that I learned in my own life with marketing my books and my comics. Said, here I can bring it to the next level. And you're like, great, we've got everything is set up. We just need that last final push. And it was this great 3 weeks of, calling up people I used to know who worked in radio, going to the newspaper people, and just kind of getting everyone excited about it. And then, as opposed to a lot of comics or music shows that I've done, there were tons of people were showing up.
You were like, oh wow, and that was the first year. You should have seen year 3. It was like we had 500 plus. It was pretty dope. Did we lose you there? Oh no, we can hear you. Okay. Hello?
Looks like we got to switch out on that one.
Yeah, that's too bad.
The beauties of broadcasting on the internet is that, maybe the internet just got so excited about how fast the festival's grown from like a few hundred people bringing their own teacups to like, thanks to everybody online that's allowed us to bring this live. Right. Like that's the big thing. We're all volunteers, me, Jared, and like when we began with Trev was at the front door with his guitar, beckoning people in, making sure that people knew about us, because we were fresh on the scene, right? We were the revival of a tea festival that had kind of gone away, and we wanted to just see what we could bring it back.
Exactly.
And I remember a very fun part in promoting it were all these people that we were meeting with saying, "Oh, I remember this festival. Yeah, there was a tea festival," and clarifying like, "No, this is the festival revival. This is based on the old thing with the new twist."
Right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it's
And I just
you know, and I think that when we talked to, I was actually Jaga Silk was a part of the tea festival back before it was the revival, and we were a vendor, and the word on the street, or the kind of the official word for why that festival ended, was that they couldn't get, even though they had like people that wanted to be there, like there was like 3,000 people come in over the course of the weekend that they'd host this annual event. We were like, okay, we're super into it, but there was just like this gradual falling out where vendors didn't really want to be there. Tea people didn't want to be there, and it wasn't that they were like, oh, this is a terrible event. It's just that after a while, you get tired, right? So it's like, how do you create something that's gonna be inspiring and feel really important for the people that have been, you know, that have made tea part of their career. And I feel like if we get the word out there, the community support in Victoria is so amazing, and in Vancouver too. And we even have people from Seattle and stuff. Like, it's pretty rad, like how that sort of response has been. But yeah, I just I guess that's been the challenge, is how do we make this how do we make this something that's really exciting for people. And I actually think this year is the year. Like, if I wasn't like anything to do with this tea festival, if I was just like, hey, I'm just a viewer, like I'm just a participant, or if I was a tea company, sorry, that's what I mean, and I wasn't like part of the organization, I'd be pretty excited, because this is, especially the symposium, I don't know, every year that's just got a piece of my heart, is that element, right, where there's this educational portion that's just so much fun, right, and we have such interesting and eccentric speakers that come on. It's just glorious. For certain. Yeah.
And if I want to bring that into the International Tea Appreciation Society that we founded as well.
Yeah.
Because for the last couple of weeks here in Israel, I was hoping to have my place open to be the first international locale of the society.
Yeah.
I've been telling people about this, and almost like with a smile on their face, they're like, "What? This tea festival? What, you mean you have professional farmers from around the world coming in and explaining what they do and how to brew tea properly?" And I go, "Yeah, that's exactly it." And then they go, "That sounds really cool, actually. Can I check that out?" So I think there is a whole community out there that is looking for the knowledge.
Nice.
And
yeah, it's true.
And,
yeah. And it's global, right? Like, you're hearing this in Israel too, right? Like, people are like, yeah, I'm psyched about the knowledge potential there, right? Like, especially, you don't have to be like a deep dive, like tea sort of, I don't know. It doesn't have to be your end all be all by any means. It's just,
that's where I think I come in. It's just like, yeah, it's a beautiful place for even a beginner, right?
Yeah.
Because as long as you don't burn the top of your mouth, you're doing it okay, right? It's a pretty low threshold, welcoming space.
Yes.
And here they got the culture to kind of, throw 5 Lipton tea bags into a pot and boil it for 20 minutes and then drink it. So there's a whole lot of growth potential here.
100%. Yes. No, this is true. We have some viewers wondering, or who are watching from Fernwood, it looks like. Just thought I'd throw that in there. And enjoying some chocolate Earl Grey. Excellent times. And also wondering what I'm drinking. Some Yun Wu, by the way. Sorry, totally random aside. But you guys got some tea going while we're live?
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to copy you. I'm going to grab some of this Yun Wu and actually measure it up. Again, I've been guilty of some pretty, let's say, just home chemistry tea, where I just, as long as the water's steaming and I toss it in there, it does well. But today, being a good tea participant, Jared's lent me a proper kettle that's got the dial to 80 degrees, and I'm going to measure everything out. How much of that tea did you put in there, Jared, the Yun Wu?
I put it about 3 grams for 180 mils is ideal.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Perfect. And what do you got there, Trevor?
So I did some scouting a few months ago to look for some local tea imports, because it's fun, here in Israel, green tea is the tea from your garden, like some geranium and some lemongrass and some mint, and they put it together, and that's what they call colloquially green tea.
Right.
So I happened to find this box of pure Ceylon tea, Pico.
Okay.
And from that book that I had asked you about, Jared, about tea and tea history.
Yeah.
So as soon as I picked this up, so I went to the book, try to figure out, where is it from? Can I find the farm? And I'm drinking second. I brewed it yesterday, did a concentration.
Okay. Okay. And you're making the tea concentrate. That's good times. You're prepared. Cool.
Right.
Yeah. You did. Did you do the cold brew?
I do a lazy way. I do a primary brew with hot water, and I drink that in the morning, and then I just leave. I fill the kettle up with water for the rest of the day, about halfway. Let it steep for another 24 hours.
Okay. Okay.
So it becomes the second. What I'm drinking now is a very mild version of it, but it's 10 p.m., so it's probably good.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Okay. No, that's awesome. The Russians often call this a samovar. And my father actually calls it samovar, just like saying that it's just the way to go, right? You just keep a really strong brew of tea going, and then you just dilute it with some hot water to taste, and you're going to be in a good place for certain.
And I find there's a lot of these cinnamon notes that come out when I do it this way.
Nice. Yeah, we have a viewer sipping a sencha from Yui Shizuoka in Finland right now, and who was in Pu'er, China a year ago, and who's sharing, enjoying some tea while we're talking about the festival. So, no, it's good times. The ITAS. You want to talk a little bit about the logo there, Trevor? I'm actually really interested in your art. So you're an artist. I met you as an artist. You were writing comic books, but you're also a novelist. You're a musical artist. You're quite a lot going on creatively for yourself there. You want to talk a little bit about what this logo is on the top left? I mean, it's kind of fun, right? Like you did something pretty, established when?
So we made it's probably the nerdiest joke in the whole thing. We made it established in 1734.
Yeah.
Because then what they call leet speak, which is computer talking, those numbers correspond to ITEA, which spells out IT, which I think is an appropriate year to establish our society in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Numerology, we gotta bring that in. Yeah.
And then when you told me that we're forming a society, and I thought you were joking. You told me that we're not. No, we want to actually do a society and get all the paperwork done. Yeah. I said, well, we obviously need a crest if that's the case, and with every crest, you also need a motto.
Right.
So the crest was a very simple, stylized ITAS.
Right.
With the Camellia sinensis leaves going around it, which was the first time you had mentioned those leaves to me, and the first time I heard about them.
Yeah.
Which since then I have absolutely nerded on anyone who calls anything else tea, and I go, actually, did you know that?
That's a botanical. That is a tisane. That is not tea. Yeah. Okay.
If I can take a quick aside, someone, remember that cacao drink I brought in, like with cacao case? So with that, that would count as an infusion as well, right? It wouldn't be a tea, but it would be a watered drink with flavor.
Yeah.
From which comes our amazing motto, perfusi sumus in aguam, which is to be steeped in tea, if I recall.
Yeah. No, awesome. That's to be bathed in tea. I think you ended up having to use for the Latin because there was no word for steep. If I remember correctly. No, that's awesome.
That could be based on the dancing of the leaves that you told me about.
Yeah.
For the Japanese translation, the Chinese translation.
It works. No, it's pretty cool. And you had a whole backstory about going underground during the French Revolution and all that fun stuff. I don't know if it works for the year. I'm gonna betray my lack of historical prowess here. French Revolution year. Can we throw that out there? Is this actually?
No. That's a big no.
Okay. Anybody watching that knows this answer, let us know. Yeah, I'm curious if we're technically accurate with our backstory, or if we pulled a Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah, I think technically we're online now. We're on camera. We're granted a bit of fabrication when it comes to the artistic aspect of it, but I think
Artistic license.
otherwise,
Yeah. Okay.
otherwise,
Yeah.
aside from the crest, people can be expecting pretty diligent temperatures, times, and the actual facts.
Other.
That's what happens when one artisan off the streets to design your logo. He doesn't stick to the
Doesn't stick to.
paperwork.
You know, since you have made your way to the other side of the world, Trevor, we've actually this year we are like bona fide. We are a registered entity, like the Tea Festival, through the International Tea Appreciation Society. It's pretty. We're pretty stoked about that. That was a lot of work. A big thank you to Ryan there. My goodness gracious, that was awesome. Ryan actually also had to focus on some school and some different things in his life last year.
Calculus, yes.
Calculus. And so we got to put a shout out to Stephen Wood, who stepped up and really was a huge force in making that festival actualize. And we got Kaylee helping out. We got Micah helping out this year. We've had so much help over the years. May and Patty, and like I could go on with names. Yukari, yeah, you know, like
Morgan,
John.
She was our volunteer coordinator prior to the festival going online, where kind of shrank down. We didn't need as many door people, but those people were all there. That's just that big community aspect of Victoria. That the festival is based around tea, but it brings the people, like our community, together. It's been amazing for that.
Yeah, for certain. Like there's just been some beautiful souls that have really pitched in. So it's been really inspiring. And you say you've been watching from afar, and that's awesome to hear that it's been inspiring from afar. It's been inspiring right here too, like for certain. Like just so many powerful people. We had the donations from the 2018 festival actually go towards bringing in Takaki. So Kohei Takaki, he's going to be doing a talk on how soil structure affects the finished flavor of tea later on in these sessions that we have going on. And he actually was flown in through donations, which was something I just, since day one, I'd really wanted to get to that place. But honestly, like when he got here, of course, or before he got here, we were like, okay, where is he going to stay? Donations pay for a plane ticket, but actually, the people that house Clive's Classic Lounge, they've been a vendor at our space at this event, and they are in the Chateau Victoria, and those guys actually pitched in and did like a week of basically sponsoring Takaki to stay at their hotel for a week, which was amazing. So, you know, like just that kind of support too, like very, very tactile, very real support has been happening for certain, you know. So.
And you know, from the business perspective, they say, you know, like most businesses, 80% businesses fail within the first year, and the other 80% businesses fail within the next 5. So for me, the 5th year of the festival, I mean, the first year was obviously success, and to make it up till this point, you know, hopefully all that hard work is behind us. And like you said, if you've got a community of helpers locally, that when it goes online, you actually have to turn down the help because you have enough.
Yeah.
What a growth, what a development.
Yeah. What an obstacle for year 5.
Yeah,
World
like,
pandemic.
Annika Finn from Finland. Oh, that's probably not her last name. It's probably Annika Finn from Finland. But like we have people tuning in with us, trying to stay up, helping promote us, and you know, like that. Like as much as this is warming my belly, like that warms my heart. That people are. Like our viewers are there, people are coming, and you know that was just like year 1 when we opened the door and we're like, who's gonna show?
Exactly.
So,
you know,
welcome to everybody who tunes in now and then tunes in when we pop this up on YouTube.
Yeah, it's gonna be good times. Yeah, we do have plans to throw these sessions up onto YouTube and have the seminars and the conversations that are gonna be happening chopped into chunks so that they're a little bit more digestible. But what a huge appreciation for those that are participating live and asking their questions as we go. So, are we? You know, what I'm also grateful for is definitely that continuation. You know, like for the pandemic when that hit, like this year we were at March. We were like weren't we like 2 days before we were supposed to go live with the festival, right?
I came in on the Thursday and it was like a Saturday
that the event was going to be. Yeah.
But I mean, the beautiful thing is that was called off, the physical one for us. And then you just kept dreaming and you're like, no, we're going to go online. And I was like, well, how does this work?
How do
people that tape together cardboard signs and hand out like flyers go online? Like, how does the World Wide Web work? So but I think the beauty is that even when we go back physical, like thanks to everybody who's watching online, we will be able to stream the seminars that are the symposium aspect of our festival to them as a reward, as a big thank you, that if you tune in this year, we can guarantee that we can tune in next year, because that's a promise and that's a support. We might not be able to get you around the tea tastings. We haven't quite virtually figured that out, but I'm sure like Bezos or Zuckerberg's working on that, one of those little synthesizers or something.
Well, just like teleport them.
You buy your ticket a month in advance, and then we ship you a container of 8 or 10 different teas to taste throughout the festival.
It's a possibility. I like Star Trek though. I want like materialization of the tea, so it can be chosen while we're the day of. It's just like, here's your little like your tea materializer, and it's gonna happen while we're live. It's gonna be amazing. I don't know, Trevor, your idea, that's a little bit too based in reality, this whole like send people tea in advance.
5 years the artist has become the grounded one.
See how far we've come. It's we actually rescheduled this festival to happen in August. We were going to combine it. We do an annual festival, Music and Tea in the Court, and actually there's going to be a couple segments where we're going to have some artists playing some songs in support of that part of the festival. It was going to actually combine. We were going to move it so because Jagasilk is a part of the tea festival, but it's also like a huge part of the Music and Tea in the Court, and so it would have been really fascinating to combine those two festivals together. But we hit August, and it was like, 1,000 people or 500 people in one place at one time in August in a pandemic still didn't make any sense. I honestly thought, you guys, that like if we just like maybe 2-3 weeks where we just kind of hunkered down and we just kind of let the virus pass, we'd be okay. I guess I didn't know what I was talking about, because here we are. But again, grateful that we've been able to make this happen.
And that was the big turnaround, is when Jared said, like, I'm like, well, because I always looked at the small little ecosystem of the Victoria bubble of the International Tea Appreciation Society, and I looked at our volunteers, and I looked at like how nice it is to sit around with people now that we've kind of tidied up a lot of the details and we're actually a legal entity, things, little details like that. And I thought about like, I really love that aspect. I love meeting new people. I love getting big wins for everybody. And I was like, well, what does that even look like online? Like, how do we still get that? And it is realizing that, we can create this content. People can click on and click off. That viewership is sometimes the only thing that we have going on right now. And there's only so much Netflix you can watch.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. No, it's something that I think we're all just sort of getting accustomed to, right? In this pandemic, is just a lot of these areas where we had that human to human connection need to go virtual, we need to kind of reassess how we're gonna make this all work. And I think this is a good response. I think it's lovely to have the guests too, like Ryan, to have you be here and Trevor to be here, and me, I'm honored to be here. It's just this opportunity to have this interaction rather than it being a pre-recorded, which would be interesting too, right? Like just a bunch of pre-recorded tea seminars. But I'm really looking forward to the interactive element of this, that we can have the people watching ask their questions, which those of you who are watching, totally encourage you to do. Speak up. There should be a chat option.
Just right down in the chat window. I'll keep reading them, and then like when I see Annika giving us a shout out about checking out the Pu'er farm in China, I was like, we can put you out there as long as it doesn't roll through everything. Like, you will be heard. Pu'er, it's a tiny festival.
Yeah, Pu'er village in China. Yeah, it's actually Pu'er. the village is actually named after the tea rather than the other way around, which is kind of interesting. Yeah.
And
Sorry?
I've still got this bad boy from our first year.
Oh, what do we got there? It's hard to see, man. I'll try.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
poo that we got
From Eric. Yeah, Eric's gonna be on the show today. Eric,
Oh.
we can get Kira to come on, but Eric has started his own thing now. So that was through a company called Six Mountains, but he's got this thing going on called Cloud Walker. He's going to be on at 10 p.m. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then he's going to be talking old teas, and he translated a tea book from Taiwanese into English, and he's going to go into a little bit of a conversation about that, which is pretty fun. And then he's actually going to, right after that, he's going to have Master Chen come on. He calls him the rock star of old tea. We're going to be doing a conversation on tea cakes and harvesting and producing from wild tea cultivars. So that's awesome. You have that selection from him. It's a good one. Have you cracked it open? Have you enjoyed it?
Again, I've been waiting. I got it at your festival. I put it back in my closet when I traveled the world for the next few years.
Uh-huh.
And then when I brought it here, it was a full brick, and I said, I'm gonna wait till my cafe is open. I'm gonna crack this open with my customers.
Nice. That's kind of awesome. And you're gonna have a different aging sort of environment for that. What's interesting about pu'er cakes is that for the most part, if they've been prepared well, you're not gonna find a disintegration or a decay. It's actually the opposite. The stored well, you're gonna have like a really nice development of flavor. So the longer you kind of hold on to it, it's like aging a wine, right? And remember though, when you do crack it open, take a little bit from the center and a little bit from the edge. Those are going to be different degrees of sort of yeast development and fermentation, etc. So you're gonna find that you're gonna enjoy it a lot better if you combine those two together.
Make them together, not like drink them separately, or both.
Well, we should talk to. We're gonna have actually so Unity Jen is going to be coming on next. We're going to be talking about tea and fermentation and sort of like the canvas that Jen can be. But after that, we're going to have the owner of the Chinese tea shop in Vancouver. It's actually called the Chinese Tea Shop, and he's got like $27,000 Yixing teapots and like cakes that are like over 100 years old and stuff. Like that guy is like a specialist. So I'll if you're tuning in on the chat, you should ask him some questions on your birthday, man. Just be like, hey, how do I drink this tea? Should I?
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to get you guys to explain me the chat a little bit later.
Yeah.
In the development of tea, especially this year, I've been the whole that every teapot is different, has a different reason, and that you should be using certain tea broths to brew tea exclusively. Right. And I live in an old country, so we have tons of these what are they called, like antique shops, but like little like a flea market kind. You just walk in, and everyone's got different stuff on their table. So I found this little metal one, and based on the research, this is for making mint tea, like Morocco style.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
And just reading different ceramics has different porousness, and if you're using, I love this idea of there's a certain teapot for a certain kind of tea. It's a black tea.
Yeah, I love that.
And the whole idea is like this teapot should only be used for this tea,
right?
And then that flavor becomes a part of the actual pot itself,
right? And
infuses every brew you make, and it's this amazing idea of like over the years the tea will get tastier and tastier,
which is so interesting.
Like I have a friend who's a brewer for alcohol here, and they call them the tails. So he brews whiskey and arak, which is kind of like ouzo and absinthe. And every time he brews it, he keeps the bottoms of it where all like the oils, the stuff that's too strong to drink.
Right.
And over the years, as his distillery develops, that actually becomes the basis taste of his brand.
Right.
Because that's how the taste sits between brews.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that that's a topic that personally I've been super interested in, is just like how these different teapots affect brews and this idea of them affecting flavor. What's important is to have, obviously everything is going to carry a little bit of the tea that you brewed in it before, but if you really want to enjoy that, like stay away from scented teas, for example. Like they're going to really interrupt the ability for your teapot to sort of carry forward interesting flavor dynamics. But another is is looking for pots that are a little bit porous. So this isn't there's no glaze on the inside. And if they're not glass or metal or glazed on the inside, if they're porous clay, then there's a really big opportunity for the mineral content in that clay to interact with the water that's extracting tea flavor, and then sort of change the way that your palate is going to perceive flavor. It's quite fascinating. Yeah. So, and I love this idea of teapot dedication. Like, we can talk to people on the show that actually have walked through these, say, pu'er caves, but it's going to be interesting to have that conversation. But they are going to have like a teapot dedicated to each cake, and that's the only one that they're going to use for that pu'er for its entire lifespan, which is super interesting. Hey, like, so we're actually wanting to give a big shout out also to some of our sorry to just kind of randomly segue into this, but to some donations that have already come in. So those watching, if you do choose to donate to the cause so that we can fly in tea farmers and experiment with some really interesting sort of global interactions, etc. We had Shana with Wild Tichy, Lorianne Top, Constance Chen, Claudia from Tikan Tea, lots of lovely folks who have been doing a donation. Really wanted to say thank you to you. If you go to victeafestrevival.org, there is a donation button. I don't want to be like super like, hey, donate, but it is, honestly, it's super helpful. And every year, normally we do admission by donation. We say, watch, participate for free. That's totally fine. It's totally whatever you want to contribute. Where is it going? It's going to the society. We are a registered nonprofit, and the purpose of the society is to promote and pursue education in tea. So that's going to be where your funds will go. It could go to fly in a tea farmer for the tea festival. It could go towards sharing different beautiful teas with people around the world. There's different projects that we have in mind.
But also just paying for our Twitch and for our website
Yeah.
and for promotion.
The basics, yeah.
Honestly, it's like we spend that really fast.
Oh, we certainly do. Yeah, those.
And then we save up for to fly people in when we have in-person festival.
I don't know why when I did the nonprofit, I thought I'd be like, oh yeah, these like big companies, there's a nonprofit option, right? We're not actually making money. You can do this for free, right? No. That's not.
Our credit card costs us money so that we can put up the advertisements.
I mean, it's the story of everybody's life, but it's an interesting quandary for a nonprofit, right? It's like, okay, I'd really love to be spending all these funds on on these educational endeavors, but there is definitely a keep the ship going. But we have a pretty lightweight ship. We are so blessed to have so many amazing volunteers to keep this project moving forward. It wouldn't be possible without them, for sure. So we're coming up to 12:45 here, Trevor, which is when the session with you here, our opening show, ends. Did you have some words that you wanted to leave with those viewing? We have actually 20 plus viewers watching right now from around the world. Maybe you want to say a shout out to them, maybe wrap up some thoughts on this topic that we're discussing, the origins of the Tea Festival Revival, maybe where you want to see it go, that kind of thing.
For everyone watching, and I say this as part of this festival and just as an artist who's performed around the world, thank you so much to the viewers for being a part of this. You're the reason at the end of the day that we do this and why we come out and get to keep doing this year after year and show after show. Mm-hmm. And then as a whole, this has been kind of a mantra, I think everyone inside themselves has this crazy idea, something that they want to do. For some people, it's a profession. For some people, it's a hobby. For some people, it's a one-off. Mm-hmm. Do it. Put your heart into it. There's no dream that you can't make. This is the 5th year of a festival that started, beyond grassroots. This festival was like half baked a month and a half before it actually had to come to fruition. And that first year was pulled off flawlessly, I would say, and has only gotten better and I hope easier to deal with year after year. So if you've got a few friends back in your house or your hometown, and you guys have a dream to make something happen, do it, and don't let anyone tell you that you can't.
There you go. Inspiring words. Thank you, Trevor.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, very, very beautiful.
Thank you.
Huge agreement. Just do it, right? Ryan, did you want to speak up on any thoughts that you had here before we go for our little rest period?
Yeah, I guess the main thing is that we came together. I came into the shop and I said, "How about this public space?" And Jared said, "Yes, there's a tea." And without supporting the artists, without bringing Trevor on board, without somebody to bring the imagination and then make it into a reality, we wouldn't be here 5 years. So, reach out to your artists. It's a resource that is beyond like comprehension as far as commerce goes. Like, those are the folks that are going to make your dreams happen, and that aren't going to laugh at you, and are going to work with you, and are going to come up with the most imaginative ideas that you can collaborate. So make sure that if you're going to do pen and paper, that you do find a Trevor. Like, Trevor was on the ground, on the feet, helping us promote, and he has like helped create some of the not just like physical icons, but the vibe of the festival that allows us to feel kind of, I guess, fulfilled when we bring it to you. So do reach out to your artists and do support your artists, please.
Yeah, 1000%.
And just a closing word, obviously, for Ryan and Jared and anyone else watching. If anyone's ever in Israel and wants a good cup of tea, come up to the Sea of Galilee, and I will serve you happily at my cafe.
Nice. How do we spell that, man? I'll throw it in the chat.
The cafe is called Hatoren, Hatoren.
Okay, Hatoren. Yeah.
People can connect with me directly also. I'm more than happy to bring people wherever they got to go.
And that's also your Instagram, right? Hatoren?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on Facebook and Instagram.
Awesome. Okay, yeah.
I've learned to be as well.
Sorry, what's that?
I've learned to be a part of the internet as well in the past few years.
It's interesting, hey? It's an interesting skill.
Well, I want to say this earlier, if the corona pandemic is a pandemic, but in the craziness of it, I wouldn't be co-inaugurating the 5th annual festival if it wasn't online this year.
Yeah, it's true. It pulls us apart, but it brings us together, right? Like, there's some pretty profound elements to this that I think we're all learning as a species, for certain. Really, really, really horrible hardships and some really amazing opportunities for introspection, for certain. And I also want to say thank you, man. Like, not only did you create the logo, not only did you step up and create all sorts of artwork for the inaugural in-person show 5 years ago, you also, like Ryan said, you went and you pounded the pavement. You were doing things that him and I could not do, like being at, when we were doing weekly daily sessions in different spaces. You were there as a representative for the ITAS, and you've just been keeping the power going strong. So huge appreciation to you, Trevor, and thank you for coming on the show. Awesome.
Pleasure.
Okay, and then to everybody else, we're going to be taking a short break. We will be coming back at 2 o'clock, where we will be joined by Sierra of Unity Jun. Really looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Okay, well, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We'll be back in like 10 minutes, not in an hour.
Did I say that? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think
that's what I'm here from. The co-pilot.
Yeah, you're the co-pilot. You got to make sure. You got to keep me on.
I've got a piece of paper. We'll make sure that you get your people.
1 p.m. Did I say 2 p.m.? That's really great.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Co-pilot thinking that was an error.
And it's only the first hour. What am I gonna be like on like hour 16? It's gonna be intense. I'll be talking about like last year as if it's next year. Anyway, thanks, man. We'll I'm sure we will connect afterwards. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
Pleasure. If you need something in the middle, give me a shout. I'll be waking up and you guys will be tired.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Okay, take care.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, I'm back again for a moment here. Just figured it would be good to give you guys an understanding of where we're going with the festival today. Next up is going to be Unity Jun. I'm going to be talking about the fermentation and manifesting magnificent flavors through Jun as a canvas. Then we'll have the Chinese tea shop on. Daniel Lu, the owner there, will be talking to us about pu'er, tea cakes, and sort of an analysis. We're going to have, after that, hold on, I can actually pull these up for you guys. So, yeah, we're going to have, after that, we're going to have Aracha from Concept to Cup. We're going to have the Obubu Tea Farm joining us for that one. Then we'll be doing, at 4 p.m., we'll have the Gongfu Cha Brewing, using the 5 senses to taste tea. That should be good times. That'll be Tikan Tea out of Vancouver there. At 5 p.m., we're going to have utilizing tea production techniques for local tisans with the Victoria business owner, John Patterson, who has Requiem Naturals. He'll be doing some really fascinating stuff there. At 6 p.m., zinc and selenium content in Guizhou Fenggang Tea with Mimi Chu out of Guizhou, live from China. That should be really cool. At 7 p.m., alternative ways of expressing tea leaves. We'll have Pedro Villalon joining us from O5 Tea. He might even be joining us for that talk with Mimi as well. At 8 p.m., we're going to have the Wazuka Teatopia Festival folks come and talk about their festival in Kyoto and what's going on in their neck of the woods. Then we'll have that followed by Tea and Chi with the Wild Tea Chi folks. We'll have Shauna Chang on. She was a founder of the International Tea Academy. Then we'll have Concepts in the Way of Tea, discussion from Eric Smythe with Cloud Walker Tea at 10 p.m. At 11 p.m., he's going to bring on his good friend, his sensei, he says, rock star in the tea cake world, he says. Master Chen will be talking about tea cakes. Then we'll have the Doak Estate coming on. Those folks are going, it'll be actually the family, Neha, Rajiv, and Vivek. 1 a.m., we're going to have the, let me see, 2 a.m., 1 a.m., Doak Estate. Ooh, I made a mistake here. Okay, 1 a.m., let me find it here. 1 a.m. is the Doak Estate. 12 a.m. actually is Kohei Takaki. So Kohei Takaki is going to be joining us from live from Fukuoka, Japan. That's very exciting. Then at 2 a.m. we're going to have Les Simplas following the Doak people. Sorry, I shouldn't skip that. But 1 a.m. is going to be the Doak people. 2 a.m. is going to be Les Simplas. And then at 3 a.m. we're going to have the Chinese tea ceremony brought to us from Mimi Chu again. She'll be joining us again, but as a representative for the Guizhou Tea Festival folks live from China. We'll then have my talk on granular gauges and matcha and the relationship between texture and flavor. We'll then go to a 5 a.m. talk, Tea and Fermentation, with Jared Varani, one of the co-founders of the Victoria the kombucha program here at Jaga Silk. And then at 6 a.m. we'll have Camellia sinensis on. Kevin will be joining us for a fireside chat. We'll be talking about the good work that they do over at Camellia sinensis in Quebec. And then we'll have How Tea Might Change in the Next 20 Years, live from London, England. We'll be joined by Postcard Teas, the owner there, Tim. We'll then be joined by Kimmy, who owns Whisk Matcha over in Vancouver, and she'll be talking a little bit about what she's up to with her her sourcing and her various milled teas. Then we'll have a discussion on song period powdered teas by Scott T. He has a tea blog, and he's quite a accomplished tea nerd. And then we'll have Rebellion in a Teacup by our good friend Jen, who's been really instrumental also in setting up the tea festival and making this year's happen. And so shout out to her and to Pedro actually for being so amazing, for introducing so many amazing people to us. And then 11 a.m. we're gonna have, wrap things up with How to Taste Tea with Olivia from Treasure Green. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and we'll see you in a few minutes here with Unity Gen. Thanks so much. Sorry? I hope so. I sent it too. So hopefully she comes on. She's not on yet. Hello, everybody, and it is 1 o'clock. We are just trying to get our next speaker on to the show as soon as we can. She's just, oh, I believe we have her.
They're here.
Amazing.
Sierra.
Sierra.
Hi.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. This is the.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You've actually been part of the Vic Tea Fest Revival for a number of years now. I believe every year that we've had it, you have been one of the folks purveying their goods, right? Like we've been honored. And it's
Yeah, well, thanks to you, Jared. I've been honored to be invited by you every year. So thanks very much for that. I was thinking about that this morning, actually. How many years has it been? 4?
5 years. Yeah, we're in year 5.
5. Oh, yeah.
So
Incredible.
yeah, I think and how long has Unity Gen existed? 5 years? Plus?
I guess 7 or 8 years. It
7 or
depends
8,
if you
okay.
count the year before we were in actual business, when we were just selling it at raves.
We count the tea festival before we were actually a society on paper. So
I think that's bona fide. Yeah, if you only counted the registered version of us, then this is year 1. So
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I understand the two of you are staying up for 24 hours, so maybe you need some of those rave vibes.
Yes, yeah. No, it's with the without the drugs. Except we can do caffeine. We can do the whole Camellia
That was
sinensis.
part of the point of Unity Gen, actually.
Yeah.
Is that we've got herbs in there that help you feel a way that you want to feel in a really healthy way that's not going to have any toxic after effects, and it's going to be cleansing and purifying for your body.
That makes sense. Yeah. We've the topic we pulled kind of from your webpage. It doesn't have to be what we discussed. We sort of talked about it a little bit, and it seems to be sort of linked up to the conversations that we often have you have when you're talking at the tea festival. Was medicine and exquisite flavor through Jun as a canvas is what we've come up with. Does that sound about right? Like, is that kind of a discussion that would be nice to have?
Absolutely. Sorry, but could you just repeat one word that you said? Through Jun as a
canvas. Yeah.
Oh, through Jun as a canvas.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you'd like that. You want?
I'm ready.
You're ready. Amazing. You want to talk to us? You want to talk to us a little bit about before we get started? Maybe you could tell the viewers. There's a number of viewers watching from around the world.
Great.
Just a little bit about Unity Gen.
Sure. Yeah. Hello, viewers watching from around the world. I'm very pleased to talk to you today. Unity Gen is a local business here in Victoria, BC, on unceded Lekwungen speaking territories, and we produce this. Can you see my rainbow, Jared?
I can see the rainbow. Yeah, beautiful
Okay, so
rainbow.
we produce these delicious flavors of Jun. Now, what Jun is it's a relative of kombucha. It's a fermented tea drink.
Right. Yeah.
It eats tea and raw honey. And then we infuse into the Jun organic herbs and spices to create the different flavors, colors, and wellness intentions that all of the flavors have.
Amazing. Okay. And that's kind of been the focus of the business from the get-go, is to just further this beautiful medicine through beautiful medicine.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we could, if you want to take over from here, if you wanted to talk a little bit about this idea of medicine and flavor, and how you maybe have been accomplishing that through your processes.
Yeah, sure. I also brought some herbs to show as well, because different herbs have different. They have different ways that they like to be extracted into the Jun. So if you're making medicine from herbs, I don't know if any of your viewers are interested in making medicine from herbs, Jared. I know they're all interested in tea.
Yeah, I know.
So
I think
mean, herbs obviously can be made into a delicious tea. Yeah. So you could take herbs. Like here's a nice herb. I'll just show you something that I've got here. Here's a nice herb. This nice herb here is called butterfly pea flower. Nice. And I'm going to take some out and hold it on my hand for you in front of the camera.
Cool.
So can you see it?
I hold it up a little bit. There you go. Okay, yeah.
Go. Okay. So this nice herb is called butterfly pea flower.
Uh-huh.
And if you put this into water and make tea out of it, you will get a beautiful blue colored tea. So teas can be made from all kinds of herbs. It's not the official, Camellia sinensis tea, right, Jared?
Right.
But I guess there's another word for that, tisane as well. So is it real tea or not? Perhaps
herbal tea. Yeah, I know.
topic of contention.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that perspective. It's not technically tea if it's not Camellia sinensis, but it doesn't mean that it's
Right.
not medicinally amazing for your system, you know. So
Right,
yeah.
and a lot of people that like Camellia sinensis, obviously they probably like herbal tea too. A lot of them.
Yeah, I
Um,
think so.
so yeah, so herbs are really nice to take in as medicine, and of course people can take them as tinctures. That's when they're extracted into alcohol. You can take them as, like I was saying, a tea,
Uh-huh.
or you can extract them into jun or kombucha. Jun works way better than kombucha for extracting herbs, in my brewing experience and tasting opinion.
Why do you think that
Uh,
is? If you don't mind me interjecting.
do I know why that is?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why. Somebody once said to me, "Oh, it's because Jun is a superior." Gosh, now I'm gonna forget the word. Oh, it's a gross word. Like
Solvent? Is this the word?
solvent. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
said, "Oh, it's because Jun is a superior solvent,"
Okay.
and I thought that like explained it, and I realized that's actually just a fancy way of saying the exact same thing.
Oh yeah.
Salt is just means it extracts, like its extracting power is
Yeah.
stronger, and I wouldn't know why that would be.
That's interesting.
But I do really like the way herbs end up in jun, and I do use a rather massive quantity of herbs in my own jun, which is a little bit of a crazy thing to do. But I really like people who drink my jun to be able to say, like, yeah, that made me feel good.
Right.
So I think herbs are good. A lot of herbs is even better.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how are you? You're careful though. Like I mean, there are different like mixes and matches of different herbs that can have sort of like an interesting effect on your system. But I mean, if what you're
Yeah, I
doing
don't
is
want to like make people think you should like overuse herbs and mix them randomly together. And some
no,
herbs
yeah.
can
You're,
have a bad effect on if you're taking prescription drugs, they might not mesh well.
yeah.
But I don't use any herbs like that in my flavors. Like there's nothing in my flavors that's going to make you um, have a bad reaction unless you have like an allergy to something that's in here. And
Right.
if so, by all means, please read the label and don't drink it if you're allergic.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
black
definitely.
pepper,
That's
black pepper
important.
in here.
You want to talk a little? So what are some of the goals for some of the extractions that you have there? Like at the risk of, I don't want to necessarily turn it into a big commercial or anything, but I do at the same time. I think it's so beautiful what you're doing. So it's like maybe there's something like a particular one that you're really excited about. Maybe we could talk about that, and you could explain
Yeah,
what
okay.
what brought that one about, and what it is that you've done to create this opportunity for medicinal extraction and interaction.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'd actually like to talk about. Well, I think I'll talk about the chai actually, because the reason I'm excited about our chai flavor right now is because I always make it in the fall and winter, and I always give it a break over the summer. So I just started making it again, so I'm
Okay.
excited about it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's interesting to talk about in the context of herbs too,
Mhm.
because a lot of herbs, like to extract them into jun or tea or whatever, like you would just soak them for a period of time.
Right.
Like softer herbs like rose, you would just soak them, and all of the good stuff comes out. But some of the herbs that are harder and just crunchier, they don't really soak in as well. So we have an interesting process to infuse this flavor because it has a lot of hard, chunky herbs in it. And I do have some hard, chunky herbs that I can show you.
Sweet.
On the ground here. Oh, okay. Well, here I have some cinnamon sticks. Everyone has seen cinnamon sticks. So this is a good example.
Okay.
If you put cinnamon stick in your hot water, you know it will taste a little cinnamony later. But if you want to really, really, really have very cinnamony tasting tea, you would obviously grind this up and put it in the hot water, right?
Yeah.
That would make your water way more like cinnamon.
Totally.
Yeah, and cinnamon is one of the ingredients in this jun, but we don't just grind it up to put it in. We actually, because we also use, rats, and I just don't see them. Oh, I had a nice big piece of reishi and a piece of chaga to show you
Oh,
because
it's all
our
good.
chai has important chai spices in it,
Oh, cool.
and it's got chaga and reishi, and they're dried chaga and reishi mushrooms.
Now, I'm really excited about chaga and reishi, but there's probably a lot of our viewers that don't know what those are. Do you want to quickly explain what chaga and reishi mushrooms are and why they're so exciting?
I'm about to.
Oh, I'm
explain.
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't want
No, don't apologize. I
Okay.
love that you asked that because now it's like I'm not the only one that wants to say it.
to.
For
Awesome.
myself anymore. That's
like,
good.
okay.
So chaga and reishi, they've been harvested, they've been dried, they're really really hard. And the reason we put those in with the chai spices, which are nice and warming and really good to have in winter, especially if you're drinking something that might be cool when you're drinking it. You do want to have warming spices so that you don't get overly chilled at this time of year.
No, yeah.
So the reason we added the chaga and reishi to those warming spices is because they do many things, but one of the things that they can do very well is give a little boost to your immune system. So they're not like antiviral specifically. They don't go into your body and kill viruses or anything like that. But many of the functions that they have within your body are supportive to the healthy functioning of an immune system.
Right.
And that's something that's actually been studied scientifically. And you can find all kinds of papers on this if you even just look online to look at some of the research. It's really interesting. And a lot of that research has come out of China. And I know you get some great teas from China, Jared, as well as Japan and India, don't you?
I'm drinking one right now. Chinese Yunwu. Lovely green.
Yeah, nice. Well, apparently most of the research that's being done in China scientifically on medicinal mushrooms has not even been translated into English yet. So I'm waiting for a huge onslaught of more medicinal mushroom information. But they do make a very nice tea. However, you need to steep, boil, pressure cook the out of them in order to get that effect once they've been dried.
Yeah,
so I actually use an Instant Pot.
Oh, that's
Not
cool.
meaning to make this into a commercial for the Instant Pot. There's enough of those online.
Yeah. No, but that's cool.
I got mine for Christmas a couple years ago, and I recommend it. I use my Instant Pot and I pressure cook all the chai spices and the chaga and the reishi together for an absurd amount of time until it turns into a slurry, a gooey slurry.
Very
and then
cool.
I run that gooey slurry through my blender and infuse that into the jun.
Wow.
And yeah, that causes the jun to like just really take up all that goodness. And then when I strain it, I get all the remaining bits and pieces out.
Cool.
Except for like this really, really like satisfying amount of I don't know. It's like there's this sort of like dank kind of because I don't use a super fine filter because I like to have some of that like sediment afterwards. Like there's like some powder like left over like in the jun. I think that's really great.
Right.
But and when there's this like sort of leftover kind of sediment that will collect at the bottom of the cup from the chai spices, I just really like that, so in this right now, like there's little tiny bits of sediment floating in here, and if you leave this, then they'll all sink to the bottom, and like this will still be pretty much the same color, but there'll just be this like little extra layer of like spice down there,
right?
And that's the only sort of solid amount that stays in. Everything else is being strained out. But when you taste it, it just really, it's so good. It's like that essence of what you smelled coming out of the pressure cooker.
I love that stuff. The kind of the dregs or when it's yeast and not there's going to be a certain amount of lees or dead yeast that's in there as well, right? That forms sort of like a murkiness at the bottom of the bottle. But a fellow that I write music with, he's always been a big proponent of flipping the bottle upside down and redistributing all that goodness back into the liquid so that it's like a very nice immersion, and then opening up the bottle and then drinking it. He does that with beer. He does that with our kombucha. And am I correct in that that's what we should be doing when we're drinking what you've created there? Like that helps for that nice even distribution?
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. And normally I go like this before I open it. And you may have noticed that I didn't. I didn't do that before opening this. And that was, Jared, just because I remembered what happened to me last time I was on a live stream with you. And I just wanted to, just in case it was going to get nasty. I just didn't want to do that.
Yeah, well, it's alive, right? This is a fermentation. So there's definitely an opportunity here for things to go a little bit sideways if we're not careful. But
and it's kind of an old bottle that I had in my fridge at home. So
Okay,
it's like,
fair.
I feel like I wouldn't sell this one. So,
Yeah, no, we actually tried to get some of your bottles here in time for the show. It might even show up while we're talking. But
Oh, cool.
yeah,
Be funny.
no, they're pretty exciting stuff for certain. But an interesting thing about yeast too, and I'm certain this is true with the botanicals, is that that's where a lot of our like flavor complexity is. And I wonder, how much we lose when we don't do exactly that. Like there's so much medicine that's in the dregs of the bottle, right? And
the probiotics.
the probiotics for certain. And it's sad when we lose those. I think there's kind of like a distaste for it, and I think it is a little bit of what's the word here? Like a flavor that you get used to over time if you have it strong on its own, but it's actually quite pleasant when you do that redistribution into the liquid. So I think it's really easy to enjoy if you do that, and then you're going to get a lot more out of it, right? Like, because there's a kind of an encouragement to not drink that much probiotic in one sitting, and so many people will buy bottles like that you have going, and they'll just drink 1/3 of it at a time. Recreationally, you can definitely enjoy a full bottle, but like if you're drinking
Especially
it for
if you're staying up for 24 hours.
then I might be drinking 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, 4. Ryan, you're in on the call too. I have some bottles that'll be heading your way as well for certain. So I hope you enjoy them.
That's perfect. But I love even just reminiscing about my first watching somebody do their rookie mistake of turning the bottle and then hitting the bottom like it was ketchup, and then you try to say no, but they've turned it over so quick, and then it's just fireworks. Everybody's got to do it once or watch somebody do it once, right? But I never thought about the gentle redistribution. You could probably even do it just like a gentle agitation, because like the living nature of what you create with a gin, it's like that is so magic.
Yeah, pretty magical.
Yeah, it's nice.
I feel like my introduction is a little bit delayed here. Now that I just kind of bring Ryan into the call. Sierra, I know you've met Ryan in the past, but this is kind of a hello. He's also been a part of the festival every year. You've kind of seen him sort of probably in year 1 he was out handing out flyers to passerbys, and year 2 he was helping out with the volunteers, and year 3 he hasn't been as involved with the vendors as I have, so you wouldn't have had as much interaction, but he's a sport. You know that he's going to be on this entire 24 hours with me and he's also the co-director of the festival.
Yes, actually, I did know that because of reading the website and some of the social media posts that came out, and I was like, oh, okay, Ryan Moen, that's who that guy was, because I have seen you, Ryan.
Yeah.
And now I know.
Yeah, but like I think the nice part is that I get the couch and a couple of different spots to curl up, and Jared's in the
I love your
space.
couch. It looks really comfy.
Yeah.
I got my friends with me.
Yeah.
It'll be good. I'm not gonna reach too far back and hit the cactus, but yeah, I'm set up pretty good. But it's just so magic to be able to go through all this with everybody, because each talk is so tantalizing. And especially fungi. I mean, like you said, that world is just opening up. Is there any kind of ingredients that you're in the future looking into? Because I know the mushrooms that you mentioned are pretty popular. Is there anything that you could see coming into your brew in the future?
Well, actually, yeah, that's a really good question. And I don't have solid firm plans for this, but a friend of mine, Owen Parnell, who is an acupuncturist at Acuity Acupuncture here in Victoria, actually has been trying to talk me into doing some Jun infusions, or sort of Jun infusions of traditional TCM formulations. And I think that would be a really great thing to do, because Jun, I mean, it comes from high mountain areas in China and Tibet, and the word Jun that we use in English comes from Chinese. Yisheng Jun is probiotics in Chinese, and it would be really cool, I think, to make some flavors like that. I haven't done that before. I'm not aware of anyone who's doing that right now. Like, probably somebody's doing it in China, and yeah, I think that would be great. So I'm really open to that, and hoping to like progress along that. Like, I already started, the cogs are turning.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, but it would be rad, right, Jared?
Oh, 100%. That'd be really cool. Really, really interesting. You know, oh, is this the people that are dropping off your gin for me? No, it looks like a pickup. Okay.
As far as herbs that I use though and the future, I do have some concerns because a lot of the herbs I use have like drastically changed in price and availability over the past few months. And it makes me worried about supply chains like over the next year. I don't know if my current suppliers are going to run out and not be able to, get what I need back in stock in time for my needs. And so I do have this sort of like side sheet in the back of my mind going where I've just got little notes about like, oh, what would I use instead? What would I substitute?
Oh, interesting.
And yeah, I mean, right now, like, try and buy elderberry right now. Just try. Just
Impossible.
try.
Impossible. Yeah, it's crazy,
Yeah,
and that's
it's not gonna happen.
I saw it in cough syrup recently, and I'm like not a cough syrup, a like a kind of an organic cough syrup, lozenge. Sorry, and I was like, you big company, you probably took it all.
Well, and that's why local and small scale is getting even more important. So like to your viewers around the world, wherever you are in the world, you need to look towards people in your own community who are growing herbs and creating herbal tinctures, whatever kind of herbal products, whether they're individuals who are doing this as a sort of private healing practice or small businesses, because some of those larger supply lines are not necessarily going to be always the same as we expect them to be.
Yeah.
So I just really think it's important to connect with local herbalists, and
especially during these times.
Who I know works with elderberry, and I'm just hoping that I'll be able to have some for personal use, because I won't really be able to get enough to put in my gin to sell to all the people in town that want to have the elderberry gin right now.
Yeah, well, because I think you experienced something like this with vanilla bean back in the day too, right? And I mean, we use vanilla bean in our London Fog extraction, or our London Fog blend that we do. This micromilled tea with London Fog. With vanilla bean. And
do you use like whole vanilla beans, or do you get the ground one?
I use we actually slice open the vanilla bean pods and then scrape them out. And then
that's so fun.
Yeah, it's a whole process. Yeah. It can get a little bit interesting, just the sheer, especially because that's one of our more popular products. But like, it's an interesting challenge for certain. But what was really huge was just how expensive they got. Like, I think that not only is it supply and demand, but it is supply and demand, right? Like if you really want to get your elderberry, like sometimes you're talking to a company that's started to like really up that price. And for the most part right now, I'm seeing a lot of just like everybody's sold out. There's just no harvest. There's no nothing. We got to wait until it's ready kind of thing. And it's really challenging to get it. But with vanilla bean, that happened, right? Where there was like this run on vanilla bean, and then suddenly it was like 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, 20 times what it was, like that's another thing that can sort of jump up and grab you. Hey, so you try to do these medicinal infusions, and your limitations aren't just supply, but also this incredible cost increase. And I don't know if you've experienced it with freight too. Like, man, things are so expensive in the pandemic. So another great reason to support local, hey, is like if you can find those connections locally, or somehow deal with smaller farms that would like the opportunity to work with somebody, it sure is helpful, hey?
Well, absolutely, yeah. Community is so key. I mean, we're also living in a world where the relative prices of different things are kind of really artificial. Like we can get herbs that are so powerful and amazing, and just so powerful and valuable, and we can get them from another country, and we can get them for really, really cheap compared to their like real value. Oh, you got my Blue Universe right on, and my grassroots. I love it. But, anyway, you know what I'm saying, right? And whereas like getting a herb that is locally organically grown is going to be way more expensive than if I get my herb from an organic farm in China.
Right.
And I think that whole system is going to be changing over the next several years, because the default, the sort of status quo that it was based on, is changing so much.
Yeah, I wonder how much, like, I think a lot of the newer relationships that we've developed and new systems for getting us our products, etc., are going to have some staying power even after the pandemic for certain. But I am looking forward to, once this is all dealt with, things that fly in won't be as won't be as cost prohibitive, because
So I was wondering actually, Jared, what it's like for you, because I know that you get, and feel free to just disregard this if you're going to talk about it during a different section of this 24-hour
no,
festival.
it's all good. Yeah.
But I know that you have personal relationships with the actual farmers that grow the tea that you sell, for most of the tea that you sell.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you are not going to be faced with sudden surprising shortages in like teas that you're ordering, or do you find some of your farmers have not produced? Like, do you know what's going on over there?
It's an interesting question, because it does depend on the country. India, I've talked about this a little bit on my Jagavision show, but like first flush you couldn't harvest because of the pandemic, and so I can't get it, or like there's such a limited amount that you can get for 2020 first flushes out of the Darjeeling region in India. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later with the Lochan family, who will be joining us from the Doka state in Bihar, India. But yeah,
Cool.
that's a good example of like a connection where it's like, okay, but they can kind of pivot to different selections because they have multiple estates that they own or work with. Whereas if you're a small farmer in a production region that's just been shut down, you're not going to be able to provide. For my Japanese farms, it's actually an opposite problem. They're actually the small farms that we work with in Japan are experiencing issues with not having enough demand because everybody's staying home. They're not going out and buying gifts. Normally tea in Japan, especially like your loose teas, etc., there would be a big purchase that happens during what they call Golden Week. At the end of it, that's when a lot of farmers are like, okay, we got to be ready. I mean, it does depend on the region, but that's generally a goal for many farmers. And then to just not have people able to come by and grab them. And then recently, the government there tried to encourage sort of domestic travel because international travel had to be shut down. And then, of course, that spread the pandemic all around the country. And so they have had to kind of put things on pause there. So it's just, I think everybody's experiencing these incredible challenges. But I think that my understanding is that a lot of it is about there just not being enough demand in some areas. And then in other areas, like in elderberry, where it's just such a good natural herb for breathing and coughs, etc. There's just a huge demand because of what everybody's kind of going through right now, and the fact that it's an antiviral, etc.
Yeah, so connecting with our local sources of things that we need is really important. Like the honey that we use, I know you use the same honey for your Jun.
Mm-hmm.
And we get that honey from right here on the island, so we don't have to worry too much about
Cheers to Theo.
being able to get it or not.
That's actually quite interesting. But I mean, he's also, I don't know about you, but my demand is I don't have anybody asking for kegs anymore. So because most of the restaurants are closed, so most of my production went into bottles, and so it's been interesting to just be like, okay, what do we do next? And definitely my honey purchases are a lot more subdued compared to previous years. I'm not like I'm really glad and grateful that people keep buying kombucha, but yeah, I can imagine with your Gen production, and that maybe you're more than last year, but most people aren't. And I think
I was during the summer at the first half of summer. I was when people were like, "Oh yeah, let's support local." Woo. Like dropped off. Like at the markets, it was banging, but then it really dropped off because people just got like pandemic fatigue or whatever.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's challenging. I understand why people aren't going to the market as much this year as they used to, because if you want to limit the times that you go out to social spaces, maybe that's one of the things you don't go to. And I mean, it's sad, but it's true.
Yeah.
And so if people want to have the stuff, though, they need to support local, and they also need to learn how to make some of it, themselves at home, right? So.
And as local suppliers, I think many of us have had to learn the ins and outs of trying to fly forward with like providing online or interacting with social media a little bit more. And on that note, maybe those who are watching, you can find Unity June at unityjune.ca. UnityJune
.com.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
UnityJune.com. Do I have it up here correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I guess I would like to mention to viewers too, if they're local or if they're around the world, Unity Gin does. I do sell brewing kits. It's got a 14-page booklet that is written and illustrated by me with very detailed information about how to brew a great batch of gin in a
Nice,
style that
nice.
is very easy to do at home.
Okay.
And it comes with SCOBY, and it comes with some tea that I got from Jared for your first batch.
Nice.
Yeah, and a nice little merino cover cloth in your jar and all that stuff that you need to brew. So if you want to learn to do that for yourself, or especially if you're in like a smaller town where you don't have this kind of thing, it would be really good to learn how to make it for your friends and family. And I would love to get that together and ship it to you. So you can
Awesome.
contact me through unitygen.com.
Awesome, and you can take them. So you obviously, maybe you could talk about what we have still have just a little bit more time here. I don't know if you've discussed what you want. I don't want to just take over, but I wanted to talk about kind of working backwards here. What is Jun? Like, we talked about it a little bit, but we might want to explain to people that know what kombucha is but don't know what Jun is. You said they're related with each other. But did you want to go into just a little bit more detail for those watching?
Sure, absolutely. Yes, I'd love to. I know, that's funny, Jared. I had a whole plan, but then we started talking. It was like, oh,
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. Yeah.
So I actually do have John SCOBY here to show.
Okay, sweet.
Oops. Oh, look at that. I spilled some. Because the SCOBY's alive and it keeps on pushing up, and so my lid keeps on slowly unscrewing, and I've had it at room temperature all day, so that's why it leaked, because the SCOBY was actually releasing gas that pushed my lid open. The Jun SCOBY, yeah, like I said, it's related to a kombucha SCOBY, but it eats raw honey and green tea, and there are people who have trained kombucha SCOBYs to eat raw honey and green tea, with all kinds of different results. You know, you can get them tasting all kinds of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I have, supposedly, and I mean, I believe this to be true, I have no reason to doubt it, this was gifted to someone who became part of the founding of Unity Jun in Oregon several years ago, from someone who had it from someone who'd had it, and they'd had it since the 1960s, and supposedly it came from Asia before that. So this might be actually Jun SCOBY that like traces back to, you know, ancient times. It possibly is, and honestly, it's so delicious that I would say I 75% believe that that's true. But you know, you could, if you did train a kombucha SCOBY to eat raw honey and green tea, I think that if you happened to be, you know, they all turn out different, right? You can do that a bunch of times. Each one's going to be different, and none of them, I don't think any of them is going to be as good as the one I have. But you can, and like, no offense to Pedro, actually, I should say, no offense to Pedro.
Pedro 05, yeah.
Yeah, so if you had a really good one that just happened to turn out awesome, and you kept it going for generations and generations, I think you could turn it into a real Jun SCOBY. Because a real Jun SCOBY, it's not like the flat pancakes like a kombucha SCOBY. And if you just give it sugar and black tea, it's going to die, or it's going to change so much that it's not going to taste as good anymore. Because honey breaks down into all these different kinds of sugars that a different diversity of probiotic microorganisms can enjoy eating. Whereas kombucha eats just white sugar. And if you've ever brewed kombucha at home, you may have noticed that when you tried to give it the good organic stuff, your batch of kombucha was not as good. And it was because that's not what kombucha wants.
Right.
So Jun is a very different SCOBY from a kombucha SCOBY. Definitely related, because they are both symbiotic communities of bacteria and yeast. That is what SCOBY stands for. Symbiotic communities of bacteria and yeast. And this one has pieces that I took from many different areas of my like huge giant Jun SCOBY that I have at the Jun Lab. And I put them all together in here. But you can even see from this that it is gooey and gloppy. It's not of the flat pancake variety. Yeah, so I kind of lost track of what I said there, Jared. Do you think I left any questions hanging about what on earth is Jun?
What is Jun? You know, I think that it might be useful for people to know that, that it's you know, maybe there could be people that don't even know what kombucha is, and that's, you know, so there's that relationship of kombucha and Jun, but both of them being sort of a like you said, a symbiotic community of bacteria and yeast. Generally it's a starter similar to like sourdough or yogurt, and then you're going to encourage a fermentation to happen by combining that starter with some tea and some sugar to feed it. That's part of fermentation, right? We need to give it a sugar source, and in this case it's honey. And then we're going to finish with a beautiful probiotic that basically involves the ingredients of that SCOBY, some tea, and some honey.
That's right. If people, I could back that up a little. If people don't know what kombucha is, I guess you just said it.
Yeah, I just and then what makes yours special and kind of is this idea of that lineage, if I understand correctly, tracing it back to some pretty cool stuff. I mean, arguably all of our SCOBYs do have that lineage because they're all gonna start from. But it's really nice to be able to see that lineage or to understand it a little bit, right? Like of when it crossed the Pacific. It's also fascinating just what you've done with it. Like I something I learned today that I didn't know about your company is that the project started with this idea of giving people a healthy alternative at raves and dance parties where they didn't have to do some unhealthy things to their body to experience some really pleasant feelings. And so you're giving them a gift, really, of saying, hey, like let's just do things for our bodies that are very healthful. And you've managed to use Jun as a canvas for achieving that goal from the sounds of it. Maybe is there some like exciting moments that you've found with your medicinal exploration with Jun that were really inspiring for you over the years that you wanted to share with everybody?
I wish that I had something come to mind. I feel like I have had a lot of inspiring moments that have been really exciting and fun.
Well, what has it done for you? Drinking Jun every day or regularly?
For me personally.
Yeah, like is this?
Well, it's been kind of great,
Yeah.
It's been pretty great. I mean,
I feel better for it. It's changed my life.
You're right that it did start, partly as that with that intention at the raves, which I should say is like not necessarily judgmental that people should not do what they're doing and do the Jun instead. Like they could also combine them, and the Jun would still help them to be healthier than they were before.
Fair.
But like
to
that's
each their
like
own. Yeah.
not my part of it. My part of it is just like here, the Jun can give you something good, right? I'm just like there to offer, right? Rather than like to convert. I just want to be clear about that.
Sure.
Yeah, but like I guess some of the most inspiring, fun times I've had with Jun have been like at the raves at the beginning. That was fun. And then going to festivals. It's been really fun taking it to festivals. Like just small little festivals are my favorite.
Nice.
And we obviously didn't have any this past summer, but the year before that we had one. It was like just a little small one, and I think there were only like 200 people there, and it was just a bunch of just really crazy hippies.
That's awesome.
Really crazy hippies. And I love how
I love how you say that with like that means like a really good thing to you, and I agree. Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it in a good way.
Yeah,
yes, viewers around the world, I mean this in a good way.
Yeah.
People who are really open to exploring something new, open to having a new experience, maybe even looking for a new experience, right?
Right.
People who are open to that sort of thing often give me a really satisfying response to my Jun that I make, because with herbs, I mean, you can study herbs and learn about them from books, but you can also take them and feel into them and learn about them from your own experience.
Right.
And I always found that at festivals, like transformational festivals, where people are really into connecting with their own experience and learning from their own experience, there's this sort of intuition that happens, and people seem in that context, in that environment, so much more open and responsive to their own intuition. And they'll have a feeling, right, that this is the one. I have a feeling I am drawn to this flavor, like I am drawn to this, and in an environment like that, they'll be very mystical about it. They'll just be like,
that's awesome.
And then look at you with like these question marks in their eyes, right?
that's great.
And then you're like, okay, well, this one has 3 adaptogenic herbs in it that are super balancing for your nervous system. And then the person, this is a transformational event, right? They're gonna, oh, that's exactly what I need. And like, I know I'm on a funny line here because I'm not trying to make fun of people, even though I know this might make you laugh when I say it. I'm not trying to make fun of people. I'm just like, but I'm laughing too because it's just so sweet and cute. And I don't know if you've ever been at an event like that, then you probably know what I'm talking about when people are just so excited about something matching up with
what they need.
with what they need, like something being the right thing in the right moment. And I've had so many of those, like, right thing in the right moment with the herbs in my gen.
That's cool.
That have just really made people feel good. Like, I've had messages from people, like, even after markets, like selling somebody some gen. It's like, oh, my tummy feels kind of gross. Do you think one of your flavors might help me? I'm like, hey, try the ginger sublime. I'm not saying it will help, but if any of them will, maybe that one will, right?
Right.
And then later I get an email. It's just like, oh my God, I feel so great. And I've had emails about, it's the only thing that cures my morning sickness. My husband is on his way to meet you. Where are you?
And then the chai, very warming, and there seems to be such a lovely backdrop for all of the different things you do and the different gifts that they give to people that drink them. That's really cool. We're actually hitting coming close to the 2 minutes here. Ryan, I haven't. I don't know if we've answered any questions you might have for Sierra.
No, I was just like a kid in a candy store. Like, I was like, yeah, me too. I got my kombucha, and it's like a little member of my family. And like, exactly that same thing when you're working with a living organism that's providing something. It's like all you can do is feed it and grow it and encourage it. I was just like, this is so exciting.
Yeah, and it eats tea. It's like we all love tea, and it's one more thing we can do with tea. You can feed it to Jen and kombucha scobies.
Awesome.
I love your kombucha SCOBY. It looks great. I love its pancakiness. Very classic.
Very, very classic. We have about a minute left here. Sierra, did you want to say any sort of final words to everybody watching? Or if you had any final things you wanted to talk about before we go on our next break here?
I just want to say I hope everybody drinks lots of tea and stays up for 24 hours. This is going to be a fun and wild ride.
It certainly will be. Thank you, Sierra. Really appreciate having you on the show, and looking forward to seeing lots more of you, and hopefully we'll even have you at the 2021 Victoria Tea Festival Revival.
I'm looking forward to it, Jared.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. And so that was Sierra with Unity Gen. Hold on one sec. And we had a lovely time with her on the show here. Looking forward to moving to our next session here. We're gonna be moving to Daniel Liu. Will be joining us from the Chinese tea shop in Vancouver. We're gonna be talking about some ancient pu'er cakes and having a discussion with him. So if you want to stay tuned, we're going to take another 15-minute break here, and see you then, right at 2. I think I got the time there. Did I get the time there correct? Am I in the right reality here, Ryan? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Right.
You're in the Pacific Standard Time again. You just jumped ahead of province, I think.
Just now?
No, you're correct.
Oh, good. Okay, awesome. All right, so we'll see you guys at 2 p.m. And we'll be meeting with the Chinese tea shop from Vancouver. Daniel, thank you so much. Oh, I was about to put on a little time mistake here, so I'll just delete that. And then everybody, we will see you shortly. Hello, and welcome back. So that was our little brief transition there. We are really excited to have join us Daniel Liu from the Chinese tea shop in Vancouver. Really pumped. There's a lot of reasons for this, but Daniel, the first time I met him, I went to his shop and he hung out with me he let me stay in his shop for like 4 hours. I think we drank pu'er together. So
that's always happened to tea lovers.
Yeah, right. We were just there's just a big hangout session that happened. So really excited to have you with us today, Daniel.
Oh, thank you for asking me to join your tea revival. Right, so I would love to share my experience, my my knowledge about pu'er teas, right, tea makings, right, and I love if anyone has questions, so we can discuss together.
Lovely. Yeah, I always tell people when they go to Vancouver, they need to go check out your shop, and I explain to them about the amazing Yixing teapots you have, your collection of old tea cakes that you have, and your wealth of knowledge. So yeah, really excited to have you on, and also Daniel, this might be the first time that you're meeting Ryan here. Ryan is the co-director of the Tea Festival Revival. He's been in the mix for the last 5 years with me, so I'm often the person that talks to the the people that come and do the presentations and have the tables, but Ryan is a huge part of making sure that there's people there to learn, and he's a huge part of organizing and doing all of these behind the scenes things. So it's really fun to have him join the conversation today and be a part of this. Can you believe we're going to be out for 24 hours, Daniel? It's crazy. What you don't know, Daniel, I didn't get a chance to tell you this, is I do have one of your cakes with me that I thought I would bring. It's this 1990s Ding Xing Hao.
Ding Xing Hao, yes, right, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one, right?
Yeah, that would be a very a specialty cake.
Yeah.
Because no matter from the leaves that they pick,
yeah,
the region of the tea trees, and also the way they're blending the recipe, like, so it's really follow the ancient way.
Nice. Okay, so we figured you were going to do a little bit of a discussion on an exploration of old cakes. But while we were talking to you, Ryan and I gave some to Ryan. Ryan's not actually here with me. He's in James Bay. He's in Victoria. But I gave him some of this tea cake before we parted ways this morning. So I figured I could make some while I have you on the air. Does that sound like a plan? We can drink tea and you can talk to us about just what you planned on talking, but we'll be drinking some of the tea that you brought in.
Okay.
So hold on one second. I'm just gonna throw some into this this pot here. So what did you want to talk about today, Daniel?
Okay. So actually, because I thought there's so many things we can talk about pu'er, right? Could be the shen pu'er, shou pu'er, right?
Right.
So which one is better? What's the difference? And then so should we drink shen or shou, right? What is the best time? Right? So that is we can talk about, and also about the gushu right now, because really a very hot topic about gushu pu'er or Thai tea cha. People, we always have a negative feeling about Thai tea cha, right? So is that Thai tea cha really bad? So we can talk about this, and then also how to buy pu'er or how to select a good pu'er tea, right? Because people will always ask, like, especially when people they are new to pu'er, that they have not much idea that what pu'er tea they should choose to buy or to buy for drinking.
Right. Okay. So like kind of a.
Also, we also can depend on the time, right? So we'll also can talk about the how to storage pu'er, right? Because we know pu'er tea will continue the fermentation.
Well,
what is the best way to storage pu'er, right? And then of course that we can also talk about how to break. Because now right now you're breaking the pu'er tea cake.
Yeah.
So I'm doing. May not know that it is so important to break the pu'er tea cake, tea breaks, or torcha in a proper way.
I'm probably doing it all wrong.
No, you're doing very good.
Am I doing okay? Am I doing okay?
Very
Okay.
good.
I tried
You
to get a
are-
little bit of the center and a little
you
bit of
are
the
experienced.
outside, like you told me
Yeah,
to.
I can tell you experience.
Oh,
Very
good.
good.
Okay, good.
And then so once we break the pu'er tea to into small pieces,
Yeah.
then what kind of teapot or teaware should we use, right? Because the teaware really affect the taste of the tea, right? So right now you're using a very good teapot
Okay.
to make a pu'er, right? Yeah,
Right.
and then when we make the tea, another way would affect the taste is the temperature control of the water. Right now you're pouring, right? So you're also showing a very good way to how to add the hot water into the pot, right? But what's the temperature? Do we
Um,
really have to use a boiling water or
I'm
a
using
little bit lower temperature, right?
I'm using boiling water. Am I doing it wrong? Is that a bad temperature to use? Or
But this tea is very good. Yeah, I
okay.
would do the same way.
Okay, cool. All right.
Every tea is different, right? So depending on depending on the tea we are making, and also depending on our personal taste.
So Ryan, what I'm doing here is I'm doing 3 grams into a little teapot here,
Mhm.
4 grams, sorry, and I'm doing 140 grams of water. You know,
Mhm.
Daniel's style is going to not necessarily use a scale, but
Mhm.
it's going to be more by feel, right? Like you're going to, or
Uh,
do you use a scale?
as I feel, it's really by really personal experience and personal taste,
Right.
because everyone has different backgrounds, different cultures, different tastes,
Hmm.
like so. But the way that I make kung fu cha, that I usually would put about 6 grams to 8 grams of tea leaves.
Right. Just fill it right up, eh?
Yeah, so for your teapot, but it really depends because some people think that would be too strong, right? But I personally I like a little bit stronger.
Mm.
And then I have some friends they put 10 grams, 12 grams.
Yeah, Pedro from O5T was saying how you like stuff the pot full. He thinks it's a wonderful way to make tea, um, and was really we were talking about different ways of doing gong fu. Cha.
Yeah, there are different way of kung fu cha style.
Yeah, and for those watching, Gong Fu has the same Chinese characters as Kung Fu, which is kind of cool, and and so it's like the martial art of making tea. So it's good times.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and then you're gonna do a rinse there, Ryan. It's really. Do you do a rinse, Daniel? Do you encourage the rinse, or do you drink the first infusion?
Uh, I would do the rings.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would do it in rings. Right. So recently that we have some new customers come in, and then yesterday a Chinese lady, really asked us the same question, right? Should we rinse their pu'er tea,
Mm.
right? And then I just say why not?
Yeah. Why
Then
not?
and then she said yes because her tea master say that all pu'er tea has to be rinsed before drink,
Yeah.
right? And then I said, well, most of tea, like of course, depend with Kung Fu Cha style. So the procedure to make Kung Fu Cha style the traditional way, we always rinse the tea the first time,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And then after rinsing, we add the hot water. We consider that is the actual infusion, the first infusion. We count as the first time.
But I don't
So
have that
rinsing
fancy
is not
table
counted.
like you do. You have that
But
lovely table for properly
that's right.
because you with the style that you're going to be able to show us there, you're going to
Mhm.
have some really nice thermal stability, right? Like it's going to be by you probably douse the teapot with hot water while it's
Mhm.
brewing, and there's like a lovely
Yeah.
way to bring out even better flavors, right? Like it's quite
Yes,
fascinating.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
So
Yeah, keep going.
so
Sorry.
the kung fu when we make pu'er tea, right? So that a lot of people will make tea the kung fu cha style, which is using a small teapot or gaiwan, and then control the temperatures and with quicker steeping time. Right.
Right.
So basically, that we can call this a kind of a kung fu cha style. Of course, that everyone has different way to make kung fu cha style, right? So it's slightly different, but it will be quite similar.
Right. No, that makes sense. Um,
Mm.
do you have so if we have 45 minutes for your talk today, if there
Mhm.
was one element or two elements that you really wanted to focus on, like what do you think like right now is really interesting to you? If you've been drinking tea and in the tea industry for quite a long time.
Yes, right.
Your years, if you want to remind our viewers, how long have you been in the tea industry, Daniel?
Well, 18 years.
18 years. So it's a good amount of time for this kind of exploration. What after 18 years of being in the tea industry, what is it that you find is really exciting for you right now?
Well, very interesting that when I start my business, right, it's quite small, very small business, and pu'er tea was not popular at all,
Right.
honestly, in year 2002, right?
Mm-hmm.
So most of my customers, more than 90% of my customers are Chinese local customers.
Right.
So they will come for oolong tea, like Teguanyin, Shuishan, Danchong, Cliff tea, like that,
Right.
And then few customers from Hong Kong, they will come for pu'er. So because I'm originally from Hong Kong, that personally I really enjoy pu'er tea a lot. I drink a lot of pu'er tea. And so when I start my business, I carry quite a lot of pu'er tea, and then I love to introduce my tea to my customers.
Right.
So and a lot of Chinese customers in Vancouver, they know about teas and tea making already, right? So I don't need to educate them about tea making, or just let them taste the tea and sell to them. And then slowly we have a Westerner come ask about pu'er.
Mm-hmm.
So what is this tea? Tea cake, right? And then I spend some time to introduce and then show them how we make tea, English style. And then slowly that more and more people interest to pu'er in Vancouver. And more people, they would buy the pu'er tea and try, and then introduce pu'er tea to their friends. And of course, that the pu'er tea start to get popular in China.
Right.
Right. So before pu'er tea was not that popular, and then in year 2005, pu'er tea become popular in China, mainly in Guangdong, of course.
Right.
Mainly in Guangdong, and then in year 2005, the pu'er tea market got a little bit like bubbles because the price increased a lot, and then it got broken. Right. So after that, people would discuss about how to continue to introducing pu'er tea to people in China. Right? And then people will find an interesting topic about Wushu right? Like a pu'er tea from single mountains.
Right. Yes.
For example, from Banzhang, Lao Banzhang, and then slowly Bingdao, right? So then the Gushu becoming more popular, or the pu'er tea from a single mountains or from a single village, right? So become popular.
Or even a single tree.
Single trees, yes.
Yeah.
A friend of mine in China, that he spent a lot of money just rent the tea trees for 1 year,
right,
and paying 300,000 RMB.
Oh my goodness.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
What would that be in Canadian dollars? Roughly.
$60,000
Yeah,
a year.
For a year to rent one tree. Yeah, that's
one tree. Okay.
And then that tree is going to produce. What do you think? How many pu'er cakes would you roughly think that one?
Not many. That's actually my friend not making any tea cakes. He just got the tea leaves, loose leaf, and then given to friends as a gift.
Oh my goodness, that's interesting.
Because it is not a commercial product, right?
Right.
So
no, it makes sense. Yeah.
So he's just he's in business, tea business. So he using this one as a marketing and giving the good teas to the good friends or VIP customers.
It kind of reminds me of there's hand rolled teas that come out of Japan sometimes, and just they have to spend an entire day with like 4 people just to produce like 60-80 grams of tea doing this old style processing method, and and it's just this is where kind of capitalism interrupts the opportunity to taste flavor. Is you just can't price it at the right price.
That's right.
Right, because it's just so astronomical, and it's not like, and you don't want just, I don't know, like it stops being even anything that's possible, and I guess we're in a place where we're finding the right balance of having that artisanal craft investment and interaction with the tea production without it being so overwhelming that we can't find anybody who even can come close to affording it, right?
Like those are Wushu cha that become famous mountains or villages teas that at the old time are inexpensive. Right. So that would bring up a very interesting topic about the Wushu cha or Tai Di cha. right? So right now, 古树茶 is very popular, right? So a lot of our tea friends would come for asking for 古树茶, right? So and then they will always come say that I don't like Thai tea cha, like, I only drink 古树茶.
What is the difference? Is it like a red wine versus a white wine, or is it a regional
No.
difference? Pardon my
So
ignorance.
red wine and white wine is like Shen and Shou, right? So
Okay.
different way of process for the Shou pu'er and Shen pu'er, like lighter color, darker the color. But when we talk about 古树茶 and Thai tea cha, will be another concept, right? So 古树茶 usually the tea trees are older,
Okay.
right? So Thai tea cha usually is like it's like a tea, like usually it would be the bush, right, from the plantation,
Okay.
or a cut tree, cut to be very short, so
I see.
easier for
So it's like it's
harvest.
like a clonal versus a seed growing. Is that is that the difference between those two?
Well, it's just like pu'er. Like when we talk about pu'er, most of the pu'er teas are from the tree, right? Asameca,
Right.
right? And then, but most of the other teas, like most of the other Chinese teas, are sinensis from the bush,
Okay.
right?
Interesting.
So in Yunnan there are pu'er tea produced from the trees, and then some other produced from the bush.
Interesting. So it's about how you let that plant develop. When it develops
Yes.
into full tree height versus keeping it more like at hedge height. Like in Japan, because that's where my experience is it's almost everything is growing at hedge height, but you see a lot of conversation and discussion about the complexity of flavor that you can get from teas that are growing to full tree height. Do you have a preference? 18 years later, are you like in both worlds? Do you like them both for different
I
reasons?
don't know.
Or
Well, that would be bring a very interesting question, right? Will the Pushucha still popular after 10, 15, 20 years? I don't know, right? Because that really depending on which tea will be more popular, right? For example, in 1990s, the most popular tea is the Thai tea cha. So most of the tea from 1990s are actually from Thai tea cha.
Interesting.
Like
Okay.
Ming Hai tea, very, very, very famous and popular. A lot of Ming Hai tea cakes, they have the Thai tea cha, right?
Okay.
But if we look at the value, the Ming Hai tea from 1990s, very expensive.
Right.
Right.
And it's using this bush style
Yes,
tea.
right. Because that would be there are many reasons that why people produce so much Thai tea cha, right? But basically it will be the government and the tea institutes, they promote Thai tea cha because they believe the Thai cha would be better than tree.
Right.
Right. A lot of studies in the 1970s and 80s report that or says that the Thai tea cha is better than the tree. So the tree, the bushu, actually was not popular at the time. Right? And just about the late 1990s, like so, Sutra start to bring out people's attention, right? And then some tea factories use older tree for their like gushu, right? For the tea cakes or loose leaf.
Interesting. You know, it's
So
interesting because the concept I would have in my head is because, you know, really good pu'er, often you want it to be like aged, you want it to be stored in a very like careful conditions, like that allow for that breathing to happen. You'd think that there'd be this relationship between using older or like more developed tea leaves. Like kind of the logic in my head would say, of course that a tree that's been allowed to grow into tree height is going to have more complex flavors because it's just given more room to really express itself properly. Of course it's going to taste better, but that's interesting to me that the more popular selections from the 90s, which is honestly a lot of the tea that I've purchased from you over the years has been from that time period. So I assume that a lot of it is this bush height. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the Chinese word for it. I wish I could. Can you say it one more time, the two types?
the Tai Chi Cha,
Tai Chi Cha
and the other one is Wushu.
Wushu. Wushu. Is
Wushu
that
means
correct?
oak tree.
Tai Chi Cha and Wushu. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
Tai Chi Cha
Wushu.
is the one that's this bush height.
Wu means old, right?
That's the older
Wu
one.
means old. Yeah.
Okay.
Shu means tree, old tree.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I would make that assumption that would be my preference. But it's interesting that I've had some fantastic teas from you. Probably the majority of them have been from this other style. That's
Yeah,
really
a
interesting.
lot of my tea drinking at home, like not in normal days, that is the tea from 1990s or 1980s,
Right.
right? So I'm not saying that Thai tea cha better than Gushu or Gushu better than Thai tea cha. That's it's not about the grading,
Right.
right, or the quality. It's not really not related to the quality for the tea for those different tea plants,
It's more how it's
right? But
managed.
it's really personal taste,
Huh.
personal preference, right? I like both Thai tea cha and Gusu cha, right? So have a lot of Thai tea cha, especially the HTs are from Thai tea cha, and I also drink a lot of Gusu cha, right? So they both are good, but they have a different flavor, different taste, different mouthfeel. I like both, right? Just like apple and orange,
Right.
right? We cannot say which one is better. They both are good.
What's
So
gonna
Thai tea
what's
cha
gonna
for me
sorry.
would be would be both are good.
Mm-hmm.
But so when we talk about pu'er, is that Thai tea cha better or Gusu cha better? Really depending on the quality,
Right.
right? So there are some low quality Gusu cha, and there are some good quality Thai tea cha.
Hmm.
So the quality, I would say, we should think first,
Right.
besides Thai tea cha or Gusu cha.
Yeah, we
Right?
should
So
explore the quality before we look at. Yeah, that makes more sense.
what brings the quality, right? So the quality could be the region,
Right.
could be the weather.
Right.
If the leaves harvest in a rainy day, right? So how can the tea will taste good,
It would be saturated. You wouldn't have
right?
very many
About the
volatiles.
process,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So every factories or every farmer they have their own experience, right? So and their skills will be different,
That's
right?
interesting.
And also that how of course the storage will affect to the quality as well. So all those together,
Right.
right? So bring out the quality, so the mouthfeel, the flavor, and the taste, right? And also the potential for aging,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well,
So the best way to know the quality is by tasting.
this must be so fascinating and so challenging for the farmers, though, because a lot of times they're only going to find out the results of their efforts like 20, 30 years later, because these old cakes, you start to find so much more complexity and so much more interesting flavor dynamics the older you let them get. It would be, it must, when people were experimenting with single mountain or single cultivar, single tree, it was such a big risk, right? Because they didn't really know, is this going to be like a beautiful flavor expression later, like these two different styles that you're talking about right now. How old is that back and forth? Is one style a little bit more newer than the other one? Is the old trees, that's the more common style, and then it was in actually the 1990s that we started to see this development of.
Well, because I'm so lucky that I will be able to live in Vancouver,
Yeah.
because Vancouver is the second biggest Chinatown in North America.
Right.
So we have a lot of Chinese population here, and of course that a lot of people that the immigrants from Guangdong, Fujian, Hong Kong to Vancouver, and then living for centuries.
Right.
So some of them are tea drinkers.
Right.
So they bought pu'er tea at the old time, right? And they keep drinking. So a lot of those tea could be from Republic PVO, Qing Dynasty, or 1950 and 60s, right? And they just keep buying and drinking.
That's so cool.
So they, 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 they are experienced drinkers.
Right.
So I have a good chance that to meet those tea drinkers, right? And then they love to share their teas, their collection with me. I try a lot of vintage teas, right, and a few antique tea with them. I also able to buy some of those teas from them in a good price, right, affordable price. So and also that brings me more interest about learning and studying about pu'er, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when we try the antique pu'er, so the leaves, the way they blending will be totally different than 1950s and 60s.
Right.
And the leaves from 1970s, 1950s and 60s will be different than 1980s, right? And then 1990s, the leaf will be changed again. And then after around year 2000, after 2000, right, the leaves also keep changing. And then year 2010, right, so the leaves also change the shape, the way they do the blending, like the names, right? So we can see that the pu'er tea, that a different period of time, so the pu'er tea leaves they pick, the region of the tea trees they choose, the way they blending, right? The process, difference.
Yeah. No.
So at the ancient time, like go back to Qing Dynasty or Republic period, right? So a lot of tea leaves actually are quite big.
Right.
Like the leaves I can see could be 3 inches long.
Wow. That's
for the leaves.
okay. Yeah. That's
And then so those are for sure. Those are the the gushu, right? Or we call it the leaf from the wild tea trees,
okay.
right? So they have a small ticket, right? So telling that the tea harvest from Jiwu Jingshan, right? So means the Jiwu Mountains, right? So there are at the old time we talk about the old 6 mountains tea,
Right.
So the tea mainly from all those 6 mountains. So the big leaves, spring teas with some tips to it. So the leaves are quite big, right?
Yeah. Well,
And then when the tea go back to go later to 1950s and 60s, right? So the leaves will be a little bit tight pressing,
right.
right? And I talk with a lot of older tea drinkers. They always say that when they have their entities, it's quite mellow, quite smooth, quite soft, not much bitterness.
Right.
Of course, probably the tea that they have is pretty old already, right? So they didn't buy the tea when it's new, like over 100 years already, right? So probably they bought the tea been aging for 50 years. It's quite mellow, right? That we can tell much about this. But I have been taste a tea from 1950s and 1960s, the Hongyin red mark or the Langyin blue mark. Quite honestly, I drink quite a lot of those tea at the old time, right? And the special about those Hongyin and Langyin is the Vancouver dry storage.
Right.
Right. So in Vancouver, it's quite humid outdoor, right? Could be 80%, 90% humidities. But indoor, because we have the heat, so the humidity would go down to about 30%,
Right.
40%, maybe maximum 50%.
Right.
So tea age very slow.
Interesting. Right? Yeah, of course, because it's a less encouraging environment for that fermentation to happen. So
exactly.
So
especially those blue mark and red mark from my friends who storage in a pewter container.
Right.
Which is let the tea age super slow.
Interesting.
So when I taste those tea in year 2002, 2003, it's pretty old already, right? But when I break those tea cakes, the cake is still highly compressed. It's very hard. And then when I make it, it's very bitter.
It's like it's almost still too young. Like it's not developed in the same way that it would have developed if it had been from China, or aged in China. Sorry.
Taste, very robust in taste, like young raw pu'er.
Interesting.
But of course, the flavor is amazing. It has very nice camphor flavor from those red mark and blue mark.
I wonder what those will taste like in 100 years. Hey, like with that really slow, very slow development. You know, like it's going to be interesting. Obviously, I won't be here to taste them, but I am really jealous of the people after me. You know, assuming we don't all get destroyed by climate change.
And also that one of my friend that he because we start to have always a tea conversation with friends, drinking tea together, tea gatherings, right? So one of my friend knows the person, right, who order the red mark in 1950.
Oh, interesting.
So red mark is actually order from Hong Kong.
Okay.
Right. So they give the order to import export like CNP, and then CNP give to Sagwan, right? So and then Minghai, right? So that is how the CNP doing. They take the order and then they give it to the factories, right?
Yeah.
So I also know some of the herbal store, which is a Peking herbal store, right next to my store. I remember in year 2003, one of my friend that tastes my red mark, and then he said, "Wow, this tea is amazing. It's so good. I have this tea. I bought this tea from a herbal store." I said, "Are you sure that's from herbal store?" I said, "Yeah, just on Tender in Colombia." I say, wow, that's great. I say, well, please have a seat. I just run to the store and then check with the owner of the herbal store, Peking herbal store. I talk to him, like Mr. Chen. I said, Mr. Chen, I'm looking for some pu'er tea cakes. He said, oh, what are you looking for? The wrapping paper has a red Chinese characters, cha, right? They said, oh, you're talking about red tea. I said, yeah, this is the tea that I'm looking for. And they said, too bad, the tea is sold out. And then he explained to me, this tea, he's selling this tea with losing money
Oh
because
no.
the tea was not popular at all.
Oh God. Okay.
Just helping a friend to
Yeah.
sell this red mug for $200.
Oh man. Wow.
Right?
Okay. What would, just for our viewers to know, what would the correct value of that cake be if it was sold?
I don't know. Probably would be worth more than $100,000 right now for a cake.
That's so crazy. I don't understand, but it's also has to do with just the sheer ability for some Chinese tea drinkers to be able to pay that level of money now. Hey, like it's just like,
Well,
and obviously historically too, like there's just been so much wealth in the country. Quarter of the planet is in China, right? So there's just going to be such massive wealth in one country from just the sheer amount that's being able to be produced. But like you hear stories of like old, like like the red robe teas and these single bushes that are only consumed by like the emperor, and like there are these like really like careful stories. But is it, when you get this really exciting tea cake like the red seal, obviously you taste it and you get really like, oh wow, this is amazing. Is it worth it? What do you think? Is it worth these crazy high amounts of money?
Well,
or as consumers,
tea,
can we kind of skip the $100,000 mark and kind of find something pretty exciting for
Okay.
$200?
So I always talk with my my customers or friends, right?
Yeah.
A tea right now, aged teas like are quite expensive, especially the tea from 1980s, 1990s or older, very
Right.
expensive, right? Or some even though modern teas, famous mountain teas like Lao, right? So those are, I think, it's quite expensive for drinking.
Right.
So is that worth the money, right? So so number one, we have to know, right? So some of those teas are expensive. There's a reason. The
Right.
quality is good,
Right.
right? Or taste is good, right? So very very rare, limited quantity in the market. So
Right.
that's why the value go up so much. So is
Makes
that worth
sense.
to spend so much money for the tea? It's really depending on one's personal budget, right? So, for example, if I have $5 million to shopping, then why not to spend just a few percentage of the money to buy a good tea, right?
Rent 1 year of red robe, right?
But if I'm making only $2,000
Yeah.
uh, per month, why I should spend so much money for those teas,
Yeah.
right?
Doesn't make
It's
sense.
so expensive.
Yeah.
I can spend the same amount of tea and buying a lot of other
Yeah.
good teas that, but not that expensive,
Right.
right? So I would say to um to a lot of people buy like red mark, blue mark, or entities is for investment,
Interesting.
right? But remember, a factory produced those teas, right? At the old time or ancient time, as for drinking. Tea is for drinking,
Right.
right?
They
It's not just
didn't
for
produce.
keeping and then giving the value and then resell it, right? Tea is for drinking.
Right.
So, in my experience, when I collect some rare specialties, right, I would just pick it up and drink it, and then enjoying with experienced tea drinkers or
Right.
good friends,
Right. Right.
sharing.
It makes so
Right?
much
So
sense.
good tea is for drinking and sharing.
That's the point, right? Like that's
Right?
the purpose.
That's the
Like
point. It's for drinking.
I guess
Right?
my question was like, as you're almost 2 decades enjoying teas and exploring pu'er cakes, like how much of it is wrapped up in the brand and how much of it is real? Like, is it gonna blow your mind? Like when you have these $60,000 value tea cakes, when you drink them, does it can you does it taste like it's worth that, or is that just mostly brand and the year and
That is really personal,
right?
right? So remember, you spend $6,000 for a tea cake, right?
Right.
So is that guaranteed that the quality is good? Not necessary.
Not
As
necessarily.
it depending on where you go, right?
Right.
So the tea cake or the tea could be the price could be marked up,
Mm-hmm.
all right?
Could all be
So a good tea, would everyone enjoy? Probably not. Some people doesn't. Some people do, they don't like age poor.
right.
It's too earthy.
Yeah.
So really depending on one's personal taste. Some people like the young raw pu'er tea. They love the flowery, sweeter taste, right? Some people like the tea that stronger with bitterness, give a very good mouthfeel, complexity in taste, right?
Right.
So everyone is different. So that's why that when people come to our tea shop, right? So we always say when people buy a full cake or buying 100 grams, 200 grams, I would say let's sit down and try the tea.
Yeah.
So make sure that they like it.
Yeah.
The tea that I
Makes
like
sense.
that may not be enjoyed by some other people.
Right.
But for example, I like Thai tea cha as well. So a
Mhm.
lot of people they don't like Thai tea cha. Right? I drink a lot of age poor, which is honestly most of the age poor teas are wet storage.
Right. Right.
I like wet storage, a good wet storage.
Mhm.
But a lot of people they don't like wet storage. They hate it, right? So
So you're talking about
that's better.
how the storage is going to impact the flavor of the tea. And so for our viewers who are watching, just joining us right now, we're talking to Daniel Liu of the Chinese Tea Shop about an exploration of old tea cakes, and pu'er is what Daniel's been focused on for the majority of his career, if I understand it. And we're just talking about how the storage portion of these tea cakes impacts flavor, and just also for you to know that most tea, you don't want it to store it for these long years of time. Like your green teas are particularly fragile, and they only last 8 months to 15 months max. Whereas what Daniel is working with, and it's actually, when you think about it, now that it's getting a little bit more popular, even before that, really, if you ask me, what a brilliant decision to do that, because the longer he holds on to these teas, the more value that they have on a certain level. But at the same time, like he's saying, tea is meant to be drunk, right? So anyway, so you want to continue your conversation, your storage conversation there?
Yeah. So we have to understand when people talk about that dry storage and wet storage, right? So I would say that probably right now that most people would say dry storage is good and
Right.
wet storage is bad.
Fair.
Right.
Okay.
So same thing to Thai tea cha or Gushu cha. So there's no comparison, right? Between which one is better.
Like definitely dry storage.
So dry storage is good. I like dry storage.
Oh, sorry,
Like my
I
friends,
misunderstood.
Wet Mark and Blue Mark, they are
It
dry
goes both
storage.
ways. Okay.
So the tea been aging, keeping for 50 years, 60 years, still very powerful.
Right.
That because of the dry storage.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I also taste quite a lot of wet storage Blue Mark from my friends.
Interesting.
It's really good. Very good.
We've been talking about. I had a guest on my show. I do a show every week. And I had a bread maker on, and he talks about fermentation curves. How he stores it at one temperature on one day and then a different temperature on another. It'd be so interesting if you stored it in like Hong Kong for a certain amount of time and in Vancouver for a certain amount of time, like that kind of like that fermentation curve, and how that would change depending on the,
of course,
and that's going to have the storage conditions changing in the middle of its storage life. How much of an impact that would have on the flavor too, like 10 years in Yunnan and then 10 years in Guangdong and then 10 years in Vancouver, and
that sounds amazing.
It'd be different flavors again, wouldn't it? Like it'd be so interesting to track that storage lineage.
Well, that means that we need to have a lot of experience, right? So I have the tea that in Hong Kong dry storage, right? I also have some I taste a lot of Hong Kong wet storage. I also have a lot of tea that ordered from China. They've been stored in Kunming, right, for a few years, and then moved to Guangdong for a few years, and then moved to Vancouver, right? So I also have the tea that directly shipped from the factory in Yunnan to Vancouver, very dry.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so
And
that's even
a
slower.
lot of tea that have been keep aging in different temperatures and humidities.
What about this one? This Dingxing Haopua.
Can I still see much? Sorry.
I don't know if you can see that okay, but there
It's a refreshing light that's too bright
oh, I'm
on my
sorry.
side. It's the Dingxing Hao?
Yeah, it does. That's what it says.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So
So that is
90s, from the 90s.
Yeah. So this is the tea that from according to information from my source, right, is the Dingxing Hao is there's a anti Dingxing Hao, right? That they've been stopped producing already, right? So and then in late 1990s, so someone from Taiwan that who really love poor tea drinkers that would like to have the Dingxing Hao again, right? So he make the order to the factories, so asking that the Dingxing Hao using the same recipe of the anti Dingxing Hao.
Interesting.
Leaves have to harvest from the same region, same mountain, and then produce this tea. So I got this tea in year 2002,
Yeah.
right? 2003, between 2003, 4, yeah. And then Victim is the tea been keeping in China for a few years already, right?
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah,
that lineage.
this is kind of, we call that natural storage.
Okay. Where?
Not too humid and not too dry.
Not too humid, not too dry.
Right.
I do.
And then the tea been sent to Vancouver and aging for quite a long time.
I think our audience can probably tell that this is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible to go into detail with you, Daniel. There's just so much that we could discuss. We are unfortunately hit the 45-minute mark, where we need to go into our next transition, as we do have some exciting speakers coming up after you. I really regret to cut this conversation short, but did you want to maybe leave some thoughts with the viewers that are watching about pu'ers, about this exploration of old cakes before we say goodbye today?
Oh, sure. So okay, so when people pu'er tea drinkers, that when they're thinking to buy a pu'er or find a pu'er tea for drinking, right? So because the pu'er tea has shou and shen, and shen has different ages, different storage, different tea trees, different recipes. They all different, right? So there's so many different flavor and taste. I would suggest people to get a lot of smaller size of pu'er tea,
Okay.
trying and experiencing all those pu'er teas and find out the one that they like, and then continue learning.
That makes sense.
Right. So because some people, they try the pu'er tea one time, they say, oh, I don't like it because maybe the flavor, the taste, maybe the qualities, right? So just give a more chance, trying different kind of pu'er tea, right? And then people that may find out that pu'er tea is so interesting and so many stories or knowledge behind.
Okay. Yeah, well, definitely. I think that this will be a really interesting. I think all of these conversations are going to turn into this lovely opportunity to go back and explore in a little bit more detail the recordings. There are going to be archived versions of these on YouTube.com. If anybody watching wants to find Daniel, you can find him in Chinatown in Vancouver. ChineseTeashop.com is also his URL. If they want to find him there. And really appreciate you coming on. Ryan, I know we didn't include you in this conversation this much this time. You've been, looks like you've been smiling though, a big smiles in the background there. Did you have any final words that you wanted to throw in there for Daniel before we let him go?
Yeah, I don't think there was anything more beautiful than when you said, you were talking about how tea should be appreciated with your friends and how tea should be appreciated with other people who will enjoy the tea. And that, you know, when you get your hands on a good tea, you're going to drink it.
Yes, right.
And I think that that's probably the one thing that any person like myself, a novice, should seek out, is somebody who loves tea as much as you do and can tell the stories that you can outside of a little 45-minute window, so that you can develop the relationship with you and develop those friendships.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
100%. Thank you so much, Daniel, for coming on. We're looking forward to, I'm sure when this when things settle down, I'll be over to Vancouver to drink some pu'er with you. In the meantime, perhaps we can drink tea together virtually sometime in the future. It would be
You're more than welcome to come and visit. I'd love to see you again.
Wonderful.
And then thank you for everyone that listen, watching, right?
Lovely.
So so maybe we can talk about more about poor teas or tea makings in the future.
Lovely. Thank you so much. You
All
have
right, thank you.
you have a wonderful day.
All right, same to you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So and Ryan, good dialogue with Daniel there. We're just Ryan and I are going to leave everybody here for about 10 minutes, 12 minutes it looks like. And we'll be coming back. Do you have the list there of who's next? I think it's Obubu, but I don't want to say that.
It is, absolutely.
Okay. And then their selections just came in. I don't know, like we had a number of selections that were supposed to arrive last week that arrived today, so it's kind of interesting. But looking forward to having. Oh, you do. You have them. How did that even happen? That's amazing. The team is
delivered to my door.
Wow, that just arrived mid last session. Okay, obviously our volunteers are the most amazing volunteers ever. Okay, Ryan, we'll come back for that 3 p.m. 3 p.m. I think I got it this time. We'll be doing a session with Obubu Tea Farm. We're gonna have George joining us. It looks like George from Obubu, and he does some pretty exciting tours of the tea garden that he's with, and we'll be hearing a little bit more of his stories when he comes on shortly. So we'll be right back. And we are back. We are going to be going live shortly here with George from Wadzuka in Kyoto. I have Ryan Moen here with me. He's the co-director of the Tea Festival. Say hi. Yeah, there he is. Hanging out in James Bay. On. Yeah, microphone is on. Yeah, we are live. We're going to be having a discussion about aracha. From concept to cup. So what is aracha? That's going to be an interesting discussion. So this goes into Japanese teas. We have okay. One moment. We are needing to accept said visitor, George. Okay, George, you're with us.
Ducking around.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you,
I
George.
can't hear you. I've got another camera joining. Could someone else let me in on the other camera?
On the other camera. Okay, all right. One moment there, George. Okay. The other.
Could somebody? I've got another camera.
Yeah, no.
I can't hear you guys at all.
You're gonna have to ask for that invite one more time. It's not coming through. Stephen, do you want to communicate to George that we need him to request
Hello.
that invite again, or to give us the email? Okay. Sorry, everybody. We're just figuring this out.
No. I can't hear you guys. Sorry.
Hold on 1 second.
What's that?
Okay, we are live with George from Wadzuka in Kyoto. Hello, George.
Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing today?
Amazing. Yeah, we also have Ryan Moen in on the call. Ryan, this is your first time meeting George. Me and George had a moment to talk before he came on the show, just to test things out I think last week.
Yeah, last Friday, I think.
That was a genius idea.
We made it happen.
Exactly.
So we're going to be actually having some pretty cool conversations today, or a really cool conversation today on aracha. You want to tell us a little bit about what that's all about, George?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I thought I might start for those people who haven't met a boo-boo yet and don't really know who we are, where we are, what we do, a little bit about where I am right now.
Right.
So Abubu is a very small tea company in the heart of tea production area in Uji, in a town called Wazuka, and we produce a huge amount of tea for such a small farm, and that's partly based on the area we're in and what this area historically produces and is used to producing.
Nice.
So I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about it as we get into the concept of aracha and talk a bit more about that.
And well, for those who don't know, Wazuka, right, is like one of the biggest producers of what is called ujicha in Japan, right? It's Ujitawara and that neighbors Wazuka and Wazuka that are just like, they are the ones that are the sort of the producers of this very famous national denotation, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so Wazuka produces about 50% of all the tea in Kyoto, which is just an astounding number. What a figure.
For certain.
Because this town, that might not, that might sound like, oh, okay, Wazuka produces about 50%, but there's only 3,600 people living in this small town.
So that's, and it's not very hospitable to tea production either, right? Like it is for like old school style, but like this idea of like tractors and machinery that's becoming more and more common, it's not as...
So it's very, very mountainous. So there's like mountains all around. The town itself is based in a valley. It's got a beautiful river running through, and it's pretty much old style. So you can't be driving those automatic tractors or ride on harvesters in the tea fields, because I mean you're gonna fall off. So
yeah, fair enough.
I mean, there's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
So it's everything's harvested with a lot of manpower, a lot of effort, takes time, and driving to the tea fields is always an adventure because it's mountain roads the whole way.
Right.
So yeah, it's pretty fun stuff. So.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It's surprising to, so you're living in Japan. I assume I don't take this the wrong way. I assume you haven't lived there your whole life, but how long have you been in Kyoto, and why Obubu, and I guess then we can talk about Aracha.
Okay, so maybe you can tell I'm originally from the UK. Don't know what gave that away.
Yeah,
but it's
a wild guess.
Yeah, as a Brit, you're born in tea. The first thing you do out of the womb is you get dunked in a cup of tea.
Right.
And initiated the right way.
Right.
And from there,
the breast milk is served with tea, right?
I mean, it is tea.
Right.
That's
yeah.
a common misconception. So
amazing.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you always love tea, but you never know where it comes from. So when I was about 18, I got the opportunity to go to Sri Lanka, and I saw a tea factory.
Oh. We lost you there, George. George?
Hello?
Oh, there we are. Okay, you're back. Okay, sorry.
Back.
So you had an opportunity to go to Kyoto?
No, to Sri Lanka.
Oh, Sri Lanka, sorry.
Sri Lanka, yeah. And then I learned more about tea, and I thought, okay, this is amazing. I got to learn a bit more. Fast forward a bit of time, and I went to India and Nepal and did a Darjeeling tea tasting course, and stayed in Nepal and worked in a tea farm, and then helped teach other farmers how to improve their tea in that area.
Very cool.
And following that, I decided to I had to work in tea. So I was looking for internships to get an international tea education. So from there I found Abubu. Abubu is very easy to find if you're looking for a tea internship.
Right.
And at that point I came on the internship in 2018, and I never left. So I was a full-time staff member from early 2019.
Very cool. Okay. Yeah. That's there's so many different regions in the area. It's interesting that you're going to be talking about Aracha, because I mean, maybe you want to talk a little bit about that. I had a question that relates to that choice to being in Kyoto, and that relationship between Aracha and production in the region. But yeah, you want to maybe take it away and talk to us a little bit about.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to be 100% honest. Full disclosure, I've got a horrible habit of just talking.
Okay.
So please jump in and interrupt. I can talk about tea for a long time.
Yeah. No. Fair enough. Yeah. I guess Mike. So, what is aracha? Let's begin with that. Like, what is? People have heard of sencha. People have heard of.
Yeah.
People have heard of ban. Maybe some have heard of bancha. Maybe some have heard of genmaicha is a popular one out there. Kukicha, karigane. There's so many different teas coming out of Japan, but sencha's got to be one of the most popular ones. But we don't hear aracha talked about in North America for sure. Even in Japan, if you said aracha to most folks, they wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. So, I mean, to talk about aracha, you've got like two things. You have shiagecha, and you have aracha. So shiagecha is tea that's undergone a refining process after the tea has almost been made, and where they sort all of the different components of this made material into sort of leaves, stems, veins, dust, or smaller particles, and you can go deep into that, and it's very fine. But then it's blended to create specific flavors,
right?
And then after that, so blended to create specific flavors, and then you're firing the tea as well.
And these selections we got from you, these are both sencha, or is either one of them aracha?
Yeah. So you've got Sencha of the Spring Sun on the left, which is one that I also have right here, and I'll be brewing that as well.
Cool.
And I just got to say a shout out to one of our previous interns, Karen Wong, who's over in Vancouver, who managed to get those to you.
Amazing, hey? Like they arrived in time. They actually arrived this morning. Like we were blown away.
And actually got hand delivered down a few blocks as well to my location.
Yeah,
so
amazing.
That is like
Thank you.
Stephen and Micah. Oh my goodness, what teamwork!
Team miracles.
Yeah, team. So shout out to our volunteers over here for certain. So your tea was like arrived this morning and is in two different sort of presentation pods. So one in James Bay and one in downtown. So that's amazing. Okay. So I did actually give Ryan some aracha too to kind of show people. This isn't from Kyoto. This is from Fukuoka, but it would get the idea across.
So that's aracha or shiagecha?
I have some aracha.
Okay, gotcha.
Some ara. Okay. So this might be interesting for the viewers. This is a different style than what you're working with there, but it's kind of interesting. Do you have any aracha you can show the audience?
Yeah, 100%. So let me just.
Let's see if we can switch up the cameras so we can get that beautiful close up on those hands.
Yeah, for sure. I will totally do that. Give me one moment, guys. I wish I was more pro. I'm gonna have to go here, and then I'm gonna switch over to you, sir. Let's see it. This is the. Oops. George, which one am I doing? Obubu tea or George for the pin? I think it's George.
I think it's gonna be a Bubu tea.
No, it's the reverse. It's the reverse. There we go. Okay, I got it. Okay. And we are pinned, and the audience can now see you.
So this is our spring harvest of an unshaded sencha.
Okay.
So, although we would call this aracha, this is still sencha. And this is made up of that raw material, the different parts.
Oh, I think we lost ya. Hello.
I can still hear you guys.
Okay.
You're back. It's made up of the different parts, yes?
Yeah, made of the different parts. So we have like the stems here, and we also have these beautiful dark, like glossy leaves as well. So these are beautifully rolled needle-shaped leaves. So it's got all the different parts of the tea in there.
Okay.
And this is really what it is. It's after the first processing, but we haven't separated out any stems, veins, leaf. All the material is there that's been harvested, has been processed, and that's what you've got right there.
Right.
So that is aracha.
It's basically it's the unseparated, unfiltered, it's processed to the point where you can totally drink this, but it's not considered a finished, presentable product from the Japanese perspective. Correct?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think to talk about aracha, maybe I could talk a little bit about shiagecha.
Okay.
Just to frame it for everybody. I think that might help as well.
For certain.
So,
do you want to show us some shiagecha as well while we have this camera on?
So I've got some shiagecha here.
Okay.
So I mean, the difference in them is stark actually, and you can just see it. I mean, the cameras are not going to be so amazing over the internet, but it's amazing we can even do this.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Hmm.
I mean, the difference there, you've got here is the Shagecha on I think everyone's left, and on the other side we've got some, sorry, Aracha on the left and Shagecha on the right. So
Okay.
you can see all the spots of different color of the stems and those veins and little bits from the outside of the stem, that delicate part.
So
that
so
could make Higecha.
so interesting how they separate by color, hey? Like, and they have those electromagnetic machines that can.
Yeah, I
That
mean they have a color sorting is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Color sorting machines, mind-blowing technology. They put like a little waterfall of tea,
Right.
and there's a machine that kind of just shoots out all the different colors that they don't want, and it's programmed to pinpoint precision with air pressure, just pushing out the material into different sections. So it's really cool stuff.
Pretty amazing, hey?
I mean, it's Japan.
Yeah. It's just all that that amazing technology that makes it possible for certain. Okay, so what is the difference between, say, like a sencha and a shiagecha?
So, I mean, there is no difference between sencha and shagecha because shagecha and aracha are overall categories, I would say,
Okay.
like parts of the process. So from there you have aracha after the first processing, and we call this farmer's tea because the farmers can produce this tea, and then it will be sold at auctions, and then it will be bought by wholesalers or shagecha producers who will then buy the raw material, which is aracha, and then they will sort, blend, and fire the tea to create a specific flavor that they're looking for.
Makes sense.
So when you find a shagecha which is using, very high grade sencha, best of the best, then it is like having an orchestra, like playing an incredible symphony in your mouth, and you can taste all of these wonderful things, and you're wondering, which musician is playing that particular instrument, and which instrument are they playing, and how do they learn these things?
Well, how do I make this? So while you're explaining a little bit about the symphony of flavor, Ryan and I can perhaps have that tactile experience at the same time. What is your suggestion for? Should I do the kabuse sencha that was produced?
I mean, I'm gonna let you guys do either way because all of our tea that is
Spring
sencha
Sun.
is shagecha.
Right. Makes sense.
So I'm gonna be brewing some sencha of the Spring Sun. Now this is Aki's favorite tea to produce because it's the hardest tea to produce.
Can you explain who Aki is? Is Aki the?
Aki is our crazy president, and crazy in the best way possible.
Awesome. Okay.
There is theory. My personal theory is that he has matcha for blood.
Matcha for blood. Okay.
Yeah, that's my personal theory.
Okay.
But others are saying that he's actually a tea fairy, and at night he turns back into a tea bush.
Oh, amazing.
So
This is.
I mean, there's a lot of theories flying around, but he's constantly dancing, laughing, making everybody very happy.
That's amazing. That
super funny.
sounds like a
Favorite thing.
rad person.
He's a lot of fun. When you're harvesting with him, he loves to sing Queen songs,
Oh.
classic Queen songs. So
What a character! This is awesome. Okay, so
he's
I have 5.
Ballads.
So
so
I would
three
imagine I put
recommendations.
5 grams, the entire thing in the pot, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
the entire thing in the pot, and you're going to be wanting to brew. I would say the first brew with around 65 degrees Celsius water.
All right.
That's really long leaves.
Yeah, I mean
That-
this is aracha.
Or this is aracha. Okay. It said sencha on it on the
I mean,
package, but
Sencha, it can be sencha. It's shagecha and aracha are just different categories, overall categories.
no, I hear you. I saw the package and I just assumed one, but maybe I wasn't understanding you. That is this the style of the farm that you guys do aracha as your sencha?
Yes.
Okay, that's really interesting. Okay, that's really cool. We worked with a producer once in Nara who did something similar, and one of the guys that we work with in Wazuka, he's kind of vertically integrated, and he does all the processing himself. And it's really been an interesting conversation around aracha, because almost like if you sell this in Japan, there's this fear that people are going to be like, oh, it's not it's not complete. It's not presentable enough. It doesn't look like sencha, and therefore, is this a product that you guys sell? This is how it's sold domestically, or is this something that you've done for the export market? Or
This is our products.
that's amazing.
We sell aracha, farmer's tea,
Yeah.
and we make all sorts of different teas. So, I mean, I'll talk about. So the shiagecha is, when it's done right,
Yeah.
and you have that beautiful orchestra in your mouth, it's incredible to taste all those flavors.
Mm.
But you can liken this to, say, a whiskey or a wine that's been blended, year to year. Also different seasons, but also different areas around Japan. And this can complement each other and create something beautiful. But what's more common is that people are blending teas to cover up the weaknesses of other teas.
Right.
So
Is this single
they are able
cultivar?
Sorry?
Is this single cultivar? Is this a Yabukita?
Yeah, this is Yabukita.
Okay. Very cool. Awesome.
So
Sorry,
all
please
of
continue.
The spring sun is Yabukita.
Okay. Okay. That
So
very cool.
we have an issue then with Shagecha that they're blending the tea, and more often than not they're doing it to hide other flavors, and they're not doing it to enhance the end consumer's experience, which is pretty tough. But if you have a very delicious high quality sencha, then why not drink it on its own?
Makes sense. Yeah.
For the consumer, that's going to be the best thing possible.
So are you suggesting that it can be used to dilute things, but because of the consistency of the taste, you could just, that's why we're tasting it today on its own?
So consistency, I don't know whether I would say consistency, because each tea field is a living environment and a different a micro environment, and the terroir is different for each tea field. So you're going to get specific flavors and characters for each of those regions. Now, traditionally in Japan, way before deep steaming, there was light steaming. Basically, in Japan, we steam our tea to denature the enzymes responsible for oxidation, and this keeps it a fresh green tea. And the first type of steaming that was done was light steaming, and this managed to keep the depth and character of the body of the liquor, whilst also keeping those high flighty aromatics, those serpines, which are so delicious and escape very quickly when you're brewing. Now, Shiagecha has a...
Oh, we lost him again.
No, it'll just be a few seconds, I believe.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
You're saying Shiagecha?
So Shiagecha has a firing process at the end, and this firing process gets rid of those very high notes.
Those grassy
It also
notes.
dullens the flavor a little bit as well, making it more warm. So you're going to get less of those fine, high quality notes in the tea. So if we go back to Aracha keeps those qualities. So it's in the interest of the consumer, if they want to be tasting a really high grade tea the way the farmer made it, not the way that the blender has composed a way to cover up weaknesses in other teas. So
Yeah, makes sense. This is why you call it farmer's tea too, right? Is because it's the tea that they're cupping when the farmers are creating their teas. More often than not, this is the tea that they're drinking, especially when they're making their decisions on whether or not they've had a successful harvest. This is what they're bringing to the co-ops or the auctions to get bidded on, and this is what the otsayasan or the tea companies are purchasing to create their own blends and then finish firing and creating a finished product, right? So it's an interesting relationship that farmers have to aracha, right? Because this is so much more familiar to them and not familiar to anybody else, and it is more unique. It's so much more floral, right? There is a grassy component that I think if you're really not used to it, you can find it borderline unpleasant, in my opinion. But it does depend on the quality of the leaf. If you have really good quality, well-manufactured aracha, that grassy component is just part of that flavor spectrum, right? It's not an overwhelming part of it. And
so that begins, where does that begin?
Right.
Where do you look for that quality? Where do you get that quality? And that's all from the farmer.
Right.
So you're looking in the tea field. Good quality tea is made in the field.
Right.
So we do things a little bit differently. Aki, the crazy president I was talking about, is also our lead farmer.
Right.
And he does things a little bit differently. Where in Japan and in this area, people want to be able to harvest smaller leaf when it's younger in the earlier part to get it to auction as quickly as possible, to get those high auction prices for early tea.
Right.
We do things a little bit different. We want to do a little bit of a deeper trimming, taking more material off the top of the bush
Right.
in the very early spring. And this means we get fewer shoots, so fewer new tea buds. But because they're fewer, the tea bush has more energy to give to each of these tea buds.
Right.
So we get a more characterful cup of tea, and with higher quality and more tea components that are so delicious put into each one of these buds.
Because
so
of that deeper cut.
We're able to then harvest stronger, more tasty buds. There's less of them.
Yeah.
And we can produce a tea with this, which is already a very high quality tea. So that's exactly what this Sencha of the Spring Sun is.
For this Sencha of the Spring Sun, what am I? So I would when I make aracha, I personally do like a minute and 15 seconds or a minute and a half even. Whereas with a sencha, I often do a minute, and I just do a slightly longer extraction for an aracha than I would a sencha. Are you recommending that to me, or what am I doing with this 65 degrees centigrade? Am I, and also the gram to milliliter ratio? Would you suggest 5 grams for 150 mils, or a little bit less, or a little bit more?
So about 5 grams for 150 mils. I mean, this teapot's about 300, and I'm just gonna eyeball it and spill tea everywhere.
I was so excited for this show. I got these teapots from Tokoname, and they just arrived on Friday. I was like, whew, so excited.
It's pretty good timing stuff, guys.
I know, right? Like,
look at his teapot. That's gorgeous.
Isn't that gorgeous? Like, sorry, I have to show this off. I know it's your show, man, but I was just like, whew, look at that. It's like a little 180 milliliter Tokoname. Just blew my mind. I think I'm not supposed to have this little plastic piece on the end, but
just to protect it.
I know. And it kind of helps it pour a little bit, but I don't know. Is it a thing? Should we keep them on?
I'm just gonna grab a cup. I'll be 2 seconds.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So Ryan, I've set mine for a minute. If you can hear me, George,
So
was it a minute?
I would do a minute and a half.
A minute and a half.
All right, minute and a half. I'll trust George on this one.
Okay. George, do you want me to show your hands there, or do you want me to? I should probably move the
Yeah,
camera.
we can do.
Okay.
That'd be beautiful.
And
Yeah,
then
that's
I'll
a
just
gorgeous
toss over
shot.
the top of it.
Okay. Sorry.
I don't know how well we can see that.
I'm actually. It takes me longer than I wish to go to your shot. I'll let you know when I have your hands.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's
Okay.
just brewing, so.
Okay. Your hands are the shot. That's where they are. That camera is the shot as now. Okay. Oh, I'm in it too. There we go. Close up of you brewing tea. That's what's happening. Okay. There's my minute and a half.
So something you can also do is when you're brewing tea like this, you can kind of eyeball it. So I'm using a style of kyusu, a kyusu Japanese teapot, a style of kyusu called a futonashi kyusu.
Right.
And that literally means no lid. So it makes it very easy to see the tea you're brewing and when it's going to be ready to pour.
Awesome.
And what's that going to look like?
So what we're looking for is that change in color, and this is something that comes with a little bit of time and experience with brewing, but you want the leaf to be unfolding about 60% before we then pour the tea. So that's kind of the goal. And you guys must be drinking a lot of tea today.
Yeah, I'm a little like.
How are you guys dealing with this caffeine content?
Well,
Yeah,
we're not.
see, I'm not accustomed to it, so I'll be buzzing.
We're still on speaker number 4, so we've only had like 5 cups of tea so far. So what do you think? Am I gonna do? You choose my cup, George. Should I go Should I go old school, on my right, your left there, or should I go?
I would go glass.
You would go glass. This is like.
Yeah.
You know, this is like Glencairn glass. This is like one best whiskey glass in the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like a whiskey glass.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna do it. Whiskey glass it is. My buddy Pedro over at 05T, he used to do all his tea service in wine glasses for a bit there. It's pretty fun times. especially with these.
We're using these glass cups as well, and we want to make sure that we're able to see the beautiful tea.
Show
And
that.
something else that you often get with shagecha is that 70% of all the shagecha is produced. 70% of all the shagecha is, a lot of it is deep steam tea. And if we've got deep steam tea, we're looking at Kagoshima and Shizuoka in comparison. So those guys, when you have a tea from that area and you brew it, then you have a low transparency in the liquor itself. So we can see, I mean, you can see directly behind, like, this is super clear tea, and you guys have got it in front of you as well.
Very clear.
And very clean, very clear.
Like
you can see.
Keep going. Sorry. Yeah.
So, if you leave shagecha, then there's a murkiness that sinks to the bottom of the cup after a while, and you don't get this with lighter steam teas like this one. So, this light steam teas keeps those high tea alcohols for a longer period of time. So it's able to get better storage as well because of the cell structures a little bit better because of not having that last firing.
Less fragility. You know, so this is the question that I had in my head when you were going to talk about aracha. So when we visited farms in Fukuoka, they're always like, oh, those people in Kyoto, they don't know what they're doing. They're not steaming enough. And when I go to Kyoto, they're often like, oh, those deep steamers. They don't have any respect for that leaf. They're breaking it apart to the point where you can't taste anything, and you can't taste that sort of like originality. And so there's this back and forth that I find really, I'm of the opinion that it's all good. Like it's a terroir thing at that point, right? Like. It's okay. But this idea that you chose Kyoto, like you could have gone so many different places in the country. There's lots of interesting larger production regions. Obviously, Kyoto is very renowned. Like when we think Japanese tea, Kyoto is but the biggest producer of Japanese tea in the country is Shizuoka, right? So it's not a volume choice that you made there.
No.
But also what's interesting is that Arachan and the finished product in Kyoto is often very close, right? Like a lot of people what I mean by that is this idea of being against or for finish firing. This idea of cooking the leaves at the end. Like in Kyoto, the style seems to be, even when you are selling a sencha, it's way less toastiness. There's less like nuttiness. There's a big focus on that, that grassy flavor not being grassy. This is floral. This is good. This is something that I should be doing, right? And yeah, I find it so interesting to do aracha in a region where there's a pushback against finish firing in general. At least what I've been seeing.
Well, I think we're talking about finish firing, and you often get a drop in those higher notes, those more vegetal. High sweetnesses that you can get in it when you do a final firing.
Right.
And to keep it and to preserve these things, you need to do not just without a final firing, but a few other things, like to be able to keep this tea so fresh, bright and delicious. We want to make sure that we're doing a very light steaming in the processing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our own factory and we produce our own tea, and we use very old machines that are about 30 years old.
Wow.
So these machines are very gentle on the leaves. They're quite small, and the size of the tea leaf hasn't changed, but the size of the machines they use for producing the tea has changed, and this has a different effect on the leaf. So if we want to achieve very high quality, very refined tea with great character, we want to be able to coax that out of the leaf as much as possible. If we're using bigger machines that are often much more rough with the leaf, well, these have been designed for larger harvests, where they harvest lower grade material and they harvest much more material from the same area. So at this point, it needs to be a bit more rough to be able to break that down a bit more.
What level of like batches are you putting through these machines? Are we talking like
30.
Like 30 kilograms. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's there are some factories that specialize in gyokuro production, for example, and they're going to be going into those like much smaller amounts. But it's
Yeah,
true.
definitely.
It's normal, really a lot more normal. Like I remember visiting Aichi. In Aichi, there's not many people know that the biggest producer of matcha in the country is in was it Nishio? It's in Aichi Prefecture, and it used to be actually included in the map of Ujicha. Like it was even though it wasn't even in Kyoto Prefecture, it was considered an Ujicha, and it was interesting that farmers couldn't pull their own unique blends for their matcha production because there was just the requirements for these factories, the sheer volume that they needed for you to be able to produce your teas was just way higher than they could ever hope to produce. Like 300 like sometimes it was like 300 kilograms minimum to put through these larger factories. So it's actually, I don't know, for our viewers watching, like this is a really awesome and unusual situation that Obubu has going on, right? Like to be able to produce and process smaller batches is something that I think a lot of farmers wish they could do and are not able to. So you get a lot of flexibility and creative room at Obubu then to be able to sort of taste the results of that year's harvest a lot more cleanly than if you were forced to blend with other people just to be able to use the factory that's nearest to where you're producing.
So I'm going to bring the crazy president up again. Not only is he the farmer, but he produces all the tea too. So after he finishes a day of harvesting, he's then like a very long 1 hour break to have dinner at sort of 5 to 6 p.m. Before he jumps into the factory. And in springtime, he's there until 3 a.m. to finish the processing before he's up at 5 to go and start doing the harvesting again.
Wow.
So
it's just tea fairy dust in a cup.
Exactly. So 6 weeks straight in the springtime, he's doing that, and it's really impressive stuff.
That's amazing.
So we're very lucky to be able to have our factory. We manage all our own gardens, so we're able to control the moment it's planted to the moment we're drinking this cup of tea now, wherever you are in the world. Like we've been able to control as much as possible how this tea has been produced.
And
it's a really special thing.
And made a very purposeful decision to stay as close to that raw space, like the aracha, literally like rough tea, right? Like to be able to produce teas this way with intentfulness is really, really nice. This is lovely. There's a very herbaceous quality to it. It's very clean. I'm finding that I really want to taste your 2020 harvest because as beautiful as it was to get these, that it is the 2019, and I feel like I would get a little bit more out of them. But even that being said, like even when I put that on the table, that I wasn't able to get your freshest because it's delicious. Like it's a nice, gentle. I often find that when I do have an aracha, it can be a little bit on, pardon the pun, on the rough side, right? So, and it's kind of.
I think it depends on the quality of the aracha you're getting, because not all aracha has been designed to drink as aracha.
Okay.
So most aracha is, raw material for shiagecha to blend and to sort and blend and fire and create those flavors that people are looking for. So from the moment these tea bushes are planted, they're designed to be at that point aracha. Then that's the final product for us.
That's what you want on the table. So the yabukita that you're growing, and that is there something that obviously I don't want to like unveil any trade secrets here, but like is there like to be able to achieve that? Is it more like at that end of the process of putting it through the factory, there's that brick sort of cooking process that's not really the same as finish firing, but there's like a slight like reduction of moisture just to finish the product at the very end. Is that like hotter, or is it just you just go with like fairly standard production techniques for that very?
So in the factory, what tends to happen in regular tea factories in Japan, we have for producing sencha, this beautiful needle shape we have here. We're looking at how we can make that beautiful needle shape and reduce the moisture just enough.
Right.
So in most factories, the moisture content is going to be a little bit higher at the shaping machine than we do. We do things a little bit hotter in the shaping machine just to take out that extra bit of moisture.
Right. Okay.
So when we reach the final product in the final dryer, we're drying for about half an hour at 100 degrees Celsius, and this is going to drop that final product to about 4% moisture content.
What you need for the finished product.
Yeah. So other producers that are not producing to sell aracha, but they're producing to sell it for shiageja, they're going sort of 5% is the industry standard.
Right, makes sense. Yeah, and that's actually aracha that I've had in the past has been reduced to a 5% moisture content. So there's always something that's a little bit like mellow about it. It's also what I find interesting is oftentimes I'll have the aracha from a particular. Like this often happens when I'm having it with tencha, where I'm tasting the ara tencha, like for matcha production, and there's this interesting, I guess, flavor loss that happens when it's brought over to a shiage tencha, when it's ready for milling into matcha. And part of that is like you talked about this a little bit already, is like when you curb those aromatics, you're definitely you're reducing something. You're losing a little bit of the grassiness, but you're also losing like those aromatics, that floral quality, and
losing the character of the tea.
Yeah,
because it's then designed to be blended and to create a flavor from that.
Which has always been
you're losing a part of that.
Which is a Wadzuka perspective, right? Because there's also like the perspective that by doing that, you're unleashing other qualities of the tea that perhaps you wouldn't be able to taste because they were covered by the flavors here. I love what I taste out of Kyoto. I think it's amazing and it's so delicate. And I would hate to choose between the two. I think that it's easier to love teas that are fired a little bit deeper, and I think it takes a little bit more development and exploration to understand just how amazing the teas from Wadzuka are, but they are incredible. And this is a really good what you've sent us, I think, is a really good representation of the region, and it's even more interesting because it's aracha,
I think I can see that we're starting to run out of time there, so I just want to put in a disclaimer that I don't hate shiageja.
That's awesome.
I love shiageja. It's delicious, you know, but I just want to bring the contrast in there of what these two products are.
Yeah, it's amazing
what they bring. I just feel like I have to drop that in there.
Yeah, and I think we all can hear that from you. I think it's just such a creative and interesting path for the tea. You know, we do like you said, we are running low on time. We have about 2 minutes left. I wanted to get your kind of words there, but also Ryan, did you have any other quick questions for George before we go, or did you have some thoughts as well?
No, I think you've done such a great job at it. Yeah, not necessarily opposing a process, but just finding something that you can do well and really loving it. And obviously the people you work with are the people that inspire you to continue doing that. And I mean, obviously that's tasted in your tea. Your tea is fantastic. It's now like it's world renowned. We're all talking about it. And I just think that the part of it that's the most amazing is your process, and talking about how you treat the plants from the very beginning to produce that. And it's not just, well, we're lucky. It has a lot to do with the love that you put into it.
Yeah, for certain.
Designed love.
Designed love. Amazing. Yeah, very intentful, very beautiful.
The packets you've just received are actually part of something that we've just launched. So not the brown packet. The brown packet's the top secret one.
Oh, top secret.
Aaron sent to you guys.
Oh, okay.
That's some caboose that's pretty delicious.
I'll hide it under the counter.
The other one.
Yeah.
The Ryan was just showing. Yeah, that one. So this is part of something that we're doing, which is the online tea tours.
Okay.
So we like to show people around Abubu, take them to the tea fields, into the mountains, and do a tasting for them, and share our passion for our delicious tea town with them.
How do they find you? They go to Obubu Tea?
Yeah, obubutea.com. And if you go to services, you can see that there's online tea tours. So we actually ship packages of tea to you in advance of these tea tours. So you're then able to taste alongside us. So like we're drinking and tasting tea now, we take you through all of it. And
Oh, that's
it's a
amazing.
really
That is
awesome
so
way
cool.
to experience tea and come to Japan all in the space of 90 minutes.
Wow. So you can do this
Brilliant.
virtual tour
Yeah, 100%.
during the pandemic. You can have an opportunity to visit a tea garden virtually and drink tea along with the person taking you on the tour. That's amazing. Well, I encourage everybody watching to definitely.
Factory and in our tea room as well. So.
Wow, very cool. Yeah, that's exciting. I feel like it's something that I would love to do. That is really, it's been really amazing having you on the show today, George. You're the fourth speaker today, and so far it's just been each session has been so interesting. Those watching right now, if this is the archive version, there's going to be the show split into different sections on YouTube. Those who are just tuning in, we were just speaking with George from Obubu Tea. We're going to take a short break here, pretty quick, and we'll be back at 4 p.m. But I just wanted to express gratitude to you, George, for making the time to come on and to get us these teas and to have this opportunity to taste them. I really impressed with what I'm tasting today. I think it's really good. Not that, I don't know. I don't want to say that as if I'm like an end all be all at all. But I
You
love.
made us happy.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know how to express that more simply. I'm such a wordy individual. Thank you very much. You have made us happy. Thank you, Ryan. That's a good way to say it.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for inviting me on today. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Cool. All right. You take care, man.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, Ryan. So we are.
You're not quite alone yet.
Not quite. Oh, sorry. Ryan, we are now we're alone. I kind of got those last words from George there. So we're going to take a short break here. We will be back at 4 o'clock. Who do we have on next? Do you want to let the viewers know?
All right, let's take out the hard copy. Tikan Tea by Claudia Tse from Vancouver. This is going to be great. This is our first time meeting, and so we're just hoping for the best because this is where it gets its most exciting. It's where we get to explore tea with new friends.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. So we'll see you again at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thanks so much.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. we're sorry, I wasn't quite live there. We're joined by Claudia Tse with Tican in is that, I'm pronouncing that correctly, in Vancouver. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Amazing. And Claudia, I'm Jared. I've never actually met you before, but I'm co-hosting the Victoria Tea Festival Revival with my good friend and the co-director of the International Tea Appreciation Society, Ryan Moen.
Vancouver. Okay.
Hi there. How you doing? I'm Ryan. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you. Let me see if I can, because I haven't been able to see you both. Let me see.
Well, we got a great picture of you.
We do, yeah. Awesome. There we go. There's a little bit of an echo on your side. Do you have the show playing on your side there?
No, I actually stopped it. I think it should be fine now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can kind of hear my voice coming through your microphone, but it's all good.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Let's see if I can see you. Let me see.
Okay.
Are we live now?
We are live we are so live. Yeah. Sorry, Claudia.
Well.
maybe you could explain a little bit about TCAN to our viewers.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for having me here as one of your hosts to talk about tea. TCAN is actually fairly new tea company, especially compared to all the other participants you have. And we're basically a small online tea venture based in Vancouver. And the last tea festival in Vancouver in March was our first appearance in the tea scene.
Okay.
We started this TCAN and we only have one product. Do I have it? Yes, we only have one product, which is we call the exploration kits. And inside we have 5 single origins tea for people to just taste. So we don't actually let people choose what tea they have. They have to have the kit. And then
oh wow, that's cool.
The result is actually quite interesting. People are like, oh, I haven't really. Well, I had oolong before, but I never had oolong like this. So it kind of get people out of their comfort zone. And we also focus on single origin tea because it's we feel like there's a lot of nuances that
are lost.
A tea blend that you might not be able to get. So that's how we come up with this this concept.
That's interesting. Yeah, I have a small company that does matcha, but one of the things that I've always found really useful is this idea of just not giving, not if you give too much choice, then there's this opportunity for teas to get old because they might be outside of the person's comfort zone. Whereas if you're just like, this is a genre, here's my genre. If you like oolongs or if you like crimson teas or you like green teas, this is the tea that I'm gonna give to you. And then there's just so much more opportunity for them to try new things, hey? And then it just makes for I think also you get a chance to really express what you're excited about, right?
Exactly. And also you don't feel the pressure of buying like a whole full-size pack and end up you didn't like it and then it's gonna be a waste. So hopefully we just launched our volume 2 in October and we have to say we are very happy that we sold out our online version.
Oh wow. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations. And then we're gonna be working on version 3. And that's why we always talk about we want people to explore tea, and that's why today I kind of want to focus on how we can taste tea, not just by drinking it, and because that's actually how you should be using all your 5 senses.
Right.
And so and also in the kombucha style, but I'm not saying that I'm a kombucha like expert, especially you have like Daniel, you have Olivia, all the tea master.
Yeah,
but I think what we are showing here is even people don't have to be a master to use kombucha style. But
totally.
Do you guys use kombucha style? I'm sure you do all different styles.
We at Jaga Silk we're very empirical. So I often kind of inspired by kombucha style. I'll have like particular settings, but I end up weighing the water and weighing the tea, and I use a temperature variable kettle, and I get very scientific with the extraction ratios. But what I find so intriguing and fascinating about Gongfucha style is that it's so personal and it's so introspective, and it's such an opportunity to explore yourself. And so I do, when I drink tea, when it's not for like a wholesale customer sort of brewing standards, I end up going into this more personal style. And I you know, every tea obviously has a different way that it likes to be expressed. But we didn't get any of your teas, unfortunately, today for us to drink with you. It's too bad, you know. It's all good, but I do have some teas that we could join. We have some Phoenix Mountain Oolongs that might be a good candidate to drink along with you, and maybe we could just get you won't know what we're tasting, and we won't know what you're tasting, but that's okay. I think people that are watching could sort of choose a tea that is there a particular tea you think that would be more conducive to this? Do you think that I have a Bashan? It's a 144-year-old tea tree.
Wow! I actually want to taste your tea now.
No. It'd be really cool to just like make that and like have you guide us through because you want to talk to us about how to taste the tea, right? So maybe there'd be a new experience. Do you think this teapot will work? It's a little Japanese kyusu. It holds about 180. Or do you think I should use something more like this, more in the Chinese style?
No, I think you can just. I think even with a kyushu, you can do the same. It's more of the steps and how you slow down and use your senses. So don't become constrained. Even if you only have a mug at home, you're welcome to try this type of brewing because it's really how you interact with the tea. It's not what you have. So let's start. So what I have here is a very interesting tea. I'm not sure if you guys can see it.
Okay.
It's Bilochen, a green tea from. This one is from Yunnan, but its origin is from Suzhou. It's very famous in Suzhou. It's a very interesting green tea because I chose it because a lot of it's in our second tea kit. A lot of customers actually was shocked after they taste it because it tastes very different from a lot of green tea. So I have to send it to you. And because it has very not just vegetable, but it actually smells and tastes like vegetables. Like my partner Janice, when we first do the tea tasting, she was like, "Oh, I can taste bamboo shoot."
Yeah. That's cool. So should I be doing a green tea with you? I have a Yunwu. Should I do like a Yunwu alongside you, or just I know it's not the same thing, but it might be.
Yeah, any tea, it's fine.
Okay. Just trying to decide. Okay. All right. You know what? We'll do the Bashan. We'll do the Phoenix Mountain. Okay, we're gonna do the Phoenix Mountain because I think that's what Ryan has prepared. So, okay. All right, we're ready for you. So, how much? Oh, sorry, you take over. What am I doing? I'm.
I think that you get really excited when it comes to brewing tea.
Yeah.
Before you actually brew it, definitely look at the tea leaves because I find, especially like for this one, it's curled by hand. It's just a very weird way because it's not a very usual way.
Right.
So I think the first sense you should use to appreciate it is to look at the craftsmanship. Like there's so many different shades, there's so many different variety, and the color is very interesting. So this first sense definitely it's sight. And then I have my water, and then we'll actually heat up the tea vessels. I'm sure you do that with yours too.
Yeah.
Just that we don't have a very drastic temperature change when we brew it.
Okay.
And for kombucha style, we use this little gaiwan. People might be a little bit intimidated, but I actually find it's very versatile and easy brewing vessel to use because it's you might burn your finger for the first few times, but it's just so versatile and nice to use. And like a lot of Chinese, like we have a special name for this. This is actually called the San Cai Bei, which is like I don't know how to directly translate, but basically it means that there's this lid is the sky, the cup is the person, and the saucer, it's the ground. So you kind of have like everything in harmony, in balance when you use this.
That's very cool. I've never heard that before. What is the word?
San Cai Bei.
San Cai Bei.
Yeah, san is 3, cai is like probably the 3 elements, bei is the cup.
Okay, that's really cool.
And pour the hot water into this. This is called the fair cup. For people who don't know, is that so if you actually have different party drinking tea with you, putting the cup in the fair cup first is that so that everybody gets the same tea. So you don't get the first bit of the tea that's maybe a little bit less stronger, so everyone get fair amount and taste.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And next, I will actually put the tea leaf in the warmed gaiwan.
Okay.
And then you should smell them. Smell the dry tea leaves.
Okay, I did my rinse. I was bad. Okay, all right. I should have smelled before I did that. What was I thinking? Okay.
Wow, actually really, like for this one, it's, even though I've been drinking it, but it's just so different from normal green tea. So it's very sweet. And
I really want to try your biluochun. Or how do I say it?
Biluochun. And there's so many different English translations. I think the nicest one would be the emerald, spring spiral.
Okay.
And it also has another nickname. It's actually called the shocking fragrance.
The shocking fragrance.
Yeah, because it's just like I can see that why it is called that, because you just not expecting something like this from a green tea.
Isn't the legend that somebody died from the aromatics? It was so amazing.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's some. I'd heard a legend about biluochun with that story behind it. I thought it was really awesome.
Really? Someone actually died from that?
I'm sure it's just mythological, but you never know. You know, they might have been so enamored by the aromatic, they were like, ah!
Yeah. Maybe it's so good that you feel like you're dying. Right?
Yeah, totally. Maybe it was metaphorical.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. It's a dangerously good tea.
It's a dangerous, yes. But I find that it's not for everyone, because for example, oolong is definitely a crowd pleaser. Like many people like oolong.
Right.
Because it's actually quite an easy tea to drink. Mm-hmm. But for this one, especially, like some people will say, "Whoa, I love it. I never had this." Some people are like, "I'm not so sure this is the kind of flavor I look for in a tea." So it's and I think having this tea kit also gives us the opportunity to let people venture out, because they don't know whether they like it or not. And I think it's okay if you don't like it. I don't expect people to say, "Oh, all the 5 tea I love," because that would be nice. But it's but people will say, "Okay, I might not like it, but because I taste it, so it kind of adds to my tea dictionary. So I know that I can talk about biluochun with my friend."
You could have a slogan for your project. You could call it yes tea can.
Yes.
It would work. So this is okay. So you're making it with really hot water, I would assume. Is that not, like, biluochun is such a delicate green tea? I've always thought that the gongfu cha style is not really conducive to it. Aren't you going to bring out too many astringents and bitters and stuff, or is that?
No, actually, we do vary the temperature. Even though we gongfu cha style, it doesn't mean we always use boiling water.
Okay, cool.
It's good that I actually have a temperature control. For biluochun, usually it's 80 degrees, but for this one, I used 90 because it's a variety from Yunnan, the Assamica version, which is like a big leaf version.
Right.
So it's a lot more robust than the Sinensis cultivar. So we actually tested it, and then we feel that higher temperature actually brings out the aroma. But the beauty of gongfu cha style is that you don't infuse it for like minutes. It's always like 10 seconds or maximum 1 minute, so that you don't actually bring out all the bitterness, astringency. It's always the goodness of the tea. And the next senses I actually want to mention is really the hearing, like your because it's not a lot of people pay attention to that, but I enjoy it when the kettle is boiling, or when you're actually pouring from the gaiwan to the fair cup, or from the fair cup to your teacup. Like it's just it helps you bring you like into the present. Because I think I'm not sure if you guys are into meditation.
Yeah, definitely.
But actually, by trying not to think about things, clear my mind, I actually have more thoughts coming through, which is kind of like not doing what is intended. But I find that actually doing like a gongfu cha style tea, it's just to focus on the senses, helps calm me down, and because I'm so focused on here.
From a passive meditation to an active meditation.
Exactly. Yes.
And I love that's the idea around when you're introducing people to new teas, is that you have to be present. Otherwise, you're just comparing it to what you know. Like you said, oolong, and then you're like, well, this isn't it. But you're offering these people, yeah, this is new.
Yes, exactly. And also that's why we don't have like a tea kit every month, because we want people to take their time to, and also for us to have time to actually source and taste the tea. So we usually have, like last time we the first one was in March back in the Vancouver Tea Festival, and this one is in October. So we have a gap so that people can just take their time to enjoy the tea.
Very cool.
So the next would be definitely look at how beautiful the color is. The first infusion definitely is a lot lighter. And I sound like a Kung Fu Cha advocate here, but I think this style of brewing really allow us to taste the change in different infusion. And also the best brew is usually not the first infusion. Like in my personal experience, is more like the third, the fourth, when the tea leaves is more like are more open.
Right.
So kombucha style kind of like let you. It's like peeling off an onion, like one layer after another layer, and then you get a little bit of a difference in the tea. So, well, cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, awesome.
Cheers.
Okay, I taste bamboo shoot here, Janice. You would be proud of me if you watch.
I'm obviously drinking a different tea from you, but I really like this idea of, like they talk about different sound textures, and like, when you're pouring different temperatures of water, they make different sounds, and the boiling of water, and it's so therapeutic to put one liquid into another cup, and then even the sound of like when you're drinking it for your own ears, and it's very, like you're saying, it's very centering. Hey, it's a very grounding. I don't know if grounding's the right word for but like it's like almost like a spiritual reset where you get to just kind of.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something along the line of mindfulness, because everybody talks about like practicing mindfulness, and I think tea brewing, not necessarily Kung Fu Cha style, is that when you're actually focused on brewing your pot of tea, you get that without actually trying. So that's why people please try more and try more loose leaf tea. I think from tea bag, you have the convenient, but loose leaf tea, I'm sure you guys agree as a tea people that it gives you a lot more to taste. And also one of the senses people might not think about is the touch sense when you're drinking tea. Like what do you mean by touch? But just what I always explain it to people, when you in chocolate commercial, people it's always talk about how smooth the chocolate is. It's not about how tasty it is.
Right.
So it's really the texture, the mouth feel from the chocolate, and in our case from the tea, that gives you that satisfaction.
Right.
And this tea lotion is actually a little bit thicker because it's the Assamica variety. So you have almost like a syrupy sweetness kind of linger in your mouth. So if you like this vegetable sweet taste, you will really find this treat intriguing.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to seek out your bilucha. Now I really want to know what it is that you're tasting. Quite interested. Like I want to taste bamboo shoots. I want to taste vegetalness. I want to taste this. This is really interesting.
Yeah, but I have to stress that also, because a lot of customers mentioned they were like, oh, I cannot taste. Like, how come I cannot taste that many different flavor? Like, is there something wrong with me, or is that something? But I also need to say that it's very personal, because sometimes some of the flavor you might not have. It depends on what you're exposed to. So if you've been exposed to a lot of different flavor, you might be able to pick up easier. And also, I've been reading a book lately. I'm not sure. Have you guys heard of this book?
A Nerd's Eye View. That looks awesome.
It is awesome.
That's
so basically,
great.
it's it talks about how it really gets scientific because this author, it's like a scientist in taste.
Okay.
Also happened to be a tea lover. So she was saying that not everybody is born with the same number of receptors. Some people get more.
Right.
So that they can detect this. I don't think I am the one that can taste like all the very delicate nuances in tea or food. So don't feel bad. You're not because you're not experienced, you're not exposed to a lot of stuff. It's just that we are kind of born that way.
Sure.
And right. So it's but it's at the end of the day, it's whether I think another friend of mine, tea friend of mine, like to him, the tea only have two categories in terms of like taste, is like good or bad.
Right.
So he's like, oh, this is a good tea, I like it. This is bad, I don't like it. I think that's actually enough, right?
Yeah, it's
whether it resonates with your heart, right?
Exactly. So it's yeah. I don't want people to, and that's why in our kit we don't actually describe a whole bunch of flavor, and because we don't want people to feel that it's intimidating or whether if they cannot taste it, because it's so very personal. And sometimes their feedback is some taste that I couldn't even pick up. So it's very interesting to see what everybody is tasting.
We had a quick question from the chat room, just wondering who the author of that book is.
Oh, the author is Virginia. Let me try to, or I can actually send it to you.
Perfect.
Can you see that, Ryan?
Yeah.
Lovelace.
We got it.
Yeah.
I saw Lovelace.
Do you know what I'm most curious about is that we're appreciating the subjective relationship between tea. Do you find that when you're drinking tea that there's days of the week, because the more we can take time and the more we can actually just like, again, listen to the tea, do you find that like weekends or days off or weekdays that you have a different appreciation or relationship with your tea?
Well, I definitely find that because on weekdays usually you don't have that much time, so you don't get that deep relationship. But I actually, for me, it's I usually drink because I'm lucky and unlucky. I don't feel the effect of caffeine, so I can drink it anytime. So it's usually for me it's the nighttime. But I would say the weekend I tend to have more time like this to just set it up. But for kombucha style or any style of tea, I like people like for I don't think that it has to be like an hour. That it's very simple. You can see and like I said, you can just use it as a mug. What about you? Do you have like a different ritual or preferences when it comes to tea brewing?
Well, not even tea brewing, but I find that like I hardly enough. I drink coffee in the morning. It's kind of the mule. It gets me out of bed. But then when I want to share space and time with friends, it's tea, because it's the elegance of sharing those notes and holding that space and like holding that time as opposed to just taking it down, because I do feel the effects of caffeine. So I find that like, yeah, giving ourselves that space and time with friends is when I drink tea the most. So it's always associated so lovely. And yeah, the more time that I can have with it, obviously the more time I'm spending with friends. So it's interwoven for me.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think to try to do it more with yourself. Like I find that like with friends definitely, because when we have tea, it almost seems like the time just passed by so quickly. Because last time we had a little small gathering, the three of us, we were like, I was thinking maybe 2 hours, but like 5 hours later, we were still chatting and having tea. So I think, like you said, tea really gives you that connection. But I think you should also do it more with yourself, because it's really a really good way to reflect on thoughts and just some me time, right?
There's a spiritual component. It's also very intimate. Like you can have it as with somebody that you really care for, and just having like a cup of tea together and finding that space together is really beautiful as well. I drink a lot of matcha, and for my work it's a lot of cupping. So I'm drinking a lot of tea to kind of taste for flavors and choose the next selection and things like that. But I always find it so refreshing to just kind of sit down with a tea and really, like, just really be with it and really like spend some time with it, and not just like, okay, you know, taste this one, taste this one, taste this one, taste this one, taste this one. Okay, this one's good. Okay, I'm gonna explore that one later. You know, it's a very kind of a catalog making style. And we're also like, we try to be minimalist, so we don't bring in very many teas at all, but we do drink a lot of tea just to get to that place. And so there can be kind of a, not a franticness, but there can definitely be a more of a, almost a utilitarian element to the tea drinking experience. And it's so nice to be able to just kind of sit back and like have like a gong fu cha style, or like to like just hang out with like, one of the things that I learned, we're gonna have him on the show later on, is from a good friend of mine named Charles in Quebec. And we were visiting him, and we pulled over at a gas station because I was gonna. It sounds like a drug deal, but I was gonna switch cars. I was gonna switch cars to my sister who was picking me up. Anyway, him and my wife and I were all in the car, and he has brought a thermos with him. He pulls out his camera bag, and he has like beautiful kyusu, beautiful like delicate teacups, beautiful like amazing tea that he's brought with him. And he's got this thermos controlled to the right temperature that he prepared before he left. And I was just blown away. And this is something he does all the time when he's out when he's out doing his herbal farming. He takes these moments and he specifically makes this space. And he doesn't just bring things that can, you know, that don't break easily, and things that are just like very like easy and fast. He purposefully brings an experience with him where he can create that. And so I'm so inspired by that. Now I bring like beautiful teapots with me when I go traveling, and we've done trips down to the US where we're like, you know, making tea in the back of the car, or like on the ferry, or like on the plane even, or just in like really random places outside. And it's just it's so nice to bring that with you and to just like create these spaces where you can just really spend some time with the tea. It feels so beautiful. Like there's something really inspiring about creating that atmosphere and really spending some time with tea, you know?
Yeah, I really admire that, because we like bringing tea with you is something we do all the time. It's like I can't tell people like enough how easy it is. To just travel with your tea. Like I do it with when we go hiking, we have a picnic lunch, and then we just break out this travel set. It's like you said, it just kind of instantly transforms the whole experience. And I don't know why tea just seems to have that magic to kind of like set this very peaceful environment, and then people would just always be in this very happy bubble almost when we're having tea. Yeah, definitely.
So much joy.
I'm just gonna note that you're not the first person to mention magic when it comes to tea. And I mean, there's something unquantifiable that has, you know, buzzed everybody to watch, but also to come and host with us. And I think that's the part that we hope we'll never get to the bottom of, is the endless nature of magic with tea, because it does just hold that space for everybody.
It's and the number of tea, like I don't think in my lifetime, I'm sure actually that we will be able to taste all the tea.
Impossible, yeah.
And,
it changes every year too, right? And every moment.
Yeah, I love this type of and I found that the tea community, everybody is very generous in terms of sharing their products, their knowledge, and their time is set like for me as well, because when I have tasted good tea, I really want to share with people, and also so that I can have more space to buy new tea. So it's like I found that this is a very interesting quality of tea people. I'm not sure if you agree, is there's just so much sharing in the community.
Totally. Yeah, I found, you know, it's some people are a little bit more wary than others, but for the most part, I would say that's the case, that there's just a lot of sharing and community in the tea industry for certain. I'm really grateful. Like it was amazing how quickly like we reached out, and the volunteers for the tea festival and I and a number of us were just like reaching out to these different potential speakers, and the response was just so amazing. We actually had more people willing to talk than the slots available. It was it was amazing. You know, so we were just really blown away. And I don't think that that's all pandemic. I think that's just people wanting to be a part of this and wanting to share and wanting to talk about this, this gift. So
yeah, and I think also because tea is such a, how should I say it? It's a very popular. Everybody drinks tea basically, like even whether they like tea or not, they drink tea. But it seems like the impression for tea is still very stereotype.
Okay.
Like tea and like their perception is, oh, this black cup of tea that I drink in the morning when I need like a kick, a caffeine kick, and if I can't drink coffee, and a lot of people's perception for tea is like that. So I think for people that's been tasting really delicious tea like us, we have that urge to kind of help change people's perception. Because one of the experience in festival is a daughter brought her mom along to the tea festival to taste tea, so they came over to our booth, and we were actually brewing oolong at that time. So the mom was like, no, I only drink black tea, I don't like oolong. So the like us and then her daughter, no, you're at the tea festival, you should try. So she was like reluctantly, okay, fine. She tried, and then you can see that like something just clicked, and then her eye just kind of opened up, and then, whoa, this is how oolong tastes. I think I like it. So I think we have it's our responsibility to
yeah, totally.
tell people, come on, like whatever you drank in the past, like from a tea bag or I shouldn't say anything bad about tea bag, but it's just that, and also because when you're in a cafe, like a coffee shop perhaps, you order tea, they don't really brew it, they just kind of put boiling water and then let it sit there. And then it's just not really doing tea the justice.
Totally. Yeah, it needs room to spin with convection currents. And
exactly.
Yeah,
so I just feel very strongly that we need to, okay, people there's just a little tweak, even with a tea bag. You just brew it for 2 minutes, take it out, it will taste a lot better
than if you over extract. Yeah, and I think that's I mean, I often tell people that the big sort of, there's like 3 major barriers between you and a good tea, and one of them is definitely technique. So like boiling water when it shouldn't be boiling, or not boiling water when it should be boiling, or a number of things. It can be the extraction time, the weight of the amount of tea you use, the amount of water. Like there's just so many variables there. But there's also, even before it even gets to your plate, a lot of the time the tea is so old, right? So it's confirming that the tea, because tea is a perishable good, but it's not always treated this way, right? Like it's often thought of as this thing that's just going to stay good forever, but so much vibrancy is lost. I mean, sure, our old tea cakes, pu'er and stuff, like there's some old teas that just get better with age, but for matcha and for a lot of the Japanese tea selections out there, definitely that's not the case. And so storage plays a major role in the flavor, but also purity, right? Like I think that it's really like, I think there's a place, and there's some really amazing creativity that happens with scented teas, but scented teas, especially when it's with essential oils, have not been really that exciting for me, because I'm so excited by the amount of work that farmers put into creating really interesting selections. And I think it's so interesting to be able to taste like terroir, and like with wine too, though I'm the same way. I'm not that person who's gonna like seek out like a I guess like a flavored wine, or like even apple cider. Like I like the craft apple ciders. I'm not really into the ethanol and a little bit of juice, like I really like to have I think it's so inspiring when people work hard to create interesting flavors, and I think that just adds to the whole experience,
Yeah, definitely. It's I agree, like, because tea itself already has so much flavor, you don't need to add to it.
Yeah.
And but a lot of people just kind of get used to have that really strong and like taste stimulating. For tea, definitely we have a lot of flavor. Definitely it's more subtle.
Right.
That's how you need to sit down and kind of appreciate it, not just like running around, running errands, drinking your ice, mango, peach, white tea. No offense, like those tea have their place, but we should definitely embrace more of what nature and the farmers and the producer can offer.
Yeah, and to bring it back, like to your conversation about using the 5 senses, like by being able to do that, you're not going to overwhelm that sense of smell. Like I think that if you want to you know, you mentioned things about like being exposed to different flavors and being exposed to like have some people have more or less taste buds on their tongue, but you know there is a way to develop this like perception, this sensitivity, and I think one of those things is to not have so many processed foods and to stay away from like lots of sugars and like really like intense aromatics, and like when you overwhelm with too much fat or too much sugar or too much something, you're gonna find that you're just you're not gonna be able to develop that same sensitivity. But
Yeah.
when you kind of like make that intentful decision, you know, like I don't want to have stuff that's just like super powered in terms of aromatics. I'm gonna, you know, it's like putting less salt on things, or you start to taste like the natural sweetness of your vegetables when you're not dousing them in salad dressing. You know, like if you're having a salad, you know, like so it's like. It's really interesting when you start to kind of step back from those intense flavors and try to really understand and embrace delicate flavors. You know, like there's a choice that you can make as a human being too, where you can be like, I wanna develop this sensitivity, and I think there's some steps you can take to do that, so that you can really further enjoy what it is you're talking about today.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why I also like to share my tea with my kid, my 8-year-old, because he can be so brutal as well. Like he's like, I don't like this, but he can actually pick up a lot of senses like that I might not like be aware of. That's actually quite fun.
Right.
And also I actually forgot to mention, like when it comes to the sense of smell.
Yeah.
It's we actually have to pay more attention, because first we actually taste by smelling. We can smell a lot more, like hundreds and thousands of like pick up the volatile particle, so that when you're sick, you have a cold, you can't taste anything. So that's why smell, like the sense of smell, is so important. And also I read about another interesting fact is the sense of smell is processed in the same area in your brain as memories. So I'm sure you've always come across, like walk around and then there's this wasp of like aroma that you kind of smell, and then you just instantly bring back like a memory that you actually forgotten.
Right.
I'm sure you've got that. So I think that I find that actually quite interesting to think about it that way, to use more of a sense of smell, because you might trigger something like you've already forgotten, something that, but usually I think you will trigger something very memorable.
Yeah.
But you just have time to remember for the time being.
You know, when we started this tea festival, Ryan would often talk about the component of tea that is really healing for like a community, but also for, you know, it gets really dark outside. It's a chance to sort of like collect yourself and enjoy something really special during an otherwise kind of miserable time. But it's also interesting to you know, when we do drink tea, there's I don't know about your guys' families, but like for me, it's always been like when we have discussions after dinner or something, there's often a cup of tea. And there's this opportunity to connect this, like you're saying, to memory, these feelings of I guess of rest and of I don't know. For me, it's always been this family connection evening thing. Like there's that component, definitely, if we're talking about memory triggers when I'm drinking tea. Yeah.
And I like to even jump to the other side, because even though we're just across the strait there, like in Vancouver, Victoria, we're both immersed with trees, with that earthen nature that often is evoked when people just start to describe the less subtle flavors of tea. When people are trying to, well, what does it taste like? It tastes earthy. And it's like, I think for us, it's something we probably take for granted, is that we live in a rainforest, and that sense of like the beautiful, even during the rain, is the trees, is the reason that we're here. And so that when we're having tea, we're actually getting the best of that, and we're foregoing the cold.
Definitely. And I think also because we are kind of trapped, and drinking tea kind of, you can just think about how far your tea has traveled to get to your cup. It's almost tasting like kind of traveling with your senses while drinking tea and looking at the leaves. You're seeing plants that's not native to you. So I think that's also something that we should kind of pay attention to, and that's part of the interesting part of tasting tea, like whole leaf tea. Yes, again, I'm like saying bad, but yeah. So I find this like with tea, there's just so many aspects to look into, to experience, and I'm like, I think with festival like this, that's hopefully more people are willing to just get out of their comfort zone and try it out. And also, I want to stress that this is from a friend, Christina. She's a TCM practitioner. So she actually mentioned that, like with tea, we have all 5 elements. We always talk about balance and harmony, right? And with tea, with having tea, we actually have all 5 elements being present. So we have obviously wood from the tea leaves. We have fire from the kettle or your stove, metal from your kettle. We have earth from your teaware, and obviously water. So we have all 5 elements being around it. So I don't know about you, but when I'm actually having tea, I feel really at peace.
Yeah.
And I think that's also part of the magic of tea.
You know, it's interesting. I can have what's kind of magical for me is I actually get affected by caffeine, if you can believe it. But when I'm
how can you taste matcha then?
But when matcha has this kind of, it has a tranquilizer in it too, the theanine. But for some reason, when I'm having good conversation and I'm hanging out with tea people, I could drink tea all night and I don't get affected. And that's what's going to happen today. There's going to be 24 hours of drinking tea. It's going to be intense. But I don't get affected in the same way. It's interesting how what makes up the teas, how it affects me, changes depending on the environments that I'm in. It's kind of interesting. Wow. I like this idea too that tea is enjoying it with the 5 senses. But I think we spent a lot of time today talking a little bit about just how it also impacts our experience of reality, and how it impacts our memories, and how it impacts, like there's such a multifaceted, and now you're bringing up these 5 the balance points for just like the universe, right? So it's a very inspiring beverage for certain. I think you end up hitting a core part of yourself when you really focus and you spend some time with what you're drinking, for certain.
Yeah. Like I also don't want to be so spiritual or like mystical about tea, but it's just it just kind of works this way. And for some people, we don't actually have to go like so deep into it. Just sit down, enjoy a big cup of tea, just have some time, and then it's always a good experience, whether by yourself or with everyone. So
just chill and drink tea. Yeah, for certain. That's awesome. Cool. All right. Well, we're running up to the end of our session with you today. Did you have any final words that you wanted to say to our viewers? They're actually watching from all around the world. If there's any sort of parting words you wanted to say to sum up what you're talking about, or just that you'd like to direct traffic a little bit to what it is that you do in Vancouver, maybe you can let them know your webpage and things like this as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are always up for a cup of tea, whether it's online or in person. So do get in touch. I think the easiest would be our Instagram, teacan.co. And we just love all things tea. And I think for us, we don't want tea to be, because a lot of people, when they talk about tea or Chinese tea or tea like kombucha style, they feel like, oh my God, it's a ceremony. I need to have a lot of tea knowledge to be part of that. But it's actually not. Just if you're in for a good cup of tea, that's good enough.
Awesome. Well, that's good advice. Ryan, did you have anything you wanted to say to Claudia?
Yeah, maybe I should admit at this point that I am that person. I'm the newbie on here. I'm not the tea official, but I just come in to enjoy it with everybody. I think it's been so beautiful that you have taken us at this point, especially during the festival, just to slow down and remember how we can ground into the space that we're going to be creating for the next few hours, because it's easy to again, just like any of the points of the day, go through it and lose the subtleties that are available to us, and I really appreciate it. So I just want to thank you for taking me, specifically a new person, and introducing me to a deeper love through the very factual senses that I have, and allow me to bring myself into the cup.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. And hopefully we can have some tea in person soon. I'll definitely send you this tea to try after this.
That would be awesome. We would both look forward to it, I'm certain. Hey, Ryan, like, it would be lovely to have
That's
some
perfect.
beer.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you for your time today. You take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Okay, Ryan. So I guess we'll break now for a moment here, and come back at 5 o'clock. You wanna?
So in 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes, we have 5 p.m. Is that John Patterson? Yeah, John Patterson. So John Patterson is going to be on with Requiem Naturals. Sorry, Requiem Naturals. He's going to be talking about utilizing tea enzymatic oxidation techniques for producing some interesting fireweed. So it's like using tea production techniques but with herbal teas and creating something really new and interesting and fascinating. So really looking forward to that talk. We'll be back in 14 minutes to see that happen. Okay. All right. And see you guys
soon.
So welcome back to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. If you're just joining us, we've been streaming on Twitch. We've been streaming on YouTube Live. We have people viewing from all over the world, it looks like. Pretty exciting. We are just finishing up. We just finished actually a talk with T-Can over in Vancouver. We had Daniel. We had George from Obubu Tea over in Wazuka, Japan, tuning in live from Japan. We've had Unity Jun on. And we're about to have John Patterson on. He's with Requiem Naturals. He owns Requiem. He's in Victoria, BC here. I'm joined by my co-host, Ryan Moen. You guys all there?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay, awesome. So I'll just load this up. There we go. Okay, awesome. So John, welcome to the show, man, and welcome back, I should say, because you...
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've been, this is, I guess, your third year at the Victoria Tea Festival Revival, right? This is just the first time it's been virtual. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So a huge appreciation for that. And you were also extremely a huge part of gathering vendors for the 2020 live festival that never happened. But you sure put in a lot of work, and you know, just judging from the responses from last year and this year, I bet you, in terms of bodies at the festival, human beings enjoying tea, it was going to be a big one, and it was quite.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a little crushing, I'll be honest, to not be able to move forward with it and having to cancel 2 days beforehand. But I'm so grateful that we have this amazing 24-hour online version of the festival happening now after that profound setback. And but appreciate all the work. A lot of the work that you did back then has actually translated into some amazing folks here because they knew about the festival and they know about you, that you reached out to them and provided them with a lot of good information. And then to reach out to them again this time was made that much easier. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the festival is a fantastic opportunity to connect with people who really care about tea in Victoria. So that's lovely.
Yeah. And we have visitors from all over too, right? So it's now even more all over. So
yeah, we spanned out to Finland thanks to you. You brought us 24 speakers pretty much, and we'll bring you all your fans.
That's right.
Awesome.
You want to tell the viewers a little bit about what you're up to at Requiem Naturals?
I will. Just really quickly, are you guys getting feedback or is that just me?
I'm not getting feedback on my end. Are you guys getting feedback on your end?
No, I'm pretty clear on my end.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to unplug my headphones.
Okay.
See if that fixes it.
Yeah, you might be getting sort of. Oh, I can hear myself now.
See if that fixes it.
So you might be listening to. Are you watching the show itself? Maybe you need to turn on the live version of the show.
That's why.
There you go. So it was that little bit of delay that was happening there through watching.
Oh my God, that's so much better.
Yeah. Awesome. You're probably having a 4-second echo that was driving you crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I was like, oh well, you know, this will be fine for the entire rest of the show. Yeah, not maddening at all. Cool.
Yeah, you know, there's a 4-second delay. Reality is actually 4 seconds. We're actually 4 seconds ahead of reality. So time exists in this moment 4 seconds before it does for the rest of humanity.
That's some pretty meta stuff.
Yeah, right? So yeah, let's hear about Requiem Naturals.
Yeah, sure. So basically the idea behind the company or the project or whatever you want to call it was myself and my father were into herbal naturals, especially those in the West Coast region, specifically pertaining to stuff that was endemic. So what I mean by that is herbs that come from here and always have been here. Not stuff that's introduced. So there's no lavender, there's no peppermint from the Middle East, there's no chamomile. All there is wild species of chamomile that grows here. Mm-hmm. But it was kind of coming from a tea blending background. It was an option for me challenge rather, for me to be able to take a look at the whole spectrum of stuff that was out there. Look at medicinal aspects of teas, so stuff that had positive aspects, but not in a crazy kind of way. Like I didn't want anybody having like a serious reaction to anything. So there's that side of things. And then on the other side of it was taking the tea blending aspect. So I wanted to take only stuff from this area, primarily the West Coast region. So anything from like kind of like up north down to Oregon area, primarily within BC's boundaries if possible. There's a little bit of stuff from sort of Saskatchewan, but that stuff does actually grow here. Just it's easier to get it from there. So I took those criteria and then I made it slightly harder and decided to start blending for the individual zodiac signs and for the individual elements. So it was more just a crazy idea. I wanted to see whether I could do it. The reactions that I've had from people so far, sort of across the world, those people who I've sent teas to, it's been pretty good. It was not easy to kind of play around with all that. And then the other side of things is that when you're taking those teas and you're changing the particle size, I ended up with a lot of potential waste. And so I realized that, okay, well, I can either throw this in the garbage or the compost or something, or I can try and use this for something else. So that would-be waste is actually what I use in pretty much all of my my herbal body products. So I have 2 different kinds of deodorant. I have a skin salve that's sort of like good for like on top of your skin. So anything like burns, cuts, rashes, anything like that. It's actually something that helps with eczema. Right. So there's that side of things. But just taking those herbs and being able to play around with them and have that freedom is fantastic. At some point, I might do soaps or something, but there's that. And then there's also the coffee side of things. I work day to day in the coffee industry, and I have for years. I love coffee as much as I love tea. So that's the majority of my sort of focus right now, actually, is I'm transferring from one season of coffees into another season.
Right.
So every couple of months, I try to rotate into a new set of coffees, a new style, a new grouping of blends. And again, that's sort of working in the blending world.
And this whole, I mean, your talk today, we were gonna talk a little bit about enzymatic oxidation, and I guess that would play into a little bit of. Did that come about also as a result of the waste products, or is that like a project that you just really wanted to do, or you purposely harvested for this, or a combination of the two?
I was harvesting fireweed with the intent of using firewood leaf. So I've actually got some right here. So this is dried, what I would call green fire leaf, or basically unoxidized leaf. Can see it kind of right there. Yes. So the fireweed plant is basically a weed. It grows in ditches in the northern hemisphere. So people in Finland, you have it there. People in Russia, Siberia, all across the northern hemisphere. So it just grows in ditches. And I was planning on harvesting it and using it in teas.
Right.
And I found that, looking at it, I took some and some got bruised. And I had not that long ago been to India and Sri Lanka, looking at tea and how that's processed in a massive industrial sort of way, right. And then also in smaller ways. And they all did different styles of processing. And I'm looking at this plant, and I decided to start doing a little bit of research into the chemical compounds that are in fireweed, or like the actual makeup of the leaf itself.
Right.
And it contains tannins. So I looked at it and I'm like, I wonder. And of course, when you do some research, there's people who have been doing this forever, primarily in Russia and Finland. I forget exactly what the name of the tea is in the region, and I'm sure it changes based on the language. But yeah, essentially there's like a form of sort of like, almost like a trapper tea. And they've been drinking it forever as like a replacement for black tea, or I've been able to get yellow sort of style oxidation out of it. And we talked about this the last time we did Jaga Vision.
Right.
And then sort of like a oolong. It's more of like a low oxidation oolong, and it's kind of more similar to like I would say a Taiwanese tea, but of course it all sort of depends on what you're looking at. But the samples that I have there with you right now are the completely unoxidized and the completely fully oxidized.
Which is a good way to check it out, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fully oxidized tea is done like a CTC style. So I just found to be able to make that cut, it was easier for me to actually just cut it super fine, and it oxidizes like nobody's business. Like maybe a day and it's gone from green to black. It's pretty crazy.
Interesting. Which is, I mean, Camellia sinensis works that way, right? Like, I mean, obviously there's going to be different techniques that produce different results and different time frames, etc. So, you know, it'd be interesting. What would be the difference between a fully oxidized kind of green equivalent versus a you know, like if you, sorry, this oxidized leaf, if you'd let it go a little bit longer or not, like if you'd oxidized it over a longer time frame or not. But you know, like it's going to be so, but it's so interesting. Just even like a day, like can you talk a little bit about what the enzymatic and what is enzymatic oxidation and how
Sure.
And Ryan, feel free to like jump in on questions that you may have as well, of course. So.
Yeah, the questions are going to come, but I'm already so curious because it is a pioneer species. So anytime land is cleared here on the West Coast, fireweed is one of the first things to come up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just never looked at it this way. So as I hear it, it's developing a new relationship with it.
Yeah,
awesome. Cool.
It exists. It's called fireweed, from what I've gathered, basically because whenever a fire occurs, like when we have forest fires, it exactly as you said, it's the first thing to pop up. So during the summer months, I'm basically, as I'm driving up and down the island, which I was frequently doing, I would just watch the corner of the roads, and that's not the stuff that I'm picking, to be clear. But it is a really good indicator as to when my spots, which are all over the place, are going to be good to go.
Right.
And it's funny because I've seen difference in terms of terroir in whether it's a high grown or whether it's like a high, like a well irrigated, not irrigated, but like well watered fireweed plant, or whether it's like up on Mount Washington and super dry and it's just getting sun baked for like 3 months.
Right.
The flavor is different. The way that it reacts is different. The way that the plant actually grows is different. You get some that are just stalks with leaves coming off of them, and some that are actually flat and they have these weird it looks like a genetic mutation perhaps.
Oh, crazy.
But it's all the same plant.
But all these different variations of, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
How do you I know we talked about this a little bit when I had you on Jagavision, but can you explain to our viewers a little bit how you interact with the fact that you're working with an indigenous plant? There's all this. I mean, there's a good reason for us to be like careful about cultural appropriation, etc., and being careful with First Nations, etc. You and your father do a lot of work in navigating that political realm too, that I find absolutely inspiring. Could you talk on that just for a quick moment?
Yeah, it's still a tough area of conversation. My dad works with the First Nations groups that are primarily on the peninsula in Victoria area on Vancouver Island. So that's where I grew up. I grew up surrounded by 3 reservations. I went to school with primarily a split of Indigenous kids and the rest of the folks at school. And so I grew up around Native culture to some degree, and I've had a huge amount of respect for it. He's an old British ex-military, ex-special forces guy, and he unfortunately ended up disabled. And one of the things that he sort of set his attention on for whatever reason was herbal medicine. He ended up working with some of the local guys and had some previous experience working with some of the Indigenous in, I think it's Alberta, Calgary. And basically he started learning from them, and we wanted to be able to take some of this knowledge and by no means claim that this is something that we've created or something that's from us. This is like the entire idea behind Requiem is to give praise and give sort of acknowledgement to the fact that this is something that comes from this land and this comes from these peoples. So we have a specific amount of knowledge that we've been able to gather from working in this area, and we want to show respect with it and also acknowledge the style of medicine that comes from this. This is kind of comparable to how the locals in India or Sri Lanka treat Vedic medicine or Ayurvedic medicine. So it's just acknowledging that, you know, cinnamon, for instance, would have a specific property that maybe they acknowledge, or specific style of medicinal use that they acknowledge, but perhaps contemporary medicine maybe hasn't explored as much. And so all we're trying to do is acknowledge the fact that there's medicine all around us. There's potential for tea and for sort of pleasurable beverages all over the place. Right. And so we want to be able to take that. We want to show respect to the land, show respect to the people who first came here, and basically just do the best that we can to represent that and represent them however we can.
Well, that's awesome. Okay. So when you're, I guess, I mean, that's a really important conversation to talk through. And it's really, yeah, it is really interesting and amazing. Also, the level of involvement your father's had in you know, both learning from and sharing different pieces that he's learned with the communities that he's involved in. And that was also an inspiring piece for sure, for me anyways, when I was hearing it from you. If we were to sort of pivot this conversation a little bit back to what we were originally hoping to discuss a bit, unless Ryan, did you want to speak on what John was saying there first before I move on, or?
I think that John's most important thing he said was that it's a difficult conversation, and that it's a continuing conversation, recognizing that there's nothing simple about it, and that the newness of what you're going to be talking about with the oxidation and everything is only the frame, right, of frame of view, and that the knowledge has been held since time immemorial. And I think that's so important, but it's just also beautiful that you're coming from that, and it's coming from such a good place with your family as well. Like your dad's coming from such a happy place. So I just want to, recognize that you're not like, oh, we have answers. You're like, we're beginning conversations. That's so good.
Our hope and where we're at right now basically is we're trying to work with each group, because they don't talk to each other. People seem to have the idea that there's communication between groups. Sometimes there is, but depending on what it is and depending on the nature of it, when it comes to herbal medicine, those are like closely guarded secrets in a lot of cases. We have the benefit of being able to talk to each group and compile information of our own sort of research creation and share that, so as information isn't lost in those processes between groups. And I don't want to be the person who's sort of saying that, you know, this is the correct use of this medicine. No. You have the option to be able to use it however you want, right? But we have found that through talking with many different people, through open conversation with many different people, that we've compiled this information, and we find that this particular herb is useful for these different things. It's used historically for these different things. And those conversations are without a mediator, which in some cases I find my father being in a lot of cases. Without that, I think that there's the potential for loss. And I hope that that's not the case. I hope that we can create some sort of opportunity for people to be able to learn from each other, even if that communication isn't direct.
That's interesting. So it's kind of like a journal. You get to be the journal that everybody writes in and communicates with each other, sort of. At least in these particular areas that you're working in. That's interesting. And also that it's like Ryan was saying, the beginning of a conversation, not that you have all the answers. I wanted to. So if we were to talk about what you're doing, that's so interesting. Like I find this. I could talk about this all day. Like I just find it so fascinating. This idea, and I mean when I talk to people who are really into chocolate, or when I talk to people who are really into wine, or when I talk to people who are really into different fermentations, I often see so many parallels between tea production and these different industries. But you're purposefully and intentfully taking this concept of using enzymatic oxidation to develop sugar and tannin to create a different flavor at the end of the day. So we have this. I guess for those watching, it would be useful for them to know about. In tea, there's an enzyme called propyl oxidase, or PPO enzyme, and a lot of time is spent on figuring out when the right moment is to start releasing that enzyme, how long you want it to develop, how much you're going to bruise the leaves in the meantime, how much you're going to oxidize, and when you're going to freeze that enzyme from doing more work. It's what's responsible for browning the leaves of the Camellia sinensis plant so that it can create You know, a green tea is going to be like freezing that process before it's done really anything. You have to kill the enzyme within 23 hours of harvest. Whereas if you want to have an oolong, you have this wide range of flavor possibilities by letting moisture loss of up to 20%, sorry, up to 80%, as little as 20%. And you have this big realm before you kill that PPO enzyme and freeze the process somewhat. And you're going to be oxidizing in between. There's yellow teas where you put a blanket over top of them during the oxidation process, and then you're gonna do the process. It's called kill green when you kill that PPO enzyme. And then crimson teas, or what we call black teas in North America, it's like 80 to 100% moisture loss via this withering process. So you've taken this idea of allowing an enzyme to oxidize the fireweed leaves. Have we been able to find what that enzyme is? Like, do we know does it have a name? It's just, there is a browning effect that happens when you harvest and start crushing.
Until I get to the point where, and this is often the case, I've worked with many different industries where I've played around with things, and that my personality, as you well know, is I take something and I go, how can I screw with it, right?
Okay.
Like, what can I do with this? And with tea, I basically just looked at it and I went, okay, well, if I can oxidize this style of leaf, can I do the same thing to this? What is the reaction?
Right.
I guinea pig myself whenever I'm doing anything like that, multiple times to make sure that, you know, it's safe and all that. But we can't do testing at this level. Testing is massively expensive. Even just to get testing for caffeine levels in something is hugely restrictively expensive. So it's one of those things that if I had a lab and trained staff where I could just, you know, take a plant and play around with it in different ways, I could probably come up with an answer for a lot of different questions, or you know, play around with a lot of different ideas very quickly. Right. But right now I'm sort of limited to me and my dad getting our van, going up to gather our fireweed. We load up the back of it and we do a whole load, right? We do like basically fill up the entire back of the van. And whatever we get out of that load, we will process into multiple different styles as to whatever we need, whether it be, you know, what we call green, what we're calling a, you know, oolong. Yellow tea is usually the sort of the finer tips. That's the green right there, or the unoxidized. And then recently this year, I've been doing black tea. So I've also done, you know, super fine pick of yellow tea, which I have up on the website right now.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of enjoying some of that earlier this year.
Yeah. And again, it's just playing around with it. And it's also acknowledging the fact that this took me a really long time. And it's just me, my mom, and my dad. And we'll sit there as a family around a table and we'll process this the same way that they do in India, right? Or the same way they do in small villages in Sri Lanka. And then I'll play around with different ideas as to whether, you know, whether I steam it or whether I pan fire it, or whether I'm oxidizing with a rolling method, or whether it's oxidization with like a pounding crushing method.
Well, what did you do for this one, this green one?
That one, that was put through like a mangler, basically, like a roller.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds intense.
You know, like,
okay.
You know how they used to dry out, sort of like old, you used to like do your washing and you would put your clothes through a mangler and it would actually like squeeze the water out of it. Okay. So I essentially did the same thing with that. But yeah, we've done all sorts of stuff. We've completely covered tea in like basically a plastic liner and run over it with an electric car before, and that worked really well. You know,
it's an electric car. That's very ethical of you. That's good. And I don't want to. I wouldn't want the gas fumes either.
No, exactly.
That's great. Okay.
But just to be able to try things out, like that compares to like an industrial press, right? And then also, you know, in making the black tea, I experimented with sort of like rough chopping. This particular set I did with a small amount of water, and basically we just reintroduced the water into each batch. So you actually kept the same amount of sucrose that was from the first batch in the last batch. It was consistent throughout the entire thing. So when you drink that black tea, it's actually quite sweet. And that's because all of the sucrose that came out of the oxidation process stayed in the tea. It stayed on the surface of the tea. And that I actually got from the coffee side of things. So you can kind of borrow different processing methods and different ideas about how you could process a product from different industries.
I find that so fascinating. Recently, I've been really getting into the firing process for teas and the connections that has to roasting in coffee is so interesting to me. It's such an important yet underexplored part of the tea making process. Be really interesting to fire some of these, hey? Like to see what would happen if we were to finish fire your green here or your crimson or your equivalent to black tea with your fireweed there.
I've done a little bit of it. I think it just takes knowing what you're doing from that perspective. I personally haven't ever seen tea fired properly. It's always been dried on conveyors in Sri Lanka or in India. I was in a small area in Assam and they were steaming all their teas. Right. So I don't personally have experience with firing. And when I did it, I basically scorched the hell out of my tea, unfortunately. Right. So, it's just learning, right?
Yeah, totally. I think you should try it sometime. Try and get it down to 5% moisture before you fire it, and just fire it for a little bit. Like a small guy like this, maybe 3 minutes at like 90 or 100 degrees centigrade.
Do you have a moisture tester that you can do loose leaf?
You know, what was happening at the, it's like moisture loss. So it's like weighing what your harvest is when you get it.
Right.
And then it's knowing what you started with and keeping that batch all really like under control, right? That lets you know. So like when we were in Mandokoro, they would actually weigh it, put it on the raised beds, blow air on it, and wither the leaves. And then they take the whole batch and they put it back onto a scale and measure it. And then you'd have this idea of how much moisture loss you had via that particular process. And then they would just keep on weighing the batch as it went through. And then they would be able
But wouldn't you have to know the moisture properties in the first place? And something like fireweed might be a little bit different than something like tea that's been weighed for thousands of years?
Well, we do know that we're never going to get rid of 100% of the mass. So, you know, and there is going to be there's going to be a lot of similarities between like a leaf-like botanical like this and Camellia sinensis. I would assume that's why we're able to, you know, achieve some of these results, I think. So I think
weighing it makes a lot of sense though.
Right? Because then you can just measure the mass loss through the drying process.
Yeah, totally.
And then you could figure out what your total sort of moisture loss is via that drying process, like your saturation of that possibility anyways, right? Like how dry is dry, right? What that would be an interesting, you know, because if you knew like your entire batch, what you started with and what you ended with, you get a sense of that, right? So yeah, that'd be really
need a really big scale, but I could probably do that.
break it up into batches, right? Like whatever the batches are that you process under the car kind of thing, right?
Stop doing that a while ago, but
So what am I doing here? Like, am I gonna be like? Should I start with the green version? Should I brew up some the black tea version? What's the fun? Should I use boiling water?
You can use boiling for both, or off boil. I usually use like 96 degree for most of my stuff. Okay. I unfortunately do not have boiling water with me at the moment because it's been sitting for a while. So let's do the green for now, and then I would say you could probably hit it with just anything off boil, and probably do about 3 minutes.
Okay, I love strong flavors, so I'm just gonna stuff my my little Yixing teapot here with your leaves there.
I'm putting it in a fellow.
Okay, look at that. I managed to fit all of those leaves in here, man.
They're big.
This is all only for me, though. I don't think this is COVID friendly for me to be pressing that in with my fingers. Okay. Sorry to all you tea lovers out there who I just ruined your day by touching the leaves with my fingers. Okay. So, but
you're using your 5 senses.
Thank you. Thank you. That's somewhat, yeah. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna do 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Cool. Oh, I don't have a cup. I should probably have that.
Is that what you told me? 2 minutes? Am I just mishearing you? I've been doing that all day.
I was gonna do 3, but let's do 2. Why don't you do 2 and I'll do 3 and we can compare?
No, I kind of feel like we did this already, and I need to do 3.
We did. I don't remember what the results were.
I remember them being that you knew exactly what you were talking about, and that I was just unnecessarily experimenting with shorter brew times than I should have. There we go. That's what we're gonna
Right.
do.
I'm gonna disappear for 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go grab a cup.
Certainly. Okay.
All right. Well, I can pop up online. I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
I picked up the tea from the main studio. We're still walking back, but it's kind of chilly out.
Yeah.
Still dry, but it's gonna be so nice to have that fireweed.
I believe it, man. Yeah. No, it's. I'm looking forward to it. It smells really good. Like.
What's the kind of invigoration that you've been getting off of it, Jared?
There's just a really nice. There's just a nice sweetness to it. Like it really smells. You know, like you've had fireweed honey, right? I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't realize how honey-like fireweed was until I had this process of John's. So.
Or how fireweed like honey is? Oh.
There is like a soft sort of sweet vegetal flavor or like aromatic to it that is reminiscent of like a soft green tea. I can understand why why John is making those comparisons and those parallels. You know, it's really interesting. Yeah, these look great, John, in the pot there. It actually looks like Camellia sinensis when it's brewing. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get a decanter out. I'm excited for this. I have so many, like, I don't know if it's visible there, but I just have so many teapots going. It's kind of hilarious. I got this guy going. I got this guy going. I have this extraction here. I was drinking some aracha out of a whiskey glass.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's you know, what people were asking me if I'd have a hard time staying up for 24 hours for this show, and I think, like, stimulant-wise, I'm going to be okay.
Yeah. Well, there's no stimulants in this. It's caffeine-free, but I frankly kind of wish there was coffee or caffeine in it.
Yeah? Yeah, just with the end of a long day, you were saying?
I'm going to be roasting after this, so I got to go fire up the roaster and go make coffee for a couple of hours.
Oh, exciting. Okay, cool. All right. So
I'm experimenting with, so on the coffee side of things, I'm taking Mandarin and aromatizing coffee and balancing the moisture content. So.
Oh, interesting. Like Mandarin.
I don't just.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's interesting.
I don't just play around with tea. It's everything.
Going to do an herbal coffee. That's
yeah.
You're quite the alchemist.
Yeah, isn't he? You know, you started after me, and I'm not done yet. I must have done something wrong. Okay.
I did 3 minutes.
No, I believe you. I think that when I started at 2 and then I increased it to 3, I must have mathed wrong. Yeah, so this is going to be more than 3 minutes.
I think it'll be alright.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, this was a fairly forgiving tisane.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, you can get multiple infusions out of it, and I played around with it pretty considerably. The green does not it doesn't act in the same way as like a typical green tea. Mm-hmm. I found that I can hit it with boiling water, and I can hit it with 70-degree water, and you know, there's a bit of a difference, but not really. Mm-hmm. I don't really find much in terms of the bitter aspect coming.
Right. No, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, look at that. T Victoria has joined. That means
I like your couch.
That means that Ryan has returned to Studio B. Or should we call it Studio JB? I think we should call it Studio JB.
I really should have gotten a screen for this. I've got a lot of floaties in my tea.
Uh-oh. So look at that, audience. Very, very interestingly clear liquid.
Yeah, there you go.
And there you are, you guys. That's looking really nice.
How much water did you use?
I used 3 grams, and I used 150 mils.
Yeah, I think I'm a little over that, but.
And it smells lovely. I'm getting like kind of a toastiness to it. You didn't,
Mm-hmm.
but how did you freeze the enzyme on this? Did you just wither it just dry it as is, like a white tea, or did you
I think I steamed this in batches.
Okay, you steamed it, so that's cool.
Yeah. I'm regularly building new tea appliances. Right now I'm building a smoker.
You can do are you gonna do smoked fireweed? You should. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, probably not the fireweed, but I want to experiment with a couple of other herbs that I've got. I really want to do like a West Coast lapsang souchong.
Yeah, right. I was thinking lapsang
Yeah.
su fireweed, but
Yeah.
you don't want to do fireweed. You're gonna do something else.
I don't. Maybe. I was thinking about using the stems and kind of doing what is it? Is it hojicha?
Yeah. Hold your
Yeah. So just again using all the waste would be waste from the products that I've got, because right now what we're doing is we're taking the fireweed stems, drying the hell out of them, and then like they just dry in my dad's garage for basically 6 months after we're done with it, so they're still out there right now. And we take them and we grind them down and we use them as incense.
That's so cool. I love it, man. You're so creative. It's amazing. So Ryan, what I did for this one is I did 3 grams, 150 mils. I find it really pleasant this way. But John he's the creator. John was doing 3 grams, and what are you suggesting for milliliters, man?
I would say probably around that. I didn't bring my scale over here, unfortunately, so I eyeballed it. And looking at how big the mason jar is, I think I went a little bit over. So I would do. Do you have a scale with you?
I do. Jared took. I might be the fumbling fool, but Jared made sure I had the kettle and the scale and a teapot.
Perfect.
He was like, we were going into the show. He's like, Jared, it's gonna be okay. I'm just gonna figure it out. And I'm gonna be like one of the, like an audience member who's watching. I'm like, that's a really good idea, Ryan.
Ryan, do you have a little? Is it like a kyusu?
It is a good idea, but I think it'd be.
What's that?
Your teapot.
It is. To answer for him, yes.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use this for my black.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Shall we all kyusu away? Is that the?
Are we gonna kyusu the black together?
Yeah. Why don't we do that? Let's do that.
That's great.
Yeah. Then we're kind of.
I love giving people tea samples because it's just in like a little Ziploc bag, and it definitely looks like I feel like I'm giving people drugs every time I do this.
Oh yeah, it's definitely it's such a drug deal. I deal in powders and scales. Like there's a lot of raised eyebrows. My whole career. Yeah.
Okay,
especially
back
when
in
you're
1
based out
second.
of Victoria, BC, right?
I know, right? Yeah. It's a thing. But this is okay. So.
Jared's side. This is 3 grams we're going for?
That is pre-weighed for you, sir. He's done a 3 gram dose.
Oh my gosh! So this is why you got to go down to the studio.
No, that's all John, man. That's all John.
Oh,
he knows what's going on.
What I do?
Wow, that's really good. You pre-weighed these for us, 3 gram doses.
Yeah.
Because you're a pro, is what I'm saying, yo. Okay.
More because last time I just put tea in a bag and forgot to do that, so thought it'd be more professional this time.
That's great.
So I got 96 degrees, and we're gonna do this for 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's do 2 minutes because this is a sort of more CTC style tea. It's a little bit finer. It's going to extract a little bit faster.
Didn't we?
I do suggest washing out your kyusu beforehand. Bring the temperature up a bit.
Yes, like a rinse and then a preheat.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do 96 degrees. So
I'm just happy because I haven't used this thing in forever.
I got this shipment right before, like on Friday, of all this beautiful teaware. It got me so excited. Look at this thing, man. It's like a carved. I keep doing this. Like that's carved. Like carved.
Out of.
Carved.
It's wood?
No. That's like that's a ceramic kyusu.
Right.
And that's like a sakura or a cherry blossom that's been carved into the lid and the body of this little guy, and it holds all of like 200 mils. I love it. It's the most beautiful thing. I'm so happy with my kyusu. I was like I twisted my wife's arm to come down yesterday. I was like, we gotta open up the box. We gotta look at all the pottery. It's like Christmas.
Do the Japanese have something kind of like the gongfu clay?
This is from
specific clay.
Yeah, this is from a particular pottery region that's famous for its clay. So this is and this particular one they say is even more special. It's supposed to like energize the water with like particular ions because this clay is so amazing or something like that. Was kind of the story that came with this particular teapot. But it's Tokoname is the region. It's in Aichi. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and it's very, very, very making me very, very happy. And that's what I'm brewing your fireweed black tea in, man.
I appreciate that. That's awesome.
It's gonna be awesome.
Did you time yours? Because I forgot.
I'm a minute away. I decided to go for 3 minutes because I remember this, man. I remember during Jagavision we tried 2 minutes and we were all happy with 3 minutes across the board for all the teas. So
yeah,
I just did 2 minutes.
I know. I wasn't gonna say anything, but anyways, that's your sign, John. If you want to do 2 minutes, do it now, because
I'm gonna do 3 because I remember really liking 3 last time.
Sorry, Ryan.
The thing is that every time that I try to give people times for this stuff, they're using different temperature water because they treat it the way that they would with normal tea.
Yeah.
And I kind of just, for this stuff, I'm lucky enough to be able to generally do the same portion size, same temperature size, and it seems to work out pretty well.
Yeah.
But I just haven't really worried too much about it because people, when they think about herbals, they typically just treat them all the same.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, do whatever you like. Experiment.
You know, I often say that with tea. I just like, here's all my like particular settings. Here's the way that I think you should make it, like in terms of, not I think you should, but here's like a suggestion, like weigh your water, weigh your leaves, control your temperature, control your extraction time. Those 4 basic variables, get those under control. And it's going to be like night and day in terms of consistency and flavor extraction. But at the end of the day, like, just put your tea into some water and let it sit there for a bit until you're happy with the flavor. It's kind of the crux of it all, right? So
well, like I've played around with these enough to know that it's very difficult to get significant bitterness out of them. So
look at that, John.
I think it should be fine.
Isn't that gorgeous, that color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine's in a black little tea vessel, so you can't really see it.
I'm gonna do this for the audience into one of my Glencairns. Oh yeah. You ready?
Hell yeah. Scotch glass? Nice.
Yeah. Woo. Okay. Happy times.
Thank you so much. This is scrumptious.
Isn't this crazy too? Like, think about this. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done to manipulate these particular leaves to create this particular?
Yeah, totally. So I tried 2 batches here, and essentially I use water to blend the crap out of the leaves and chop them up. And the first batch, I would remove the water every single time I did them. And I just would take that sort of mass of chopped leaves and I would dry it on racks, right? And influence the drying time using dryers and a heating implement. So that worked pretty well. But then what I did is I was looking at coffee and how they can sometimes use, like, for instance, a mucilage to affect the actual flavor and the chemical composition of the coffee, the sucrose that clings to the outside, how that works, like honey coffee, for instance, or giling basa. And so by looking at that, I was like, well, I've got this liquid sugar basically that has come off of these leaves. They're all washed to begin with, so they're clean. They're all grown organically. There's no pesticides that have been used on any of this. So what I decided to do was start playing with the sugar that was involved in that. And so the water that I use, I would introduce like a tiny little bit if I needed it, but it's essentially all the same water that was used in the first batch goes into the next batch and then the next batch. So with this, I was able to control the amount of sugar that's in there. So I don't know about you, but I find it quite sweet.
Yeah, really sweet.
Fireweed is naturally fairly sweet to begin with, but I found that by removing that, I was kind of taking some of the soul and the body of that tea out of there. So I don't know. I really like it. I've found that it actually cuts through milk if, God forbid, you decide to put milk in it. But it was basically like my parents only drink black tea, right? They're old British people, and I wanted to create a tea that my dad would actually drink, and he likes this stuff.
Nice. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's fascinating. You know, I feel this with every guest that we have on. We hit this 45-minute mark so quick. We have used up all the time we have for this talk today, but I really want everybody to check out Requiem Naturals. Like, this is such a fantastic process. I know that, you know, it's not all about enzymatic oxidation. This is one of the little alchemy experiments that of the wide myriad experiments that you're doing. But I want them to check out like your different, you have those different blends.
I do
that you-
Zodiac teas
Yeah.
and the Elemental teas. Yeah.
Maybe you have some final words you want to actually leave the viewers with, like where they can find you, where's your website, any
Sure.
thoughts you have on these teas, and just sort of a goodbye to everybody who's watching around
Yeah,
the world.
totally.
Actually.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'm super curious to see what the people in Finland, because apparently there's some people in Finland, what they thought, but because this stuff grows there. But yeah, you can find my tea on requiemnaturals.com. I don't currently have shipping outside of BC, but maybe send me an email, and don't be discouraged by the fact that there's no shipping outside. I will maybe look at something. But yeah, I basically have my herbal body products, my tea, my coffee on there. The coffee is just going to go into a new season in the next little while. The teas are broken down into zodiac signs, so they're specifically designed for each one of the zodiac signs. And then the elemental blends are sort of like a quick and dirty version of that. So each one of the zodiacs breaks down into one of the 4 elements. And then, yeah, that's
Amazing.
it.
Cool. All right. Yeah, that's so requiemnaturals.com was it? Sorry, it was is where they can find you, right? So requiemnaturals.com. Ryan, did you have any words that you wanted to leave John with?
Yeah. Big thanks to John. Without John, this festival would be a camera with no guests, and me and Jared would go on for a few cups of tea, but we'd probably not make it the full 24 hours. So big thank you for that. But the main thing that I think was so great is that you're celebrating your own alchemy, your own creation and tinkering of figuring out flavor, and then just like being honest about it and inviting people to find the time, find the temperature, and really just use their own equipment to figure out what they like to extract out of the tea and have that tea experience. I think that's so beautiful that you let us all feel like we're our own experts.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Yeah, lovely to have you on, John, as usual. I feel like I could talk to you for hours and hours and hours. It would not be enough time. So
totally.
I look forward to talking to you more in the future and continuing the friendship, man. And I wish you the best
Absolutely.
of luck with Requiem Naturals. And I hope to see you at the, I'm sure I'll see you before then, but also at the 2021 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. So
absolutely.
Awesome. All right. You take care, man.
For sure. You too. All right. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Take care.
See you later.
Bye.
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 Okay.
All right. I can introduce our next guest if you'd like.
You want to take over? Awesome.
All right. You can put me in the captain's seat there, and I'll entertain people for a hot second. So, yeah, thanks to Requiem Naturals. You can always find their website, requiemnaturals.com. But our next guest from Tea Room 306 is Mimi Choi. She's joining us via Skype, I believe, mainland China. So we're hoping that that's going to go nice and smooth for us. But again, if you just stick around for 12 minutes, we'll be able to deliver that to you, and that'll be about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thanks.
Welcome everybody back to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. We're joined today with Mimi Chu.
Hi.
Hi. She's in Yunnan right now, but normally she's located in Guizhou. Is it Guizhou?
Guizhou.
Guizhou. Okay, I need to. And then you're
Correct.
involved in organizing the tea festival there as well. Is that correct? And then you have your own company.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And
Yes.
And then we also have Pedro Villalon on the line. Thank you, Pedro, for introducing Mimi to us. That was really lovely. And we have Ryan Moen, who's the co-director of the tea festival with myself. My name is Jared Nyberg. We're actually on our, what is this? Our seventh speaker today. Our sixth speaker. I can't count. I don't think. We started at 12. We're going until 12 tomorrow. 24 hours of tea festival amazingness. Mimi, welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the festival, and I'm so glad because I am in China right now. Thank you, Pedro. It's giving me a chance to speak a little bit about tea in China.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You want to talk to us? Tell us a little bit about maybe tell us about what your
Okay.
what your history, like what are you in the tea industry?
Okay.
Who are you in the
Okay.
Yeah, talk about who is Mimi.
So I originally born in Hong Kong and educated in Canada. I'm passionate tea lover. That's why I'm stationed in China right now for 2-3 years, and start learning about tea, getting in touch with the tea plantations, getting in touch with the owners, and helping the government to run some programs with the plantations.
Oh.
So I was invited by Guizhou government and then come over to get some programs, running some cultural programs with them and promoted in overseas, like in Vancouver, like in the Quebec,
Okay.
like that kind of like programs for that. We have the team for the Chinese calligraphy performance. Sometimes they will have the tea ceremony performance, and sometimes we'll have the Chinese music traditional performance for that. So the tea room 306 I just set up for like a couple months, and we merge with hotels as always. In Guizhou we have several hotels with the tea room 306, and right now in Yunnan we have 2 hotels right now attached with the tea room 306 and promoting all the teas they have. Also we have the teaware as well, the silver teaware in Yunnan.
Okay.
So I'm promoting with them.
Wow.
For that.
You're quite busy.
And that's me. It's quite busy, and
Yeah.
it is very interesting work, and it's fun actually.
Amazing.
Fun.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna Pedro and Ryan and I'm sure we might. I hope we'll have questions for you as we go along. But your
All right.
your talk that you wanted to do, and unfortunately we were gonna drink some tea with you, but I know that it was sent out last month, and just the border, it's
Yeah,
been kind of problematic
Yeah.
and challenging. So we don't have the tea to drink with you. So you'll have to explain to us, I guess, a little bit about what you're tasting. Maybe there's some selections we could drink along with you that we have here, but it's not going to be quite the same thing. Do you want to?
Okay.
So, but your talk is on zinc and selenium content in
Yes,
Guizhou
right.
Fenggang tea.
Because what I found is amazing is in Guizhou Fenggang County, it's just the only place that have the zinc and selenium soil. Well, with that mineral elements in that soil, and that is the only place to have produced the tea with that. You see the tea here?
Okay.
Well, it is very similar with the Huangshan Maofeng, but what I found that here is more neat, because when they pick the youngest leaf and the bud,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
it does have the silver. It does have the silver hair along attached with the leaves. And when it grew it, we normally will have the 4 grams to 5 grams, and using like 85 degrees Celsius hot water.
Okay.
4 to 5 grams, and then have the 200 ml for that. Let's see. Normally 5 seconds, and then we'll pour out the tea, pour out the infusion.
Okay. We've lost your camera there, so we're not really being able. We can hear you still, but we can't quite see you, Mimi. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any way to.
You see.
Maybe your screen went.
You see the infusion. The infusion is more green.
We can't quite.
And fresh.
Can you guys see her?
Can you?
Yeah, we can see her.
You can see her? Okay, awesome. Okay, great. Thank you.
So the infusion is more green and bright, clear.
Okay.
Can you see that?
I'm trying to make it visible. I'm just gonna try and make it so that there seems to be an issue with the upload. Sorry, Mimi, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh.
But it's kind of frozen.
But the camera is on. Okay. Can you?
Perhaps we can go to one camera. It's just Mimi.
That's what yeah. Oh, it switched to you. Okay.
How about right now?
I'm gonna try. You wanna try put it back on, Mimi?
I am on right now.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay, we can see you. That's great.
Okay. Okay. You see the infusion?
Okay.
It's more bright and
green,
yeah. Fresh. It's very good. And the smell, when you smell the aroma, is a lot of like all good, fresh.
Okay. What tea are you making right now? What kind of tea?
I'm making the Fenggang Maofeng.
Fenggang Maofeng.
That's the Maofeng. It's the green tea.
Okay. Okay. Lovely. And then it's basically.
Well, that is the tea. That is the tree I'm trying to send it to Pedro a month ago, but I think it's because of the COVID.
We'll drink it soon, Jared-san.
Yeah.
Maybe if we can get it out of customs and all that stuff.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it, Pedro. Yeah.
That's good. That's
okay.
Yeah. So this tea is very famous. The Maofeng.
Okay.
When it grill, after it grill,
yeah.
the leaf is very green. It's bright green. So I show you.
It's interesting. I wish I could be drinking it with you. I'm excited to try it.
It is so neat. You know, it is so neat, and the fragrance is kind of like a shocking and fresh. Can you
yeah, we can see the green. It's pretty vibrant. I'm afraid to make the camera bigger.
Bright green, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Wow, it's amazing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The taste is like very similar with the Huangshan Maofeng, but the elements inside the tea with the zinc and selenium that will have the antioxidant, anti-aging. Well, they prevent the cancer. They improve the immune system. But regularly drinking that is pretty good for the body.
What is it? So zinc and selenium are contributing to these things, you're saying?
Well, that is the mineral in the soil when they grow the tea leaves.
Yeah.
They grow the tea that is contained to contribute to the tea leaves.
Okay, and that helps to pull out these characteristics or these components that kind of like bring out antioxidants and help with your system?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
That is what I found is amazing in this county. They do have the only thing with the zinc and selenium and organic trinity in China.
Interesting.
And that is the new star in Guizhou, Fenggang, and selling a lot to the Europe right now.
How long has this region been producing tea?
Well, actually, it's a long time. Because that is one of the origin with the tea trees in China. Is It's like 15,000 years ago that will happen. But because there's no one to promote that,
Yeah.
and the good tea is just only serving to the locals. That's why they were not knowing in the world, in other countries.
Interesting. Okay. Because I'm always interested in unique regions, and I'm not a Chinese tea specialist by any means. I'm super fascinated by the process. Pedro has way more knowledge than I do when it comes to these teas.
Yes.
Pedro, have you ever come across selenium and zinc as contributors to flavor or to antioxidant extraction? This is kind of an interesting concept that I haven't really heard much about. You're also quite the scientist.
Yeah, I first heard about this from Mimi. Mimi and Simon and I have been drinking tea for the past, 3-4 years.
Okay.
And we've shared some very interesting tea from Guizhou. So, as Mimi was saying, it's a fairly unknown region. It is in correct me if I'm wrong, Mimi, but it's at the other end of the Tibetan plateau. So it's very rich, very fertile island soils, and I've had some very good tea here. I've never ever commercialized it until now, when I got a small amount from Mimi, but I've been enjoying it for the past few years.
Okay.
And I feel very antioxidized.
Awesome. So you've been enjoying
Well,
sections. Sorry, keep going.
Well, actually, this is my first time to learn about the zinc and selenium green tea in Fenggang.
Oh, interesting.
Then that is my very first time to be there. It's only 400,000 populations over there in that county, and they handpick every single young leaf and the young bud by hand, handmade it, and they pan fry it, and this is amazing.
Okay.
Mimi, is this the same thing? So last year when you came over for the festival, you brought some tea that was labeled zinc selenium in a green box, and that's the one that I have had an experience with. Is it the same county or?
Well, that one is my friend in Guizhou. That's in other counties called Meitan. Then they have the bird seed, the small one, very small one, and then we bring a little bit and try the market. And I found that people will like that green tea very much, and that's why I come over to the Fenggang and learn about that, because I intended to learn every day for the tea. So and I'm so glad that I tell Pedro about that, and we'll learn about that together.
So the response was really good at the tea festival in Vancouver.
Yes, I bet so, because one of my the customer were calling me for that and asking about the green tea, but at that time I'm not very into it, and I didn't responded very well, I guess. And no more answer from that customer anymore.
That's all good. But so this research on zinc and selenium, is this like scientific research, or is this where do we find this information?
That is not my research, but it's just accidentally I come over and learn about that.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So what is the Fenggang tea? What are we, when we say Fenggang tea, what are we talking about? Like, is this a style? Is this a way of making tea?
Okay, Fenggang is the county. That's the name of that county. So with Fenggang, that only have the zinc and selenium green tea in that area. So that's why people always call them Fenggang green tea. When you hear the Fenggang green tea, it means that is zinc and selenium in it.
It's from a particular region and it has those components in it.
Correct.
Is there something special about Fenggang green tea that's different from other areas? Is it the zinc and selenium, or is there a process difference? That's
That is not. It doesn't. It isn't linked with the process. It just only they have the soil in that area with the zinc and selenium mineral in the soil when they growing the tea trees will have it just contributed into the tea leaves.
Right.
So that is the very natural thing in that.
Right. Okay. Very
May I
interesting.
ask a crazy question? What happens if you eat carrots or cabbage from the same county? Are they also loaded with zinc selenium? If you have cabbage or vegetables or onions or carrots or so what happens to other vegetables from the same county?
That will be the same thing. They will have the zinc and selenium in it. But maybe growing the tea leaves is much more absorbing the mineral a better way. But in vegetable, maybe it does, but it's not that maximized for those.
Got it.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Fascinating.
Interesting. Very interesting. And that is the country to produce a lot of vegetable with the organic products.
Okay. Fascinating. Do you find that it improves the flavor in any way? What kind of impacts would it have on how it tastes?
Well, what normally we just drink it by the tea glass, the glass like this. Glass like this.
Oh, very cool.
We have the green tea and brew it like this way. The taste. Well, what I found, the mouthful, the taste between the Wangshan mouthful and Fenggang mouthful, well, it is so similar, and the taste will more orchid. This is what I found. The fragrance is a little different. Some people will think that is the orchid. Some people will think that is the bamboo shoot.
Okay.
The taste, the smelling for that.
So it changes the way that you taste. Interesting. Okay, I guess every region has its own unique flavor, right? I'd be interested in.
But I found that the taste for that when you drink it, the aftertaste is more sweetened.
Okay. It's like more sweet than other regions, or just is there?
Yeah, this is what I found.
Interesting. Is it due to some sort of do they pan fire it a little bit deeper? Do they go a little bit longer with their firing technique? Are they using really unique tea cultivars, or is there something that makes it that makes that change?
Well, mostly they pan fry it like 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, using 200 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
Using the hand, pan fry it like this.
Is this
normally this is what I learned from them with the 200 degrees Celsius and using the hand, the palm, and then pan frying like this.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
It's not burning hands, but
yeah.
I don't know.
200 degrees Celsius, and I know.
Yeah.
Pan firing techniques always sound intense to me, especially when you're rolling them with your hands, etc. Okay, cool. What else can you tell us about zinc and selenium content in Guizhou and just this tea in general? Is there anything like when we're making it? Should we make it in a special way, or is there you're making it for us right now? Is this a kind of a more standard style that we should?
Okay, what I found, the people over there, no matter they're using the zinc and selenium for the tea ceremony and the usual practice. Sometimes they use it like a soup. They're using the oil and then pan fry the green tea and add the water, add the peanuts, and then make it salty like the tea, like the soup. And one of the dishes for that.
Peanuts and is it like a stock with peanuts and a bit of salt then?
Yes, right.
And the floating leaves, you eat the leaves as you're drinking the soup.
Yes, right. Correct.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's
cool. They just pan fry using the oil.
Yeah.
And pan fry the leaves, and then add the water, add the peanut, add the salt, and then stir it, and then drink.
That's super cool.
That's
really interesting. That's really.
Would you be able to get a video of that? I think that'd be amazing. I think we would appreciate both at Jack and Cano 5 to drink some Guizhou style peanut soup when the tea arrives.
Yeah. Can you make
Yes,
us
right.
like?
Yes,
Do you have the ability to do it right now, or can you maybe send us a video later that we could see of the?
Well, we'll send you the video later.
That'd be awesome. I would
Yeah.
really love to see that.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. Cool.
Well, I never think of that as one of the dish. Never.
Yeah.
With the soup. Yeah.
It's
I
really,
think that's pretty cool.
Well, the taste
also been
different.
drinking it.
Bro, the people over there is drinking every day. This is one of their usual dish. So
it's like a meal.
maybe it's much more healthy.
It's like a
It'd
meal.
be super
Yeah.
cool to get a few recipes, because if I understand it correctly, so I know there's been tea growing in Guizhou for a couple of thousand or more than a few thousand years, but I would believe that this style of cultivars Maofeng were introduced much more recently. So it seems that it's a modern style tea farm introduced in a place that has had a much longer tea tradition. What I would find fascinating is learning more about the older styles of consuming tea in Guizhou. And, we can probably try to recreate some of that over here in Canada. And I think it would be fascinating if we can just learn from some of the grandpas and grandmas.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I will agree with you.
it'd be cool.
We should invent something else newly.
Yeah.
Category of the Fenggang green tea with the zinc and selenium, and then boom. Well, that would be the new start for that.
Right,
I
with
would say
noodles,
so.
or I don't know. I think it's fun. If you can please ask some of the old ladies in the village, what kind of recipes they suggest with the tea leaves and how they drink it at home. I think that'll be fascinating.
Yeah, that'd be really.
Yeah,
cool.
I will find out and make a little research on that.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be really.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm.
Because mostly what we do is we build a platform like the Tea Room 306, and then we'll collect all the teas from the tea farmers, and then we will promote it with them, and then we'll invite some customers, invite the friends, come over and try different kind of tea. But actually, I'm collecting around the world. Actually, people will come over, can taste whatever they like, and we do the research how to match up with the food and the desserts as well.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that makes. It's so interesting how tea interacts with other foods. I find that whole peanut thing really fascinating. That's really cool.
Yeah, right.
That's really interesting.
It is different.
Yeah. So, do you know what kind of tea plants they're growing? Are they growing it from seed, or are they growing like clonals, or what is there something unique?
Most of the category of the tea tree is the 小叶福鼎.
Okay.
The small, and then mostly they just plant it along the mountain. It is not flat. You need to go up to the mountain and then have the tea picking.
Are there any native ones? Because Xiaoye Fuding would come from Fujian, but are there any native Guizhou cultivars? No.
Not really in this moment. That's what I learned here.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will make the research and then give more information rather than the Fuding Xiaoye. We'll see and other
What else?
categories that good.
I think it'd be really interesting to contrast the Fuding Xiaoye versus whatever was growing there 1,000 years ago. Just to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. So, so have you finished making the tea in front of you there, or there was a, I think you were going through.
Well,
a
I
process.
have another one is the black tea.
Okay.
We call it Chaofanji.
Chaofang. Okay.
Chaofanji.
Oh, interesting.
That's the black tea.
Okay.
That's the 80% fermented.
Okay.
Maybe.
So that's like a lighter oxidation. I can't quite see from or is it pretty dark?
Okay.
Awesome. We're gonna. Okay.
The leaves is a little bigger,
Uh-huh.
and that is not the one leaf one, but they're picking the bigger tea leaves.
Interesting. Okay, so for those who are just tuning in now, we're actually talking to Mimi Chu. She's live from Guizhou. Correct me if I'm wrong. China. No, actually, no, it's Yunnan. You're in Yunnan right now, right? Is that correct?
I am in Yunnan right
Yeah,
now.
you're in Yunnan right now. But we're talking about tea from
talking about the Guizhou tea.
Guizhou tea. And the Guizhou tea in specific, if we want to be specific, we're talking about Bengang village. This is a village. This is a micro-region, I guess. And we were just hearing a little bit about
county.
A county.
That is the county called Fenggang.
And then it's a green tea that she made us in the beginning just now. She's talking a little bit about the work that went into making it. We have Pedro Villalon who's watching with us, and we have Ryan Moen. Pedro owns 05 Tea. Ryan Moen is co-director of the Tea Festival with myself, and we're really honored to have this opportunity to watch Mimi make some tea and talk about the effects of zinc and selenium content on tea in the region. And right now she's about to make us a crimson tea, or I guess we would call it a black tea. And is this a true black tea?
Black tea.
Okay, so not a red tea.
Well, in China it's called a Hong Cha.
Yeah, Hong Cha. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That you see that it's more bright and
brilliant
red. I would say brilliant red.
Yeah, cool.
It smells honey. It smells more honey.
Okay. Yeah, and
the taste is sweet and mellow and very smooth and soft. This is what I thought.
Well,
it's amazing black tea.
How do you brew it? Are you brewing it with like really hot water?
Well,
a big dose,
and
Gong Fu style?
90. Usually I use the 90 degrees Celsius, and then we'll have the 4 grams in 150 ml.
Where are you in Yunnan right now?
Well, I am in Keqing. Keqing is another county. Is producing silver. With the 1,500 years history in that. The people is crafting. It's so nice. This is what I'm having. Those are the silver. This is the silver.
Amazing.
Very nice.
Cool.
And you see, the color is so nice.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Well, I'm sending this one to Pedro as well, along with that tea shipment.
Yeah, we're very much.
Pedro, you have this one as well.
We'll drink it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Any recommendations?
So those are the. Well, this is the silver teapot. This is produced from here. It's using like 500 grams for that, the whole thing.
Okay.
And what I learned, I just learned it in these couple days that using the silver teapot, boiling the water from the hot water and then to be the soft water.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
And then when the water tea meet together, and it will brings up very nice, healthier style for brewing the tea. This is what I learned 2 days ago.
No, that's really interesting. I'm
very interesting.
I find it really fun the effects that different materials of teapots have on the flavor. And it's part of me. I want to be like a scientist and always brew in glass or like a ceramic that is glazed, so that I know it's the tea and it's not the material that's changing the flavor. But then there's another part of me where I'm like, oh, but it's so interesting. I think it's so interesting to brew in silver or to brew in a particular ceramic that's going to change the flavor and make it better or softer or more interesting. So they're both interesting, hey? Like it's interesting to taste the tea where it's like all made in glass and there's very little reaction, but it's also so interesting to make it in something like what you have there. The silver is going to have an interesting effect on the flavor of the tea.
Yeah, that's very amazing, because when people having those kind of artistic teapots, well, your heart is just like open, and the tea is so great.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah. So the other way I'm coming over to Yunnan is learning about the pu'er tea. So the pu'er tea, I'm not very into it, and I'm not that expert in it, but I'm trying to get in touch with the tea farmers and tea plantation and learn about how to make the tea cakes by hand. So later on, we will share more information for that, and share with Pedro, share with Gerard, share with Ryan for that. That's good. That's amazing here.
Lovely.
Yeah.
What is your like you said that you're learning this region of Guizhou. You're also learning the pu'er cakes in Yunnan. Where have you spent most of your time? What is your main tea that you feel really like experienced with?
So the main tea what I'm learning is the black tea actually. Is the
okay, so that's
full fermented. Well, in China it's called Hong Cha.
Right. And
I am learning how to make it, how to pan fry it, roast it, or killing greens, those kind of stuff. I'm learning for deep inside to learn it, and I wanted to make my style Hong Cha.
Oh, interesting.
Because they have the different aromas and different smell when you're using the wood to pan fry it.
Oh, fascinating. So
that is so amazed when you're using the different maybe the different kind of wood. Well, I was learning that using very special one. You get the smoky taste when you pan fry it. So I have to take out the name for that because I'm not exactly I cannot say the exactly name for that, but I will take it out. When they're burning that wood and pan fry the tea leaves, actually they will transform to another taste for that. And the timing, you need to grab the timing very, very neat. Otherwise, the taste is not what you want.
Right. It would become really too strong smoke or too weak of a tea flavor or something like that. Huh. And I bet you the wood will all burn at different temperatures too. So there'll be different temperature variations and how that impacts the tea. That's fascinating. So that's kind of your main area of study. So you were explaining that the government has asked you to reach out and explain different tea processes to.
Well, with the government, what we work on is the program, like the cultures exchange.
Right.
Like in Hong Kong, I have the association about tea for the exchange. So we work on a lot of teenagers coming over to China and learn how to make tea. And in Hong Kong, they just having the tea ceremony, teaching them how to do the tea ceremony properly. And actually, we link up with the Brussels, the Belgium Chinese Culture Center. We will have the lady to presenting the music over there. We will have all the exchanges program, and what we are trying to run is the tea culture competitions online, and this is what we are planning to do. And after that, once it's online and having the winners, we will invite them to the Guizhou Tea Expo for that. And then we'll have the training, have the tea blending and how to make tea, and tea ceremony training as well.
Well, that's very cool.
So this is what we are working on that.
A full tea culture immersion experience. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
And you're going to be on later today. You're going to be doing on our 24-hour session.
Yes, we have two ladies for the tea ceremony, matching with the Chinese instrument called wuzhen.
Very cool.
So that's the lady playing the music and have the tea ceremony as well.
That's going to be very special. So yeah, we're really looking forward to having you on for that for sure. Yeah, so these cultural experiences. Cool. Ryan, did you have any questions for Mimi, or I feel like I'm taking the floor?
I think not even questions. I've been really enjoying the whole thought about how the environment, from the wood that's smoked around the tea to the hands that touch it, all the way to the teapot that holds it, really journeys that flavor, as opposed to thinking about tea as a plant. And it's really even beyond the plant. Like, the plant is, in specific regions, has mineral properties. I think that's probably the most interesting aspect of this talk, is thinking about the environment that the plant, the farmers, the producers, and then the purveyor, the person who's even pouring the tea, has as far as impact in tasting and the quality of the tea. I think that's been beautiful.
Yeah, for certain. Cool.
So thank you.
Definitely, thank you.
So once the border reopen, and welcome you guys to come over whatever Guizhou or Yunnan to visit Tea Room 306, and we have fun. And we try different kind of tea from Yunnan, from Guizhou, from everywhere in China.
That's perfect.
That'd be really cool.
That would be amazing.
We're really looking forward to that, I think, because I think that the coronavirus and COVID has really made it challenging to visit other countries. But we've been talking about in this show just how interesting it is that we get to have these kinds of conversations instead, and that this is kind of, it's almost like a chance to explore things a little bit differently. And then when the virus slows down, or we don't have to, maybe there's a vaccine around the corner or something, we'll be able to all travel again a little bit. Maybe we'll have to.
Yeah, I'll definitely come back to Vancouver because my family in Vancouver.
Well, you please come and visit Victoria as well. We're just
just
a boat ride across the ocean there, but yeah, no, it'll be really awesome. Maybe you can make it to the Vancouver Tea Festival again when they have that in 2020.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's awesome. Cool. So we're kind of nearing the end of our time with you, Mimi. We have you until 45 after, but maybe you had some words that you wanted to leave our viewers with. Did you want to say something at the end here to the people watching, and maybe about Guizhou or about your talk today?
Yeah, just if you have any requests, just send me an email or visit our website www.tearoom306.com. Although it's building right now, but you can leave me a message for that.
Tea Room 306. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we have that mentioned a little bit in the description underneath your video on the live feed, so people can see it there. But I'm just gonna put it into the chat as well. Okay, fantastic. Ryan, Pedro, anything you wanted to say at the end here to Mimi?
Thank you. It's been amazing. Thank you for making this happen. I know it's not easy when you're having to navigate different things, and we had to switch everything up, and you've been so patient with coming online and broadcasting live.
I'm glad that the Wi-Fi is fine and the signal is pretty good. It's not losing anyone. That so glad.
For certain.
Thanks, Mimi.
Yeah.
I look forward to
So
trying
thank
the
you
tea
very much
with
again.
peanuts.
Yes, right. I will definitely send out the recipe very soon.
Please.
Ask
Tea
for
should
that
arrive
and-
anytime now, so I'll send some to Victoria and we'll have it with peanuts.
Yes, we will. Peanuts and tea.
Great. Right.
It's gonna be amazing.
But actually, that's the good match in China for that.
Yeah, love peanuts.
Yeah,
And
that's.
Yeah, peanuts, love tea. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Well, thank you again, Mimi, for coming on. We look forward to having the Chinese tea ceremony with music a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yes.
Appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, Pedro.
Yeah,
Ciao.
Thanks.
Bye.
and thank you to
Bye.
thank you, Pedro. And
My pleasure, man.
all right, and we'll see you. I believe we have you on shortly. Are you on next?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on next. So we're going to take a short break. It'll be about 15 minutes, and we'll come back, and Pedro's going to be doing his show. So I don't know if you can tune in from where you are in Yunnan, but Mimi, we're gonna be.
Yeah, I'm definitely will watching that.
Lovely. Okay, awesome. Looking forward
Yeah.
to having you watch it.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Take care.
See you soon.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Bye. Okay. And Ryan, do I still have you?
Yeah, I'm just wait. I always watch and wait until it's till the screen comes up on my thing that says you're offline, which it hasn't yet. Oh, I'm always hesitant.
Yeah, no, he's gone. Yeah, I know we had that with George there, where he was still on when we were saying goodbye. I think we're good. Yeah, we're back to just you and I for now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I thought next up is Pedro with O5T talking about the different ways of expressing tea leaves. So if we just wait 15 minutes, take a short break and switch back to our other medium of television. We're using a bit of a chalkier version this time, but we'll come back clearer and better and ready for all your questions.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back for our 7 o'clock tea session. Excited to have with me Pedro Villalon of O5T. Of course, we're joined by my co-host Ryan Moen, the co-director of the Tea Festival Revival here in Victoria. The 2021 being held online. So thank you for everybody who's tuning in. If you're just watching us now, don't worry. Afterward, you can always go to YouTube. There's some going to be some archive sessions on there you can go check out and watch some of the great sessions we had with Requiem Naturals and with Mimi Chu live from China. We had folks live from Japan, from Obubu Tea Farm. We had some Vancouver sessions already with Tikan. It's been quite a fascinating session already. Really looking forward to this session today with Pedro. Pedro, you there?
Yep, right here, man.
Awesome. All right. So I'm going to bring you up onto the... And then Ryan as well. So
Of course I'm here.
Of course you're here.
I remember to turn my microphone on so I actually show up for everybody
there
online.
you go. Okay, awesome, cool. So I'm gonna transition over. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, everybody. So we have a session today with Pedro. We're gonna be talking about the alternative ways of expressing tea leaves. But I just wanted to say that O5T again. We're so blessed to have such. Longevity with the people that we're working with. Like I know Pedro from back before this was a revival, right? Before we were even, you were like Tea Fest, like Victoria Tea Fest before the Victoria Tea Fest revival. Like how long we known each other, man? Like I feel like it's been at least 10 years, but maybe I'm wrong.
That was 11 years.
11 years, yeah.
So before there was a revival, before the tea festival died,
right?
And it needed to be revived.
Yes, there was. I think I met you at the Victoria Tea Festival. The original rendition,
right.
Yeah.
As suggested by our mutual friend Matt from Matcha's blog.
Yeah. You still keep up?
You guys
keep
should drink some matcha, and he's doing fine. He's in Regina in Saskatchewan. He's practicing some Chinese medicine, and the guy's doing great. He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, sweet.
So 11 years, man. It's been a while.
It's been a while, indeed. And then I guess you would have met Ryan at the original rendition, or sorry, the first year that we did the revival, which is now 5 years ago, if you can believe it.
Exactly. Once it needed to be revived, and you revived it, that's when I met Ryan.
Yeah, we got the old electric charge on there, and now we're online. All it took was 5 years, right?
and a pandemic.
Right.
Yeah.
And a pandemic.
But here we are. So I actually have I've been really looking forward to this session. I have my Horoku that came in. Yeah, it came in from
fresh from
Tokoname. I have my little this guy kind of going. Maybe I should turn it down to low. That's probably what I should do.
Yeah. So it's hot. Your Horoku's right now sizzling.
Yes. Is that bad?
No. I think it's good.
Okay.
I guess it won't break. I think it's gonna be fine, man.
I've never used one before. We have, look at that. We have some, hi Pedro, hi Jared, awesome. Sister Speak Music says hello.
Hey.
And we have the chat going strong. So anybody who wants to join the chat, please do, and come and ask us questions. I think it'll be good times. Okay. So yeah, if you want to take the floor here, Pedro, maybe talk to us a little bit about what you were thinking of discussing.
Yeah. So I plan to make it as they usually are with us, an interactive session.
Awesome.
And
some lovely
we may destroy a few things in the process,
Yeah.
or we may come up with something that's delicious in the process. But who knows, man?
Yeah, we can destroy. We
can destroy. There are. I think it's just a reminder that in the end, it's about just having fun with tea and appreciating it. And yes, there are many traditions which we should learn, and it's fascinating learning about them. But many things are not just cast in stone. There's a way to appreciate these sometimes by just playing with it. And in the worst case, you will destroy it, and then you learn about it, and you never do that again.
Or you do it over and over and over again.
Or you do it over and over, and you discover something interesting.
Right.
So for the audience, thanks to Jared-san and a mutual acquaintance in Japan, we were able to source more of these very cool gadgets, which are a tea roaster. And let us start by just reviving something. So just like the Victoria Tea Festival is being revived right now, oftentimes we lose like little bags of tea here and there, and they are past their prime, but potentially there's something that we could do with those guys. So I heard, Jared, that you had some tea, some sencha that had been left open.
Yeah.
I have some Zaidai Fukamushi from Kirishima that was very tasty back in 2018 when this was harvested.
Right.
And it was lost in the back end of our refrigerator. So it's a couple of years down the road now. It doesn't look as vibrant as it did back in the day. Much duller leaves. And I would suggest two things. You have an electric grid over there. I have gas.
Gas is better, right? It's got to be better.
Well, I don't know. Who knows, man? Yours is already hot. So I will heat this up, and I would suggest, why don't we try tasting some past its prime sencha
first,
and let's do two things.
Yeah.
Let's try just heating some a little bit, just to probably reduce the moisture and bring back the aroma.
Okay.
In the best case scenario, this will taste delicious. In the worst case scenario, the whole room will smell delicious because it's like incense.
Right. But maybe it won't taste good in the cup. So I put mine on minimum here, but I don't think that I think my little guy here is starting to not smoke quite, but it does look like it doesn't like to go on it doesn't like minimum. I think if I remember correctly, this thing is like on or off. Like it's gotten to that point in its lifespan where it doesn't want to play games anymore. It doesn't believe in things like minimum or medium. When stovetops get to that point in their life.
Yeah. No, I hear your stovetop, man.
Yeah.
Why don't you put it at maximum
and then that's what I'm saying. I think that's where it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Blast it.
Yeah.
And then just try it. I don't know. Can you see my Hodoku here? Let's focus on
amazing
important stuff.
So if you're watching from home, and if you're Ryan, and if you were near a stove and you had parchment paper, that you could kind of figure this out. So I'm where you put some on and you can sort of reawaken it. I have actually some oolong from Shikoku that's quite interesting.
You know what? I just did what I didn't want to do. So I was trying to give this a very light zap, but this Hodoku is it's pretty aggressive and it was very hot. So I'm getting to the point where I am officially making this hojicha, and you can see can you guys see the smoke coming out of this?
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay.
So officially, I am making hojicha. This is starting to look. So there are some stems, some cookie in this tea, and they're starting to look golden. The rest of my tea starts looking brown, as in hojicha. So officially, I am making hojicha, and then I'll tell you guys what it tastes like.
It smells so good.
I know. I told you, man. I am going to turn off my fire now.
I think like 2 seconds. I think that's done. Like that is so done.
Yeah. Well, look
at
this guy. That's officially hojicha color. Now it's not black or anything. I am going to remove it quickly because the Hodoku is still very hot, and this will cool it down.
I ruined mine.
But this is no longer sencha. I now have a hojicha. Yeah. You see this guy?
A little bit higher, Pedro. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So you can see the cookie over there. Cookie became golden. The other things just became brown. Luckily, nothing black, no charcoal here yet.
Right.
So that should be good. Now, just a quick segue in the conversation. Now that you have all these Hodoku over in Victoria, have you ever tried making buku cha, like the Okinawa style tea ceremony?
I have not.
No. So Okinawa style tea ceremony is made with rice. You boil rice and you use that to make a froth.
Okay.
And we can talk more about that later some other time. But before I forget, this Hodoku I find is a really cool tool for you to roast the rice and then make buku cha.
that's kind of cool. Or one could make their own kind of genmaicha, hey? Like you could.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You make your own genmai because you have to use genmai.
Right.
And you can use this to roast the rice and just pop it lightly, and then you can make your own genmai.
I'm into this. Okay, so I've taken really forgiving sencha from Fukuoka on my end. This is from a farmer in I basically he's doing a deeply steamed selection. This is his aracha, so it's not really a sencha, but it had a chance to not. I mean, it's not very good because I kept the package open for too long. It was delicious when I got it, and I figured this was a good candidate. Ryan, I gave you some of this selection.
Yeah, I'm all kitted up. I got 3. What am I looking for?
All right, so you're looking for...
Get a skillet, man. If you can just find a skillet in your kitchen, that should work. I think clay is better than cast iron, but cast iron will do.
And you just heat up the... I think I called it sencha, and it was for 7 p.m., and it was in one of those little jars. So I thought it was sencha. It's actually aracha. I just didn't have a name on it.
All right.
Let's see. I think this is ready, man.
I'll do that. I'll get the camera set up, but if I catch anything on fire...
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, we don't want to...
Then we'll blame Pedro.
Yeah, we'll blame Pedro. That's right.
It'll be fine, man. Mine did start smoking. But look at this
So did
now.
mine.
And it's
Yeah,
look at the color of this thing. It took me all of 45 seconds to roast it, and now it's golden.
Wow, I kind of want to do a hojicha with mine now.
Yeah, sorry. I was not planning to do hojicha, but it just started smoking. So
mine smelled
I have
really
hojicha.
good, and then it started to not smell so good.
Oh, this one's still good, man. Let me see. I'll try 2 things. I'll try just this, and then I will ice some.
Okay. I'm gonna see what happens. So did Jared succeed?
And more on this. Mine is it's also aracha. So I can still see a decent amount of cookie in my mix.
Mine tastes like hojicha, even though it looks like sencha.
All right, Pedro, we're going to do the ultimate home cook. We got a steel fry pan.
Awesome.
We got a non-stick.
Yeah.
And then we have a big old cast iron.
Oh, cast iron?
Cast iron, brother.
Yeah.
I think cast iron is good.
Yeah, let's go with cast iron.
Just go cast iron and make it very, very hot. Well, make sure it's clean and doesn't taste like bacon. Or if it tastes like bacon, maybe it is good.
It's a new kind of tea. You'll be like...
Exactly.
It'll be like... a
proper pie.
Camellia sentensis le porc.
The pork. Well, if Mimi puts peanuts in her tea, why not some bacon?
You know?
There's no bacon.
There is no bacon. Fair enough.
There is no spoon.
Fair enough. You know, mine. I'm pretty surprised. I was not expecting to make hoji, but look at this guy. I made hoji in a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah.
And it's actually a very enjoyable hoji that came from a very, very dull sencha, which I should probably also show you guys the sencha. It was not, I think over 2 years, my refrigerator was not the best home for this sencha.
Right. Mine was open for a year, so...
Yeah, it's not good. Look, it came from being this dull greenish thing,
right,
to making this pretty cool golden beverage, which I think guys would also make a... Yeah, dude, that's dull.
Yeah.
Couple of notes. I find that these senchas become hoji much faster than bancha and than kamairicha.
Which makes sense, right? They're such like
particles,
yeah.
right?
And they're young, delicate leaves and all of the above.
Well,
right?
kamairi could also be young, delicate leaves, I guess.
Right. Sorry, I feel like when they're done making a kamairicha, it's a little bit more dense for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's the type of leaves they're using, but I feel like, I don't know. Maybe it's all in my head, man. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've seen some very, very fine kamairicha leaves. Although most of them actually do come from China, and I find that the pick of leaves for kamairicha in Japan tends to be a bit larger.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
That could work. Anyway, the message here is Horuku is something really cool, really fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you have a tea that is past its prime, you know, if you burn it, it's not the end of the world. But if you rescue it, it's always really cool bringing back one of these old friends, and that can be made into something quite enjoyable.
I feel like I want to brown this.
Go for it. I was not going to brown this, but look at this. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, right. That looks really nice. I'll be honest. This smells so good. After about 2 seconds, I bet you that that's all this needs. And a hot horoku is about 2 seconds, and it would be like back to tasting amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a couple of seconds.
You know, it almost smells like pancakes.
This reminds me of like when I'm making oh wow, that smells so good. When the tea comes fresh from Japan, you know, you first open the bag and it has that, like, they've just finished fired it, and it has that beautiful aromatic, and there's nothing like it, you know.
No, it's actually really good. And on that note, Jared, so since we got those twin grinders, for micro milling matcha, I've been really enjoying firing the teas just slightly before grinding them. And it doesn't have to be with every single tea, but I've tried milling some crimsons and some oolongs, and just giving them a light firing before milling.
Yeah, I really want to geek out on that, eh? Like, I'm getting a little mini roaster, and I want to do like a roast curve, like track how hot and how long and all that stuff, and really get an understanding of that finish firing process.
You do need something more than our little Hodoku. You do need something a bit more professional.
Yeah, but this is so interesting for playing with, right? And just getting an understanding of what heat does to flavor. That's cool.
Well, I like cast iron.
Cast iron is good, man. It totally works.
Yeah, this is cool. Okay, so
it totally works. These Hodoku, by the way, are I find a really cool companion when you're camping. Because being by a bonfire and roasting tea leaves is always something fun.
That is so cool. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I grabbed another one so that I had one for sale, but I wasn't sure if they were going to be a good size or a good, you know, but these are nice, eh? Like,
yeah. All thanks to Okuma-san and Watanabe-san, who first introduced me to these Hodokus, but they are a very, very decent size. They also work, should any of you guys also be coffee geeks, my favorite coffee bar in Kyoto has just some 75-year-old barista who roasts green beans in these things, and he doesn't degas them or anything. And tell you the truth, it was not the best cup of coffee I've ever had, but it's one of the best coffee experiences I've had.
Where he just roasted it in front of you.
Freshly roasted coffee in a Hodoku and then milled and then made into in a siphon. Okay, so I made another batch.
I went to Fukuoka and stopped by a tea shop that with Takaki. He took us there.
Yep.
And they did a full course like experience, and they started you with like a cold brew, and then they went into like a hardcore gyokuro, and they ended the session with a Horoku fired hojicha that they fired right before you drank it, and it was.
Oh, nice.
That's cool, eh?
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying. What's up?
No, it's good, man. It's all good. I am just trying a second batch. So I made one where I went all the way to browning it, and there was a lot of smoke coming out of my Hodoku. And now I'm making another one, which is just lightly roasted.
Right.
And I shall report. So I was very happy with my first one. I shall report if I'm happy with the second one too.
Okay.
Or it's a disaster.
Oh, look at that. Every guest has been a gem. We have somebody speaking. I think this might be through the YouTube because I'm not seeing it on the Twitch chat. But somebody says that they tried to go to our festivals before, or they said they did. I can't quite see. And then when they said they've been tuning in from the beginning, and then every guest has been a gem. So thank you. That's really sweet. I wonder who said that.
Pedro, I have a question. Because we're introducing heat via the process, does it need less of a steep time because the volatility is being introduced?
Does it need less of a steep time?
How long are you steeping for?
Ah, there he is. Joanne
Here's something. I don't necessarily think it will require a shorter steeping time. I am steeping this tea with water at a higher temperature. And one thing that I find, not with a Japanese hodoku, but with something a bit more similar to what you have at home, Ryan, um, which happen in Yunnan, is that when you roast certain teas, you make them much more, let's say, lenient. So pu'er tea, as you know, if you get some young pu'er and you oversteep it, it can be very bitter. But if you fire it, if you make it into hojicha pu'er and then you boil it, it actually tastes delicious, and you can boil it. So that would definitely be a longer steeping time with a very high temperature, yet you get a very pleasant drink.
Huh. You know, I was.
So,
Sorry, keep going. My bad.
no, I think that you know, not necessarily the steeping time will be shorter. So I have two examples now.
Okay.
I have this one which was roasted very unscientifically all the way to making it hoji.
Yeah.
This one which was just lightly roasted, and as you can see, it's yellowish, so it's definitely not
Yeah,
sencha.
that's similar to this one, eh? That's my lightly roasted sencha.
That's lightly roasted. I think yours is the lightest. This is the medium guy, and then I have
Sure.
some total hojicha.
I'm trying to get there with mine. Yeah.
Yeah. In this it took me 45 seconds to get it to full hojicha. In this case, I like full hojicha much more than my medium roasted sencha.
Interesting. Okay.
Medium roasted sencha is drinkable.
Yeah.
And Ryan, I did 80 degrees Celsius and I steeped for about 40 seconds.
I've been showing these off all day, Pedro. Look at that. How gorgeous is that?
Yeah, it's good, man.
It's like Tokoname awesomeness. Okay.
It is.
Anyway, sorry.
Tokoname awesomeness.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, thanks to Takaki for hooking us up. It's amazing getting so many really cool teapots.
Isn't it though? Yeah, it's pretty rad. I wanted to say that. Where was I going with this? So, remember that guy I was telling you about, who's from the corner region in Wuyi, David? And I was like, this guy is this amazing black matter scientist. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, he would often talk about the benefits of just like the benefits of firing again, and just like how much of an artesian process that is, of course, in Wuyi Mountain, right? Like the whole charcoal roasting and all that fun stuff. So, but also that like you can really taste the tea after you've sort of washed away the roast a bit. It'd be really interesting to like make these teas and like see what we get out of them if we brew them a few times, and we'll get a sense of how like amateur our roasts are compared to people who really know what they're doing and are doing a good job.
Compared to people who really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree.
It'll be really fun, hey? Like I think that'd be really cool. So
having said that, man, I think that we're also talking about a different kind of roasting process, because
of course,
the roasting, the basket roasting process of Wuyi-san, or at least when I've seen it, is something that takes much longer, and it often uses charcoal as a fuel, which will of course have a different effect.
Right.
And in this case, I have a gas canister from Home Hardware and a Japanese hodoku, and pretty much like 45 seconds of roasting this. So it's the hillbilly cousin of professional roasters in Wuyi-san.
Exactly. So I'm gonna have a little bit of
Japanese dishware hillbilly.
Yeah.
Exactly. How's your skillet process going, Ryan?
I took it out of the skillet because the smoke got pronounced enough, and I felt like the tea was starting to become aromatic, which I think was our goal.
Yeah.
I have it ready for water. I'm getting the kettle boiling, and then I'm about to thank you. I think this has been fun.
Yeah, this has been really cool. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I think that when I smelled this tea, when I was about to go drink it, I smelled it and I was like, this tea like smells really old and grassy, and there's no way that I'm gonna sit down and actually enjoy this. But when I got it initially, it was awesome. Like it was a really good tea, and I was kind of kicking myself for not sealing the bag, right?
Yeah, totally, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really bad when you have some delicious tea and it just doesn't stay great. I just rediscovered a 2013 matcha from from one of my friends back in Uji.
Yeah.
And it was sad because it was definitely not, it was not terrible, but it was not delicious as it was a few years ago.
Right. Right.
Bit of a waste. I don't know how to rescue matcha yet, but apparently there is a way to rescue sencha. And
you could probably rescue tencha, but not matcha.
yeah, you can, and who knows, man? Maybe there is a way to rescue matcha. I just don't know it. But
wouldn't it be interesting to take tencha and like cook it this way until it becomes a hojicha, and then like mill that and make like a matcha hojicha?
You know who's done it? Suji-san.
Suji-san?
Suji gave me, yeah, and you know, I don't speak enough Japanese.
You hear about hojicha being milled, but like to
no, dude, he's milling high quality tencha into hojicha and then grinding it into matcha.
Yeah.
It's the finest freaking matcha I've ever tried. I didn't even ask the price. He told me it was not cheap, and it probably is not cheap.
Right.
But it's really interesting. He was using
cool.
like competition grade freaking tencha to make hojicha.
It'd be really interesting to like take that and be like, hey, you know, I want to have a look at that color. That's really interesting. Oh, it's all like broken up. Like, can you see that? Okay.
Yeah, that's that's golden also.
Yeah, that's cool. It'd be interesting to like take tencha leaves and I wonder if you could do like different variations of playing around with them so that you get. I wonder if you could make an oolong tencha. Wouldn't that be interesting? Like, I don't know, somehow.
I don't know.
Figure out like maybe purposefully process it a little bit later, past the time that you're supposed to, or.
I guess you can. So one of the things that we're looking forward on 2021, if and when we can travel abroad and go to Japan again, is learning about how matcha used to be consumed back in the Edo period, before ice boxes, before all our modern technology that enables us to have these super green, very vibrant, bright sencha,
right?
Or you know, tencha. Because back then you had to have all these people in the mountains, and by the time they got to wherever they were going to process the leaves, it would have to oxidize a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't have been having air-conditioned trucks and like bringing things over. But you know what I'm noticing too is that like we did that hand harvesting experience in Mandokoro, right? Like this really old community. And they're one of the last in the country that are like committed to hand picking. Like everything that's harvested in that village is hand picked. And they're also committed to, they've tried to bring in some clonal cultivars and grow them there, but the snow just destroys them. And and so they can only grow Zairaishu, the heirloom cultivars. And that's because they'll get 2 meters of snow, it'll crush the leaves, and then when the snow melts, it'll spring back up and they'll be able to produce them into. But like those when I make those teas that we get from there, I can't make them the same way as I do other teas, you know, like I have to give them more time. Most senchas I find they're permeable enough after production that if you go past like a minute 15, like if you go into a minute 30, you start to bring out some pretty harsh flavor dynamics. But it'd be interesting to make like a tencha from like a seed cultivar, like something seeded like that, like a Zairaishu or something, because you might get more like forgiveness out of it. It wouldn't be so fragile. And then when you did let it wither a little bit, and then you took that and you took it to a tencha factory, wouldn't that be interesting? Like to
that would totally. And also, you know, so whenever we make tencha or people make tencha, they're using tea that grows in rows, and you have, it has to grow in very ordered rows because you have a canopy that's going to shade it, and you know, all these desirable aspects out of gyokuro and tencha are achieved precisely by having a little piece of cultivated land that is very, very ordered. So what would happen if you make tencha out of trees that grow wild in a cedar forest, like the ones in Gifu?
Right, exactly, like you have been talking about for a while.
Right, it's shade grown because there's a canopy, there's a bunch of cedar trees that are covering those guys, but you would think that the plant would be different because there's a tea plant and there are no more tea plants around it. There's a forest, but you know, this tea plant has at least, you know, 1 meter or 2 meters around it to suck nutrients out of the soil.
Right.
Whereas a tea plant that grows in a in a farm has a bunch of fellow tea plants around it.
Right. Yeah. No, that's interesting. And so,
Yeah.
But it seems also very like challenging. Like, I don't know, when we did that hand harvesting, they do a different style. They're not doing the 2 leaves in a bud. They're stripping. Like that's what Mandokoro does.
Yeah,
they like
totally.
strip. It's like, wow, that's intense. Like from like a hand pick, like there's a specific way to do it perspective. It was a really aggressive way of harvesting.
Right.
But,
It's not your traditional oba-chan with very trained fingers. And
oh yeah, it was intense, right? But
right?
they were like, the obachans there, like they're so fast. But even really fast, it took them a week for 3 people to harvest 100 kilograms of finished product, right?
Dude, and they're quick.
Finished. It was unfinished product, so 100 kilograms. And it was like, to finish that, they only got 20 kilograms at the end. And
oh man, yeah.
Like you think about that, just how much.
They're still quick, man.
Yeah.
You and I would not get 100 kilograms.
No, we wouldn't. Yeah, we'd probably get.
No, we'd be at 50 kilograms, and those grannies would already be having dinner and watching us.
Yeah, they'd be laughing at us.
So
slow foreigners with their slow hands. Yeah.
Exactly. How's it going, Ryan? Is your tea any good?
It tasted nutty. It was really delicious. That was fun.
Yeah.
And I'm probably the guiltiest for forgetting tea, because I'm like, I'll do a tea festival. I'll be gifted tea, and then I'll just be like, that was beautiful. Yeah. And then I can't tell anybody, including Jared, that I did such a sacrilegious thing, like let my tea go to waste. But this is fun. I'll do this again.
It works, eh? It totally works.
Awesome. I'm glad. That skillet is a horuko now.
It is. We have a quote. We have somebody says, "Hillbilly cousin of professional roasters" is going to be the official quote for Pedro Villalon of 2020. Says TAJ in the chat room. So you are now a quoted individual. You'll be written down in history for 2020. Yeah,
fair enough.
It's going to be good.
Good. It's a hillbilly cousin.
It's interesting that Ryan's able to prove that there's some enjoyment in just busting out the good old skillet and frying up some tea. Hey, like that's good times. I've always I've hesitated. I'm like, I think I want to try that, but I feel like the garlic and olive oil that's likely there is just gonna, But if I'm gonna throw it out anyway, then what's the harm, right? Like.
Right, and you know what? No, if you wash a skillet properly, you can pretty much reduce whatever kind of pollutants could be there. I think so.
Yeah, and mine's pretty much literally just a pancake pan. Like it tastes great.
Cool. Okay.
Awesome. Pancakes and tea are good.
Yeah, I can see those two going together.
That could very well work.
I really like.
So, how are we doing for time, guys?
We have we're at 34, man. We have 11 minutes left with you before we go to the other session. Did you want to do one of these other teas? You gave us quite a few.
Yeah, well, some of them ready to drink. All the Wazuka teas are for the next session with Haruka Hori-san. And maybe let's do something else that's kind of interesting.
Okay.
I know you guys have some kind of pour over device over there.
Yeah. Ryan, I'm not. You could kind of figure something. Do you have a sieve, Ryan?
I have one without a handle, so maybe
that might be perfect.
I always want to be like, oh, it's an observer sport, and then I end up in the kitchen with a skillet. So.
The skillet, exactly.
Yeah,
it's not an observer sport.
Yeah, you
might on, man.
I'll go grab the sieve.
Yeah, because then you can do a pour over.
Yeah,
it's gonna be amazing.
Grab any filter, grab a coffee filter or a dirty stocking or whatever.
Dirty stocking. Yeah, we can make.
Well,
we
need to
tea
filter
through a
something,
dirty stocking.
but maybe not dirty. Maybe a clean stocking.
A clean stocking. I think you're asking a lot.
I am,
yeah.
Dude. Yeah. I am going to be using this this Japanese ceramic filter.
Yeah. Okay.
So in the same spirit of rescuing teas, and let's do Supernova, please. There's one that's called Supernova in the East. Let's do Supernova.
Should I do my superfine sieve? Should I do that, or should I do a coffee filter, like a cone? What are you thinking? So I got some options
What
here,
do you think would give it the least amount of flavor? What would be the least intrusive?
Like, this is like this can work. It's kind of like a.
There you go, man.
Right?
Yeah.
This is what I normally use for when I do pour over tea.
Let's do that guy.
Which one?
What do you usually use for pour over tea?
This guy, the superfine sieve. This is meant for
There
catching
you go.
plankton.
Yeah.
This
Super
new
fine
page,
sieve for
this is
supernova tea.
usually an insert of a cheap teapot.
Okay.
It's also got some qualities.
Your microphone's out of your mouth there, man.
Oh, it was up in my hair.
There
I
you
was
go.
just trying to... So yeah, this is from a cheap teapot.
Yeah.
And it's just an insert, so we're gonna go with this.
Amazing.
That'll work, man.
Yeah, that's great.
Totally.
Yeah, and we're gonna use time traveler. So I Pedro,
No, I think let's use supernova, please.
Oh, that's
I
what
think
you said. Yeah, that's what you said.
Time traveler. It could also work, but let's use supernova because I think the point that I want to make here is a little bit different.
Okay, supernova. How many grams am I gonna put on? Am I weighing it or am I just eyeballing this?
Well, depends. Let's. How many grams of water are you gonna use?
That's a great question. How many?
How big is your pot over there? Why don't we do a
I have a 12
milliliter?
ounce. I have a 12 ounce.
And let's not fill it up. And you've got a scale. So I would suggest let's do 200 milliliters and let us do 3 grams, please.
Okay, I'm just gonna unplug this. I don't want to.
Mostly because I have 3 grams weight over here. Now,
my fear.
On the same spirit of rescuing tea,
yeah.
These are the dregs of this tea. So this is what was left at the bottom of the bag.
How many grams?
So
again?
do 3 grams, please.
Okay.
This is 50% Beni Fuki, 50% Beni Hikari.
Oh, cool.
And
I've never heard of Beni Hikari. That's cool.
Beni Hikari, man. So they're a bit stronger, slightly more tannic cultivars.
This is Kocha.
It is Kocha. Yeah. In Jagasil Keys, it's crimson tea. Nice.
Wait, is that Jagasilk Ease? I'm trying to like reframe the conversation, but I think it's a exercise in futility.
Futility.
That's okay though. So I'm doing just a pour over. Like, what temperature you want this at?
Yeah, 3 grams, and I would say boiling because we can. So what I find is that when you're doing this kind of tea, if you're using one of these goosenecks, there's enough loss of temperature when you're pouring it into the tea.
Yeah.
So my tea is very, very broken. It's the one I gave to you guys. It's in slightly better shape.
Yeah.
But in my case, it's just what was left at the bottom of the bag. So it's a bunch of, powdery particles.
Right.
And sometimes when you have your regular teapot, it is a bit more complicated using these last little bits. I find that this system with my Japanese stone filter, or in your case, the superfine sieve, which will also work, is a good system to rescue those last little bits and bring a lot of enjoyment out of them.
I have a whole series of teas for my wholesale customers. I call it my fast bar, and the whole concept is around this idea. I give them these superfine sieves, and they do a pour over, and it's like 30 seconds, and I just kind of like encourage them to dose like between 3 and 6 grams depending on the tea, and it's so much faster than. It's also interesting how a lot of these teas that work this way for whatever reason seem to be a little bit more forgiving. Like there's less, I don't know. It's just like I don't get as much like unpleasantness. Maybe because it's such a quick. I don't know.
They sometimes are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep going. Sorry. Yes.
I find it pretty cool also for pours when you have just the broken little pieces at the end of a cake. So you have this beautiful cake and. Over the next few months, you try to break it really carefully and come up with a larger leaves. But in the end, once you finish your cake, there's a bunch of smaller broken particles in your paper. And I find that a Japanese strainer is a pretty cool way to enjoy and extract those last little few pieces.
I'm drinking my.
No, it's not traditional. It's not an itching pot, definitely not. But I find it enjoyable.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's brilliant too, because for somebody like me who's always looking at the tea timer, it's like, it's when it's measured up and it's good, it's like, it's done.
It works. It works. What are we
done?
Are we doing it 240 grams or 180 grams or what's my goal?
I was thinking about 200 grams of water, but
I can do that. I can. And
whatever, man.
Should I? My goal is
Supernova is pretty strong. This is made by a very cool gentleman called Konomi-san.
Okay.
And Konomi-san belongs to the family that opened the first tea business in Kyushu Island ever.
Oh wow, that's kind of cool.
So they go way back in history. They were also some of the really cool guys that decided that you should bring production techniques from Kyoto into Fukuoka, and hence we can enjoy yame gyokuro and yame matcha.
Nice.
Because these guys had the clever idea of bringing.
That's awesome.
Tea production techniques from Kyoto.
And
so
yame is like, I think they got the top 40. I can't remember. It's insane how many yame places keep winning best in Japan for the
Yeah, they do a really good job.
Yeah.
But apparently in the Meiji period they were making mostly kamairi-cha, and then they switched to also making some other kind of steamed teas.
Interesting. That's cool.
Fairly recent. I also happen to love kamairi-cha, but.
Okay. Well, there we go. That smells really good.
Yeah.
It smells like honey.
I think it's amazing that it captures the full flavor with just the pour over.
Yeah, it captures the full flavor with a very, very short steep.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
This method is also good, in my opinion, for cask aged teas because it brings out a lot of the potentially more volatile flavors that the tea gets while being aged in a cask.
This is really, yeah. Hold on one sec. Micah.
Yeah.
I got some tea for you, sir.
He's got to make sure that everybody else is caffeinated on the other side of the crew.
And then I did the kind of lightly
Of course,
roasted one is the
you should caffeinate people because it's a long day.
The darkly roasted one is the more dark roast. Gradations of color, my friend. Just passing along the love.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Sorry, what did I miss?
Nothing. We're just talking about caffeinating the team.
They talk about hojicha being decaffeinated. You're then my engineer friend too. Is this logical? It just feels like so illogical to me, but it seems to be something they can prove.
Well, you know, I've never really tested hojicha for caffeine content, so I cannot state it like that.
Okay.
I do know empirically that whenever I have guests at the tea bar and they have hojicha, even if they're sensitive to caffeine, most of the times they can sleep quite okay. And I also know that a lot of young mothers in Japan give hojicha and more specifically hoji cookie cha to their kids. I've seen a bunch of them feeding that to the kids.
I've experienced this. Half of it I wonder if it's my placebo of telling the person that they're not gonna, but you know, I think there's something to it. I have it at night and it doesn't seem to affect me. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, honestly, I don't know. You know, I wonder if it would be interesting because when you do hojicha, you fire the tea at a higher temperature, of course.
Yeah.
But Mimi was just telling us that she's pan firing her Guizhou tea at 220 Celsius.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty high.
You would think that's also pretty high. You would think that would also decompose caffeine, yet it doesn't.
Huh.
So, Nat, you know, the answer to that is I don't know. I ignore. I declare my ignorance in the subject. But whoever drinks hojicha at my bar at night, most of the times does not complain the next time they come here.
That makes sense. Makes sense. You know, we're hitting. We're actually at 7:45 now, Pedro. I hate to.
Right.
Again, these sessions end so fast. Do you want to have some last words for the audience? We have actually quite a number of viewers tuning in right now from around the world. If you want to say some parting words here for them.
Nothing to add. Just my regards to all of those guys who are joining. I hope they enjoy their tea and the rest of the sessions. Thanks for pulling everybody together, Jared and Ryan. It's a noble it's a noble endeavor. So thanks for doing it, guys.
Thank you for being on the show, Pedro. We really appreciated having you here. Ryan, did you have any final words for Pedro before we say goodbye?
Yeah, well, I just want to thank Pedro for Pedro suggested that his was the hillbilly apparatus, but I think that he championed the skillet and I persevered and even did the pour over with pretty much everything you'll find at home. And well, being a Canadian, you'll always find a mason jar somewhere in your cupboard. So
of course.
I feel fully capable to salvage any tea that I accidentally neglect. So you become a savior and an angel, and I can't thank you enough.
Amazing. Thanks, brother.
Nice, nice, very cool. Okay, so we have Alka Michael and T Mistress and TAJ. Everybody saying thank you, thank you, thank you across the board. So it was quite a nice session. Actually, now that I think about it, Pedro, you're going to be staying on. We're going to take a short break here, but you're going to be staying on for the session with
Wazuka Tea Festival. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Well then, bye for now, Pedro, and we will we'll be back on in a
Talk to you in
a
10.
little bit. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay. You want to take it away, Ryan?
Well, yeah, exactly what Pedro said. The Wazuka Tea Festival is up next, so you can catch us in about 13 minutes. We'll be talking to them. And I was just saying if we have, I think it's Haruki. Haruka-san is going to be our, and friends.
Yeah.
Hori is going to take us through the festival. And I mean, if there's anything we know about festival, it's all about the friends, right? It's the many that make it happen. So if you can stay tuned for the next 12-ish minutes, we'll be right back with you. Thank you.
hello and welcome back to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. This is, wow, these sessions just keep getting more and more interesting. They're fascinating from the beginning. We've had Pedro Villalon on just now from O5T. He was doing a fantastic job. Well, actually, it was really fun to just roast up some teas together and explore some different extraction techniques. We actually have Pedro still on the line right now as he's introduced us to the lovely folks over at the Teatopia Tea Festival in Kyoto. Ryan Moen, the co-director of the Tea Festival, is also joining us. You can see archived versions of the sessions that have come before this on our YouTube channel. If you're watching this on Twitch, hello, join the chat, ask questions while we're live. I'm Jared Nyberg. I'm also one of the co-directors of the festival. So hello to, it was Tetsuya Imanishi, is that correct? Did I say that correctly? Yes? Okay, awesome. All right, welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival 2020.
Hello.
Awesome.
Hi everyone. So we are Teatopia Festival. My name is Haruka and I have two of my friends, Tetsuya Imanishi, who is a tea farmer here in Wazuka. And this is Chihiro, who is really kind to share her space right here today. And before we begin, we would like to introduce you a little bit about the artwork right here at the back.
Okay.
日本語でいいの？
はい。
アーティストインレジデンスがわずかで2 months 2ヶ月開催されてまして、それの展示を今ここで、してます。で、10メーター ×2 メーターの大きな作品が飾られているところで、今日はお茶を、やりたいと思います。
So right here in Wazuka, Kyoto, we have a few of the artists staying in Wazuka to get some inspiration from the nature. And here's the artwork by Kaoru Shibuta, who also stayed in Wazuka for 2 months to complete his work. And
10メーター。
yeah, so this is a really big piece of art. It's 10 meters by 2 meters. And it's called Monkey Time.
Monkey Time.
Yeah.
Monkey Time. Okay.
So,
It's absolutely beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wonder if we can see more of it. That's really, really, really cool. What is it depicting? One more time. What are we seeing?
Monkeys.
I'm seeing
Monkey Time.
Monkeys.
Of course,
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay, that's awesome. That's very cool.
Yeah. So we will first give you a short introduction about our hometown. We'll share some presentation.
Lovely. Okay, it's exciting.
If that works, just one moment.
Yeah. If you click the share screen here, I think I might need to accept it. So try one more time.
Yeah.
It's not.
Is it working?
It's not giving me a request. No. Hold on one second.
あれ? あ、これか.
This would be lovely if we can. Meeting details. No, it's not. It's not doing it. Ah! Oh, no, there it is. Okay, Haruka Hori is presenting. Okay, lovely. Yes, it's coming. We can see.
Is it working?
Yeah. Oh, we can see ourselves. That's hilarious. Okay.
Or we can see yourself.
I think I shared the.
Hooray.
Just one moment.
We can see your screen. Yeah.
あ、ごめんなさい。
大丈夫ですよ。スクリーン見えましたよ。
スライドを始めたら
あ、
大丈夫。
今ので
Can you hear this now?
If you want to try presenting one more time.
あ、そうそう、再生でプレイ。
なんかもう一回。
あ、そうなんや。
そうです。
で、Okay. Sorry, is this working now?
It is working now, yes. So we can see how
Okay.
that you are presenting. Beautiful. Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, cool. So here's just a little bit about our hometown, Teatopia Wazuka. So here Wazuka is located in the southern tip of Kyoto, and it's referred to as Teatopia, which is utopia for tea lovers. We have a little bit less than 3,800 people here, and we have 300 tea farmers harvesting quality Japanese green tea in the town. And we have one of the largest tea plantations among Kyoto, and 40% of green tea that is produced in Kyoto is actually harvested here in Wazuka.
Oh wow.
So here are some photos of Teatopia Wazuka. This is one of the really famous tea farm for tourists to visit. And here's another tea farm, which belongs to Tetsuya Imanishi.
Cool.
And this is I went up to a little mountain just to overlook the entire town.
That's beautiful.
And yeah, just a little bit about Teatopia Festival. So the Teatopia Festival that we hosted this year has been hosted every year since 2002. So this year was supposed to be the 9th anniversary. However, because of the COVID-19, we were not able to actually host the festival, the real festival, but instead we went online and we did a live online live event for 2 days, just like a Victoria Tea Festival. And we had over 5,000 viewers over 2 days.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
And here's what we did. During the online event, we taught people how to brew perfect cup of Japanese green tea. And this is matcha art. So there is a workshop on how to draw your favorite picture on a cup of matcha. And yeah, this is Misako-san teaching people how to make kombucha.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, and this is the tea cocktail. So this gentleman right here who owns a cocktail bar in Kyoto has taught us how to infuse some tea in alcohol. And this one was how to make matcha cake with some chocolate. Yeah, and we had a lot of programs, and you can find us on Instagram at Teatopia_festival, and you can still watch the archive on our YouTube channel. Okay, so it was. How do I end this?
You just
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Awesome. You're back. Awesome. That's very cool.
was-
Okay. No, that's
Okay.
Wazuka is quite a beautiful city, and we were just we actually had George on from Obubu a little bit earlier, talking
Right.
to us from Wazuka as well. So we're lucky to have you guys on and to have such a wonderful representation from Wazuka. It's quite an important production region in Japan. Hey, like
Yeah.
40% is a big number, and he pointed out that's not a lot of people producing it. Like it's a small number of people producing a lot of amazing tea, and in Japan, when we talk about tea, we when we say ujicha, many people don't know this, but and I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, but Wazuka and Ujitawara are basically the ones that are responsible for most of that production, right? So
Yes, that's true.
yeah, so it's pretty cool, and what a beautiful area to be producing in. And in terms of, do you know the percent? Maybe it was in the slide, and if it was, I'm sorry. But what was the percentage that Ujicha or Wazuka produces of all Japanese tea?
So it's 40% of tea that is produced within Kyoto
Yeah.
is produced in Wazuka.
What about like nationally? Do you know the numbers for how that compares?
Nationally, わずか
うん。
のお茶の生産量って日本全体の何%ぐらいかってわかり
日
ます
本
か？
全体の何%？
すみません。難しいです。
Probably not so much
Yeah,
because
right? Because
recently, like a lot of other regions, like the southern part of Japan, for example, like Kagoshima, or a little bit east of us, Shizuoka.
Yeah.
Those two are
Huge
one of the
producers.
main producing regions, and they produce in quantity, like a lot of tea. So compared to that, our production is not very much, but it's more like we're focusing on quality and more like preserving the tradition, like those kind of tea that we produce.
Quality over quantity and cultural tradition. That's good. So what is it that makes vodka or ujicha different from other Japanese regions in terms of flavor? We talked about it a bit with George, but I'm curious to your opinion.
わずか他の日本のお茶産地と比べて、わずかのお茶でこう特別なこととか、でどういうことだと思いますか？
わずか特別なことで言うと、やっぱりそのわずかの土地でしか生み出されないその香りやったりとか。
The aroma and the flavor that is very unique to the land we were gifted on.
Makes sense.
その土地じゃないと生み出せないもの。
Some
風土が生み出すものですね。
So it's something that's very unique to the natural condition, like weather and the temperature and the soil condition and like all those the nature that we have here is really unique to other regions.
Fair enough. Yeah. They have those. I mean, there's the famous rivers, and there's the famous the terrain too, quite treacherous, like very very steep hills that you guys are harvesting on. Not for the faint of heart. it's really beautiful flavors that come out of the region. We were talking a little bit about how you guys don't fire the teas as deeply as some other regions. You really try to protect those aromatics, and it's
right,
like specifically those. For me, when I'm drinking from tea from Wazuka, I'm always really impressed by that floral characteristic. Like there's almost like a violet or like just a really beautiful flower in my nose when I'm drinking it, and I just love the delicateness, because a lot of other regions are amazing too, but I think that they get really into that deep flavors, right? And so it's really interesting how subtle and delicate and beautiful the teas are that come out of Wazuka.
Thank you. So Tetsuya-san has actually prepared a video for us today.
Oh, amazing.
It's showing you how the tea is produced. So from the harvesting to processing.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
can we watch that together?
That's exciting.
Yeah, that's very exciting. Let's do it. Okay.
I'm gonna try sharing the presentation again.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
This time.
Okay, you got this. You got this. Okay, I think we're ready for you on this end.
From this side. Okay. It's on Vimeo here.
Okay.
So please feel free to stop us if you have any questions.
For sure. Definitely.
コメントがあれば言ってください。
何をしてるとこでとか、そういうことだね。これは養生の芝ですね。
港さんから LINE が来た。
Oh,
これがお茶刈りの。これ
So
まだ
this is
まだ
how we harvest
まだ
tea.
幼木なんですけど、ここ。
Still baby gardens.
ah.
僕ってなんていう。
How old are the leaves? Oh, wow.
何年ぐらい？
ここはまだ3年ぐらいやったんですけど、
About
今は
3
もう
years old.
ここから5年ぐらい経ってるから、この映像を作ってから4年5年ぐらい経ってるからもう立派な茶畑になる。
So it was only 3 years old when the video was taken, but it's been about 5 years since we shoot this. So it's been, yeah, it is like about 8 years old right now.
Cool. So beautiful.
原山ですよね。
うん、原山です。
It's in Harayama region in Wazuka.
で、今回送らせてもらったお茶はちょうどここの矢吹田です。今。
Oh, すごい。
そうたまたまです。
So the Yabukita tea that we shipped over to Canada this time was harvested exactly at the tea garden that you saw.
Beautiful.
Yeah, very cool.
とてもいいです。
これ一番最初の蒸し器に入っていくところです。
So this is the very first step of the processing. The leaves are entering steaming machine.
Very cool.
で、これは操縦機入ってるところ。
This is the primary rolling dryer.
で、上がってきて、充
And
電器。
then this is the secondary rolling machine.
The crusher.
で、製樹機ですね、これは。
And this is the very final rolling machine.
Very cool. That's for shaping the leaves.
聞こえないですね。
How old is this factory?
How old is, sorry?
The factory.
ああ、工場何年ぐらい？
この工場自体はもう40年。
ああ。About 40 years old.
で、機械は修理したりとか、新しくなってるやつとかもありますけど。
So they have like repaired and maintained the machines, or sometimes replaced with new ones.
Fair enough. Yeah. Looks really well maintained.
で、これが最終の乾燥機に入っていくところです。
So this is the leaves entering the very final drying machine.
で、乾燥機から上がってきてる。
So the tea leaves have finished the very final process of drying.
で、白く見えるのは茎の部分ですね。
Where the part where it looks white is the stem of the leaves.
I bet you it smells amazing in there. Nice. Awesome. What are we seeing here? Oh, the ending. Okay, awesome.
It's a beautiful ending.
Yeah, very pretty.
結構ちゃん
Awesome.
と作ってますね。
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Maybe we can drink some of that yabukita. Hey, the yabukita sencha that you
Yeah,
sent us.
sure. Okay, how do I finish presenting?
Unless that's I don't want to speed through or anything. I would love to drink this tea with you guys for sure.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions regarding the video?
The video. You guys? I'm just gonna Kikoemasu.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. I think everybody's thinking about the questions that they'd like to ask. I mean, I'm personally interested in I love watching the equipment and I love the beautiful fields and it's always such a wonderful insight into the like the different preparation techniques, etc. But what caught my eye was definitely that factory seemed really clean. It actually looked really new to me. So to hear that it was 40 years old was kind of interesting, and yeah, and beautiful landscape, and it's a really beautiful video. Yeah.
なんかすごい綺麗な工場で40年経ってるっていうのをびっくりしてあって、すごいこう機械とか見るのが好きらしいです。
映像にしてるからだいぶこうよくは見えてる。実際に見たら結構ガタは来てる。
Nice.
He says it looks better than it actually is on the video.
There you go. That's awesome. So just why don't we drink some tea with you guys? So what's the cut? So
Yeah,
I have some selections. I'm just gonna go grab a teapot. Maybe you can we have this Tanaka.
Yeah. So there are three teas, Jared-san.
Yeah.
One of which is it says Imanishi Tetsuya-san.
Oh, okay.
On the label.
Imanishi. Yeah, I see it.
I think we should go for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
We should, because we have
the man
right here.
The man here himself. Right. Yeah. Okay.
There's a QR code on the packaging. So when we released this tea, we did it differently, because I bought this tea blindly, and I just said, Haruka-san, I trust you, and let's get some 3 very delicious teas, and she delivered 3 very delicious teas. And when we put it on our website, we didn't even provide O5T instructions. We just asked Tetsuya-san, how would you recommend enjoying it? And I think it would be a really good idea to just do it. Like, probably no prejudice from us who often drink tea, and we should just listen to what he recommends, and then see what we think.
Yeah, sure. お茶の入れ方を皆さんにはい、インストラクションを。
ヤブキタの
ちょっと待ってください。ちょっと待ってください。
今用意してくれてはったんじゃね。
Okay, so we were saying let's have Tetsuya-san teach you how he would brew his tea.
Amazing. Yeah? Yes. Okay.
皆さん準備は大丈夫？
Yeah, please.
That's awesome. Sorry, guys. I had to run and grab my teapot. I realized I didn't have him.
Did you have everything ready with you?
Yeah, I got a kyusu.
We're all set.
And then, yeah, you got it over there.
Hot water and leaves and teacups.
Yes. What temperature of water should I do? Or how do? What do you want me to? Yeah, we'll just follow your direction.
まずお茶の葉の量を測れるものってありますか？何かスケール。
Do you have a scale?
Yeah, all of us.
Yes,
do.
we all have a scale.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll put this on. Okay.
So this tea is Yabukita Jun Sencha, which means the sencha that's harvested without shading or covering. Some of the sencha usually is covered to cut the sunlight before harvesting.
Right.
This is more like the traditional what traditional end of sencha, which is really unique to Wazuka.
形状が素晴らしいですね。That's awesome.
And it was harvested on the 3rd of May. 5月3日。in the beautiful tea field that you guys have seen in the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
何グラムいきましょう。
で、お茶っ葉5グラム。
5グラムですね。Okay. 5
grams.
5グラム、5 grams of tea leaves.
Awesome.
で、お湯の温度は70度から75度ぐらい。
So we're gonna brew this with the hot water, which is between 70 to 75 degrees.
Okay. We got this.
すごい。皆さん、手元でこの温度を作れるやつが持ってたりとかする。
Oh, yeah. You guys have a teapot that can adjust the temperature, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's very cool. we will just follow the traditional way.
You know, that's good. You know, people watching, you know, Ryan, when he was joining it, he says, I'm just going to do it old school. And I'm the one that twisted his arm to get a kettle. But
typically it's just boiling water over leaves.
Yeah. So, but this is gonna be useful. But the old, like, traditional way is to cool, right? To use the yuzamashi or the water cooler downer and cool that water down. But are you starting with like a potto, like a zojirushi pot, or it doesn't have to be zojirushi, but that's what we call them here in Canada. What are you using for your water source there, Hori-san? Is that a kettle?
It's
hard to see.
I think Chihiro-san prepared the hot water.
山の水です。
Oh, it's from the mountain.
Oh, nice. So jealous.
Somewhere close to where we are.
門前のこのエリアの皆さんが使ってる山の水。
Yeah. 川で。
うちもあるね。
So in this house, she has a tap that she can get the water from the mountain.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's
So
directly
she
hooked
has
up to a
two
fresh
taps, and one
spring.
is like regular tap water, and the other one is just straight from the mountain.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Okay. One of our viewers, Lorianne, says that she's really enjoying this session. So, just
で、すべての準備が整ったら抽出時間は1分。
1分ですね。
Do you have the water and the leaves ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're gonna pour the hot water that's cooled down a little bit into the tea leaves, and we will wait for about 1 minute.
How much water should we put on?
どのくらいのお湯の量で？
90cc ぐらいでいいと思う。
90
多分
milliliters?
5グラムでしたっけ？ So for 5 grams of tea leaves, about 90 milliliter of water should be perfect.
Okay.
We want perfect.
Yeah, we want perfect. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited.
Perfect for in another way what the grower of the tea recommends.
Yeah. No, this is great.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is so good. And who knows, right? I'm sure the water will be slightly different where you are than here, but this is exciting. Yeah.
Actually, when I was living in Vancouver, I found out the water over there is like hard water, which means more mineral content. So I found it a little bit harder to brew the tea. So I always needed to brew it for a little bit longer than how I usually do it back home.
Ah, there you go.
そっか。カナダの水が硬い。
香水
香水か。
Oh, yeah.
髪の毛がギシギシ
But it's
になる。
better for the curly hair.
You guys, you ready for this? Hard water makes things harder. Yes.
See?
There you go.
Jared's quote of the night.
Right? There's my quote of the night.
Right, that's your quote of the night, brother.
My dad joke right there.
じゃあね、かかってしまう。
That translates. That's good. I don't think it does.
もう振ってますよ。
Should I not? 振らない方がいいですか? Is it okay? Can I?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
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 So after 1 minute,
Okay.
let's pour out the tea
Okay.
gently, slowly.
Sorry. Okay, I'll be. It's funny. Oh man.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways of brewing tea, and also like personal preference is
No, I'm all about
different. Depends on
gentle extraction's the way to go. 100%. Yeah, that's good. Want to get that last drop? Come on.
It's okay.
You're almost there. There we
Yeah,
go.
in Wazuka, we usually are told not to shake the teapot too much.
That's awesome.
食
So
ったらあかんってやつ。
those people watching, don't do what I just did.
Yeah, you were shaking the teapot, man.
Yeah, I know. I have failed. Okay.
That's my job usually. Is to do it all.
It's funny. I was always about, don't swirl, don't be aggressive, and look at me. All right, that looks.
And he also recommends you to open the lid of the teapot right after you brew it in order to stop the leaves from getting too hot.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Advice. Yeah. Huh.
はい、どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
いただきます。
ちいちゃんもどうぞ。
Oh, it smells really good. Yeah, it's really light. That's really good. That's really good color too, hey?
Yeah.
いい色してますね。
いい色してますね。
うん
ありがとうございます。香りはどうですか？
いいですね。
What do you think about the aroma?
Yeah, it's very nice.
いい香り。
いい香り。Yeah. 花の香りですね。
うん。
花の香り。
なんかない。
Very,
わずかで3種類お茶が送られてたけど、他のその港さんと田中さんのお茶っていうのは全くの純煎茶やった。ちょっとかぶってたよね。
かぶってました。So I think we've sent you 3 different types of tea from Wazuka, and the other 2 were actually so before the harvest they've covered their tea to cut the sunlight for a little bit. But this one in particular is harvested without any like covering or shading.
That's really
And なんて言ってましたっけ？このお茶についてのなんか説明。
このお茶の
2つ
説明。
はかぶってたけど。
かぶってたけど
こっちは、
これはかぶってない。全くの純煎茶で。
うん
だから色は他のお茶に比べたら多分そこまでその濃い緑ではない。黄色っぽい感じ。
So compared to the other 2, the color will be more like a little bit yellowish and not so like not too dark, more like soft and yellow color.
But it tastes like a really complex tea, you know. かぶせないとちょっと旨味が消えることもあるんですから、すごい旨味もちゃんとあって美味しいですね。It's really good because like there's umami, even though like normally when you shade grow, you lose a lot of that umami. So this is really interesting that, sorry, when you don't shade grow, you lose with this June or this pure this. I don't know if that's the character. Is it June for pure? Is that June sencha? When you say June sencha, is that pure?
Yes,
Yeah.
Jun sencha.
And oftentimes when I have it personally, I find that it's too grassy or too too tannic. But this is really lovely. This is really, really lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, beautiful umami. It does have a lot of umami.
Yeah. You said
なん
that.
か
Oh, sorry.
かぶってない煎茶飲むときってすごいこうもう強い 草のような
うん。
緑の味
うん。
が、まあ、強いなって感じることが多いんですけど、
うん。
これはすごいこう、旨味があ
しっかり
るなーっ
感じると。
うん
それが多分、わずかの霧がよう立ったりとかするじゃないですか。
あー
で、それで自然にこう、
うん
日光が遮られたりとかする時間帯があったりとかして、
あ
自然に作られる、人工的にその遮光して作られる旨味とかじゃなくて、
ーうん
自然が作り出す。
あーすごい
それこそ、だから多分わずかのこの場所やからでき
う
る
んあー
味あったりとか香りあったりとかっていうことだと思うんですけど。
So, even though this tea in particular wasn't shaded or covered artificially before the harvesting, but because of the landscape that is really unique to Wazuka, we like how how we have a river running in the middle of the town, and the tea farms are all teas are all like planted in the steep mountains. It is like really unique that we get fog in the spring,
Right.
and that is functioning as a natural sunblock. And that is why even though we don't like cover or shade artificially, we can still like preserve a lot of umami or sweetness in the tea.
That makes sense. So that means that the timing of the harvest is going to be pretty critical, hey? Like you have to time it with the right time of year. Does that mean that perhaps this process is less successful later in the year?
お茶を収穫するタイミングも、
うん
そしたら難しかったりとかしますか？
茶を収穫するタイミングが難しいですね。
That's lovely though. That's good. This is great actually.
で、そんなにその作業効率のいい場所でもないんで、わずかっていうのはすごい斜面が多くて、で1日で収穫できる量っていうのも限られてて、それは多分それぞれの農家さんでこう品種をいろいろ分けていったりとか、順番にこう収穫し、ベストなタイミングで収穫していけるようにいろいろ計画して考えてずっとしてきてるんじゃないですかね。
Yeah, the timing of the harvesting is really critical, and also because our farms are on a really steep mountain, it is not very easy to harvest in large quantity at once. So the farmers have tried many different ways, such as planting a lot of different cultivar, so that you can harvest everything at the perfect timing.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Very smart.
Do you have a favorite? Does he have a favorite? Does he have a favorite cultivar? Is he a Yabukita all the way kind of farmer, or does he have a preference for Okumidori, or is there like a does he have a favorite cultivar for?
一番好きな品種とかありますか？
僕が好きな品種は五香っていう。
Goko is his favorite.
Cool.
Mm.
Okay. Nice. Does he do a shaded, unshaded goko as well? Does it create a nice sencha unshaded, or is it something that needs to be shaded?
ここはどういう風に？
五香はうちはかぶせで作ってるんですけど、普通のその純煎茶とかやったらちょっと癖が強くて、かぶせることですごい旨味もしっかり強く、で後味もなんやろね、マスカットっぽいというか、口に残る余韻が。
So he grows a shaded goko. Yeah, and if you don't shade goko, it's gonna be really unique flavor. But by shading it, it becomes like more rich in umami flavor, and also the aftertaste becomes really refreshing, like muscat.
Muscat grape. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's interesting. I love knowing a favorite cultivar. out of curiosity, so when you're, we're coming up close to the end here, and I'm asking all the questions. Pedro, Ryan, please, if you have something you'd like to ask.
You have good questions, man. I'm okay.
Okay, all right. Just curious about, so you were talking about choosing the right cultivar, or sorry, choosing cultivars so you can stagger the harvest. Is Goko, does it grow a little bit later than Yabukita, or is it a little bit earlier, or like when it's ready? And I guess if you shade grow versus not shading, obviously it's going to be a later harvest. So I
ここって
assume
ヤ
Goko
ブ
is
キタと比べたら早く出てくるんですか？
後ですね。
ああ、so Goko comes after
Later.
Yabukita,
Nice.
late.
Mm.
Cool. Okay, so you can have the same team harvest the Yabukita that also harvest the Goko, but later, kind of idea.
Yes, yes.
うん。
ここ後で収穫する。
あ、そうです。
うん
大体順番が決まってる。
うん
この畑、この畑、この畑で。で、ヤブキタが基準になってて、それより早いか遅いかで、いろんな品種の和製とか晩製とかあって。
うん。
So he has quite a few different variety. So there's Yabukita always as like standard, and he has some cultivar that's earlier than Yabukita and some others that's later than Yabukita, like Goko.
And Yabukita is the standard that everything's based off of. Hey, that's really interesting. Cool. Okay. Just I guess we're coming up to the end of our session with you guys. It's been really beautiful having you here. It's so special to have you live from Kyoto on our Victoria Tea Festival revival. Really appreciate that. Did you have something that maybe some words you'd like to say to the viewers, or some final thoughts? Maybe you can let us know. Well, you know what we should be doing for our second steep here. Those kinds of things.
なんかもうちょっとで終わるんですけど、なんか最後にありますか？
最後に、そうですね、わずかに、もし機会があればぜひ遊びに来てください。で、その映像とかでは伝わらない素晴らしい場所やったりとか、素晴らしいお茶っていうのがいっぱいあるんで、ぜひわずかに一度足を運んでください。
If you have an opportunity, please do come and visit Wazuka. There are beautiful places and delicious tea that is really that is a little bit hard to tell you through the video. So please yeah, come and visit in person.
Awesome.
来年来ますよ。
Yes.
ありがとうございます。で、あとは茶元郷祭りでまたこう一緒に皆さんでこうできるようなことがあったら、毎年11月に自分たちでやってる。
So we host a Teatopia festival every November, and this year we did something like that's online. And if we could do something together, if you guys could join us online next year, maybe that would be amazing.
Might see you in person if Corona's over.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. Really looking forward to it. Ryan, did you have anything else you'd want to say here at the end, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for opening up with such beautiful art, and then like bringing us in to your space and sharing your festival with us, because I think that's really kind of woven through the celebration of the tea that you've given us today. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for just taking the time to show us through the video and through the presentations all the beautiful work that you do. And whether it's as a guest or as a viewer, we'll be there next year watching online. It was such a beautiful experience for this short period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys
Bye.
Goodbye, guys. Have a wonderful day. And again, we appreciate
Thank you very much for having us, and it was our honor to be a part of your festival, and have a great rest of the live stream session.
Thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Okay, wonderful. Really appreciate it. And a big shout out to Pedro as well. It looks like he's left the call. But we really appreciate him introducing those guys to us. Wazuka, for me, is one of my favorite regions to visit. I love going to Japan, but Wazuka has a special place in my heart, as it's one of the spaces that I first visited. So huge appreciation for this. Teatopia, so exciting. I hope to check it out next year, either in person or online. I'm going to switch over to Ryan.
Perfect. Well, yeah, that was exciting. I was really excited to see somebody else who's pulled off an online festival, and it gives us hope that this is going to go smoothly for the next 12 hours or so. So next is Shanna Chang with Wild Tea Chi. She's going to be in just about 14 minutes, so it'll be 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're really excited to have her on board. But yeah, thanks to everybody for tuning in for this last little bit, and we hope we can carry over, because we don't know what time of day it is for you or where you might be located, or maybe you're just watching this in segments on YouTube. But thank you so much for watching.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We're a little bit delayed as we move to a different platform for communicating with our participant from China. We have Shana Cheng joining us from Wild Chi Tea. Really looking forward to this session as well. I feel like so honored to have such amazing guests joining us. I can't believe we're already on the 9th session. If you're just joining us now, you can check out the archived show on our YouTube channel. It should be playing live there as well. I'm not as comfortable with Twitch. I imagine you can just go back in time and watch this in reverse if you like. But if you watch it with us, then you can also ask questions in the chat room, which I encourage you to do. So if you would be so kind, join the chat room, ask us questions. But with no further ado, I will be joined, I think, we have Ryan Moen has joined us. He's my co-host. He's the co-director of the Tea Festival. And we also are joined by Shauna. So Shauna, if you want to say hello to everybody.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining this wonderful festival and really great honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Very excited. You were actually recommended by multiple people who were thinking of different guests that we should bring onto the festival. I know that both Jen with the Tea Mistress and Pedro with O5T, they were both really encouraging us to reach out to you and really enjoy what you have to say about tea. And you want to talk to us about where you're broadcasting from? Where are you on from? You're in China right now?
I'm in Yunnan.
Yunnan.
Actually, I think most of people know Yunnan where it is.
Yeah.
The birthplace of the tea, and I'm in the capital city, Kunming, right now.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. That's where I stay usually.
We just had
That's
another
exciting.
guest. Yeah, it is. Oh, and we can hear you. Awesome. Yeah, it is very exciting. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do there with the Wild Tea Chi?
Well, yes, sure. I mean, if it's actually going to be a long story, but I will make it short.
Okay.
That how I get involved to the tea and how this tea company will be here and why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. So basically, about 15 years ago, I was joined the tea industry, and I was not well-known people as a tea farmer or tea artisan. I was actually simple tea businesswoman. That's it.
Okay.
And I was working in the tea export, one of the biggest Yunnan tea exporting company in the world. And as you just introduced, Pedro is like my big brother who actually been watched me how to grow up since the beginning.
Oh wow.
So yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, Jen says hi as well from the Tea Mistress.
Please send my regards to her. Really great honor to meet her.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. So about 15 years ago, I was just a tea businesswoman being in charge of the international tea trading. And that was the company actually belonged to my family.
Okay.
And I was just doing the regular business and, meeting the people in the world and joining the exhibition everywhere and doing business, sign contract, all kind of thing like that.
Right.
But really, it's something really missed out in my life because my father is a traditional ancient Chinese painting artist.
Okay.
And my mom is the martial arts, award-winning martial arts practitioner.
Oh, wow.
And both my grandpa, my father's side and my mom's side, two of my grandpa, one is the Western, traditional Western Chinese medicine doctor. The way to say that is because he was joined the army in the Second World War and, helping the army to fix the soldiers by using the, very old style of the Western medicine. And my another grandpa is the local herbalism, and he really well know the local Yunnan herbals, teas, a lot of things, great, amazing man, and who has very great knowledge. So when I was doing this tea business, I was kind of like really something missing in my spirit, I would say. I realized I was just doing business. I'm actually doing nothing with tea because I hardly visiting tea factory. The tea farmer.
Mhm.
And every day I was just working in the office and dealing with emails, all kind of things. And there's one day I finally has a chance to go to our tea farmland, which is over 300 acres of big tea plantations in Lintang.
Mhm.
It's north south of the Yunnan province. And we went there, and there is a lot of tea farmers. They actually live in really poor condition, and a lot of the young generations like babies, and they don't even have pants to wear, and don't even have the clothes to wear. And in their house, you walk inside, you throw a stone inside, there is nothing you can hit because there's nothing in their room. It's so poor, and it was really crashed me at the moment. And then I start to really doubting what I'm doing am I right doing what I'm doing?
Right.
So there's another interesting things for me to doing this business is I become kind of like the CIA. I mean, I would call myself like the TCIA.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was searching lots of the tea companies in the world, and because we're doing the trading business and we're selling tons of the tea every year, and then I start realize actually there's a really simple map that I can draw out. Is every single countries actually has very few of the major tea trading companies are controlling the whole market. And because I'm the seller, I'm the supplier, so I can see very clear that which companies in which countries and what they are buying, what they're selling, and even who they're selling to as a retail. And then I realized, oh wow, actually, 90% of people in the supermarket, if they're going to buy the tea in the supermarket, there is more or less the tea came from us. And I know where exactly from. And there is another interesting thing is the organic certification,
Right.
and the fair trade certification, and the real rainforest lion certification. So those certifications become really worth knowing, and the people start really focusing on, wanted to buy some authentic, good products from organic and certified, so that they can really feel good as a consumer to supporting the environment and the farmers.
Right.
But the reality is, when I worked in this company, and I was actually personally being through the whole process of how to apply the fair trade certification. And I realized, excuse me my language, but I have to say it's all bullshit.
Right. Okay.
Because it's like kind of like you just hire a person like me who understand English, and then you go apply on those organizations. Then you sign up the tons of the documents they send to you. Then afterwards, the fair trade organization, they actually doesn't even have their own real employee. They actually sign the contract with different places in the world, the people who has their own organization. And then those people as their distributors to help them to auditing those tea plantations or tea farmers. So I've been through the whole process. I realized is this fair trade, they send an Indian guy, and who actually has his own tea companies, and he has his own fair trade certification organization in India, and also he has a ton of the tea business in China. So they put me go through to meet this Indian guy, and let me to ask him to come to visit us and give us the auditing and doing the fair trade. So anyway, at the end, I realized is this guy came and he doesn't even understand even single words of the Mandarin, the Chinese, the language. And if I bring him to go, I have already brought him to the tea plantation and meet all those tea farmers. I mean, be honest, Yunnan is the biggest minorities that we have in China, and we have multiple languages that even me sometimes cannot really understand. And those local farmers, they came, different groups, different tribes, and they speak many different languages. And obviously, this guy cannot even understand nothing. And everything he is asking by following the fair trade rules of asking the tea farmers, does this company treat you good? How many salaries they give to you? All those kind of things. It all depends on me, who can speak English, to translate.
Interesting.
I mean, obviously, if I want to say something, I can say whatever I want because he cannot even understand while all those tea farmers talking. It's kind of like just a show,
Right.
and like show procedure, and he have to go through. That's it. Then after visiting the tea farmers and finish all those documents, paperwork, then we invite him to go beautiful restaurants, luxury hotels, all kind of things. Then done. That's the thing. We just wait for certificates. That's it. Then afterwards, the fair trade, how it works is you just pay them every 3 years as the fee to become like certified company. So not only fair trade, also actually organic certification and rainforest line, all those things. The way how they do it, I mean, it's mostly all similar like this way.
It's an interesting, I have a when I buy tea from China, I deal with a farmer near Yellow Mountain, and she often can introduce me to some other teas, but she tries to be honest with me, but it's interesting how she's interacting with some questionable practices. And one of the things that she said to me once was, I said I'm really interested in organic tea. I think being interested in ethical sourcing is a good place to have your heart. And she said to me, though, do you want real organic or do you just want the certificate? And it's just kind of, and it was an interesting question because, for me, of course I want real organic, and but it just goes to show like how many of us actually send our products off to get tested in a third-party lab and make sure that what we're getting is what it says it is, and how much of it is paperwork, how much of it is actually true, and it's kind of like we start to question a lot of this bureaucracy, and China's not the only country that does this, right? And but it is a little bit famous for it these days, at least in the tea industry, right? Where there's this problem with being able to buy certification, right? And I think you're talking about the logistics of how that happens. So you've actually seen this happen in front of your eyes, right? Where it's not necessarily a fair trade environment, but it's being certified that way. Or it's not necessarily.
It's not only in front of my eye. I've been a criminal, being part of it. I mean, I feel I'm guilty by doing what I'm doing before because I have to work for the company. I have to have the job. So I have to do what the boss saying to ask me to do.
Right.
Then I realized that this is really crash and frustrating, and it makes my life is become miserable.
Right.
It's like because the tea for me in my whole life. Because my father is the fantastic artist. I mean, those teapots are being joined by himself and made by himself.
Wow.
And he taught me one thing is do not get involved to the politics. That's the first thing, because he was almost got killed in the Cultural Revolution. And then second thing he told me is do not do things that are against your true heart.
Right.
If you do that, no matter what is the big energy pushing you, you should do it. But if it's against your true heart, you shouldn't do it.
It reminds me. It reminds me of actually one of our volunteers, and I consider him a friend. He says that when you I don't know where he got this quote. Maybe he made it up. But when you lie, it's a debt to the truth, right? And so you have to deal with that somewhere. Right.
Yep. So back to the story that after that was about 13 years ago, the story. Then I realized that this has gotta be changed. Otherwise, it's not only just like a fake business, fake tea, fake things. It's going to be hurt until the end ourselves, because no one will trust you in the end, and at the end we will got the consequences by hurting the environment, by hurting the farmers, by hurting everything, and hurting the consumers. So I sit down and I talked with my boss, who is my uncle actually, and I told him what I thought. I was really be honest because I feel this is my own family. At least I can say truth things that are what I'm thinking. I told him, since we have our tea plantations, and why not? Since we already a little bit well known by certified as organic and fair trade, why not we really do the things as real organic, real fair trade?
Right.
I mean, really to grow the things in the organic way, not use the fake fertilize and chemicals, and the organic things is so funny because they have a sort of the chemical standard that you can use. You don't need to just overpass their limits. Then they give you the organic, which is, I mean, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's interesting.
Then,
Locally
yeah.
in Canada, we have cherries that like cherry farmers who are if they spray their cherries with certain sprays, they can't ship them or export them. But if we spray them with these poisons locally, they can sell domestically. So it's like there's certain, it's really frightening when it's like, oh yeah, I meet the certification because I'm not spraying with these banned chemicals. But if I use these terrible chemicals that aren't banned, I can still get that certification. Yeah, that's really.
It's game. It's whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I sat down, talk with him. I said, since it's a family company, and I want to be honest with you, and I see the future. I said in 10 years, maybe now we can just dressing as organic and fair traded to selling in good business, but I can see in 10 years there will be a big shift. People realized what is real, what is not real. And unfortunately, he didn't understand me, and he got really angry on me. He said, if you don't go do what I'm asking you to do, and you just wanted to be a hero, go be your own hero.
Interesting.
So sort of I become like lost my job, and he fired me, whatever it is. And our tea is as a big supplier for the Tivana too, if you guys know Tivana.
Yeah.
And so this has become like, I realized, okay, if you don't want me, that's good. I don't want it to involve in, especially the tea is going to be as a poison to spray it all over the world. I'm not going to involve this anymore. So I quit. I just lost the job, doesn't have any income. I realized this is maybe going to be my real big time to thinking what I'm going to do next. And then the luckily time is, and then also I think this is the God sending me the information at the moment, which is probably, sometimes I just feel it's not coincidence. So at the moment, and I'm about to leave the company, then my business partner who created Wild Tea, his name is JT Hunter, who wrote a book, Wild Tea Hunter, talking about his story, his personal story about hunting tea in China, and what is the, scandal, dirty stories he met in China too. So he came to find me on the internet, and he was searching the organic green and black tea. And because my company was the only one who has the information on the internet named labeled as the organic green and black at the moment. So he connected with me, and we got meet and we talked. Then I told him what's exactly happening right now, my situation. Maybe I can't help him if he wants the organic Yunnan black tea from my company.
Right.
I'm not going to involve in. So he said, this is really fantastic because I'm not going to work with any factory because he born a hippie company, hippie family, and his farmer is a real organic farmer in Vermont doing the really good organic farming. Has own his family is born like a really local land. And he said, this is not I'm going to search. What I'm going to search is real deal. Even though maybe it's just no any certificates, but I'm gonna to meet the real person and the real farmer and the real blend and real trees to really see what's going on. And if you're interested in, I'm welcoming to you to join my company because at the moment he's still one team, one person, one company.
Oh, interesting.
So I say, okay, maybe this is opportunity for me to do it. So that is how I joined the Wild Tea as the beginning to start doing the business for the Wild Tea and the hunting all those real, the wild, ancient tea trees.
Right.
Not only that, and all those trees must be growing the real biodiversity environment, and the people, we must know them like over 3 years. Not only like we go there, visit this tea farmer and we say, oh, they can make tea, then we buy from them. No, we go to visit them every year, and we stay with them, eat with them, sleep with them, and see their character, see their behavior, and really check the person seriously to see if those people are really authentic and they follow their own traditional thought to do the tea with the sustainable way. Then we decided to start to work. So it's been through over 15 years, 13, 15 years right now, and we only work with very few tea farmers.
Right.
And it's not very easy because if you come to China, there's tons of tea farmers, tons of tea factories, tons of tea shops everywhere.
Yeah.
If you want to just pick up the tea to doing the online tea business, it's easy. It's really easy.
Right.
But if you really wanted to find a real deal, it's kind of like climb the top of the mountain, Malaysia. It's really, really difficult.
Interesting.
Because, and there is one example, like a few years ago, we visit tea farmers in Nanluo Mountain, which is one of the famous ancient tea tree mountain in Yunnan.
Right.
A lot of people like drinking pure tea probably know that mountain. And about 8 years ago, and there is one farmer we found he can make a fantastic and really amazing tea that we can't find it anywhere else. And we thought this is a beautiful tree, ancient trees, nice environment, and fantastic farmer who can make best tea. Then we start to work with him, and unfortunately we realized that the tea farmers, there is two different type of tea farmer. So one type of tea farmer is who grow the young tea bushes. So those people who growing the young tea bushes, they are, I'm not going to even call them a farmer. They are just tea workers for the companies, because in China has very funny policy is all those tea farmers, what they're growing, they have to be asked by the local government to be organized to ask what is the economic effect we should grow in our area to get more.
Oh, hello, Shana? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I think it's getting
It's
caught in
perfect
your
again.
caller. As soon as you bring the microphone out, we can hear you. Yeah, awesome. Okay, lovely. We can hear you
Well,
now.
let me know if you missed something.
You were explaining about the tea farmers being actually tea workers because the government is deciding what they grow. Is that correct?
I mean, most of the tea farmers, they don't really have their own not right, but they say no choice
Right.
to grow whatever they want, because they need the money, they need the income.
Right.
And all those farmers kind of like being organized by the local collection villager managers, and to ask them to grow whatever the economic crops can get the most income for the finance of the government. So those farmers will be asked to grow whatever the government asks for. And the funny thing is, most of farmers right now, I would say, they rely on the government to survive. One thing is the government were collecting a lot of the tea companies come to buy the fresh leaves from those farmers. So those farmers rely on the local government to do whatever they ask for.
Interesting.
And the second is, a lot of the farmers, I would say, this is the most horrible things I would say is, in the world, a lot of the farmers, they don't have a good education. They don't have the chance to get a good education.
Okay.
So once the people don't have good education, the most horrible things is not anything, but it is they become like really greedy, and only become focusing on the money.
Okay.
Money all the time. In their eyes is money. And when they see any outside of people from the village coming to to visit them, they look at you not as person. They
Right.
look at you as a cash.
Interesting.
So this is kind of like one type of tea farmer, I would say.
Mhm.
They do whatever the government teach them to do. And then there's another type, is the people, luckily, from their tradition, they grow the village, they still own some ancient trees.
Right.
And those trees grow over hundreds of thousands of years. And luckily those trees didn't being cut down by coincidence. I wouldn't say it's coincidence, by coincidence. And those tea farmers, they are kind of lucky, still own those trees.
Right.
Then after those few years, I would say wild tea tree is kind of like leading the trend to influence the market to realize that there is wild tea trees exist, and they're way much more healthier and more valuable than the normal tea bushes. But it's also become really turned to ugly part, is a lot of people of the farmer who owns those ancient trees, they feel, oh, I have a cash tree now.
Yeah.
And if you come, I'm gonna to sell my teas way more expensive.
Yeah.
That's it. So if you go to all those south of the Yunnan, there's a lot of ancient tea trees there. It's become really ugly as the people cut down all other species of the plants around ancient trees, and they ripped off all the grasses on the ground, and put all the concrete things around those ancient trees, put the ancient trees in a prison.
Oh, they
and
fence it off.
and they say,
That's
this is my
sad.
property, and nobody can touch it. And if you want this tree's leaf, let's make it a deal first.
That's really
Then
sad.
I can pick the leaves. Nothing can go right once everything really really go to money side. I would say it's kind of like strange.
that must be a really challenging situation, because you're sort of you're interacting with a really okay, so if I'm going to summarize, so those are people who are just joining us right now, Shauna's explaining to us about her experience with tea farmers, about kind of learning sort of what's involved in taking the leap towards something that she feels is really an ethical move, and being sort of ousted by your family, the company that you were a part of anyways, not your father and mother, but your uncle, you were saying, and taking that leap to go and join this tea company, Wild Chi Tea, and then within that company, you've really tried to pursue an effort where you're getting something very real. And I personally, I'm also in the tea business, and I come across this a lot where I get asked, is it organic? And I really want to support an organic sort of certification, especially from larger companies. And I think it's always our fear as consumers, as buyers, as really that won't be real. And it's quite sad to hear that you've experienced that on such a high level. But it's also an interesting and challenging situation, which is how do you make that reality then? How do you find what is real? How do you make it real? Do you take this tea and get it tested? How do you make sure that it's pure? What are the things that you do so that you can make your choices and feel really good about them? You want to obviously find farmers that you can trust, but that's not going to always be possible long term. You're explaining that those farmers' personalities, or at least what they value, can change over time too, because suddenly what they have that was not valuable suddenly becomes valuable, and then there's some big changes that can happen in the relationship. How do you interact with this? Do you just find people that you trust and really just good souls and just connect with them and work with them? Is that the answer?
It's a really fantastic question, really. Thank you for giving such a deep concern for this. So yeah, I got really deep challenging about this. I was kind of almost to give up, because at the beginning I thought maybe I'm not working with those young tea bushes, because most of them probably using the chemicals. Then I said, okay, I go work with the ancient trees and the wild trees, and that's it, then it can be good. Then I realized, no, not at all, because since the ancient trees become so valuable, the people started pushing using the chemicals to let the trees keep growing and growing until it die. It's really sad and making you want to cry when you see all those ancient trees died by people using chemical. Then I say, there's gotta be the way, because if I buy teas, if I buy anyone's tea I thought might organic, then come from, then I send back to the lab to test. There's another story. I mean, I don't trust any lab too, because lab is another crazy thing. But anyway, so back to the story is, I realized if I buy tea I send to the lab, there is, first thing, I'm not rich woman. I'm a young little girl, and my parents not rich. I'm not from rich family. I don't have money to pay for all those things, traveling and buying tea, doing tests and doing all those things to get things done. I mean, forgive me, I don't have money to do that. And then the second thing is, I realized if I do this, what's the point? Do I just focusing on the tea, that's it? No, because I realized it's nothing about the environment, nothing about you can get real good tea. I realized it's everything about a human. It's about humans' quality. So I start to thinking about, there is two things maybe I can make a rule for myself, not others. Follow this rule very straight, maybe can leading me to find something real. So first thing is, if I find first of all, I would go to search on a map to see where has most of the tea, ancient trees, the geographic area are. Then I will start to searching all those villages, where are they, and what are tribes, what their cultures are. Then I will go pack myself and go to those villages and visit all those tea plants, those tea trees. As soon as I see any one single trees, if the people cut the branches, or they cut the grass around it, or they just rip off any plants around the trees, I will just leave right away. I'm not going to spend even 1 second to talk with them, because anyone has the concept of the natural farming should have knowing that the whole ecosystem is everything work together. Every single of the plants, everything of the grass, herbs, birds, insects, they all work together. And if you one of that, there is no organic. I mean, even they don't use chemical, I wouldn't say it's organic.
Well, you're going back to a sort of an old, perhaps more authentic perspective on organic, which is that there is that it's more than chemicals and fertilizer. It's about the relationship that the people cultivating have with that particular plant.
And yeah.
And Ryan, just a quick note: your video is not on. Sorry to say this live, but if you could turn it on, then we can see you when you speak. But yeah, Shauna, the fascinating stuff. I just wanted to let you know that there's 5 minutes left in our talk, so I don't want to hurry you up in any way. I wish we could talk about this for hours. It's such a fascinating topic. But I just wanted to give you that heads up. So yeah, please continue.
So quick story. So we not believe the organic anymore. We start to believe the biodiversity, which means the trees must grow in a biodiversity environment. And the biodiversity is a complex topic that I actually creating. I wrote a lot of books. You can find it on Amazon, and I start to doing a lot of online courses. And I wanted to showing people what is a real decent teas, how they growing by really meet with the nature. Because only following the real true nature, you can really find a real organic. So it's not organic or whatever it is. And back to the farmer also, I checked all those farmers. Actually, those farmers, they don't rely on money to live. I'm trying to find a farmer who is independent. They are almost like away from the human society. They are not only grow tea, but they grow their own food. They grow their own food, their vegetables, their fruits, and they even have a food forest. So I would say only those kind of farmers, they have a peaceful mood and a peaceful heart to really grow, protecting nature and making good tea. So this become my life of the goal to keep sourcing those kind of people and nature and protecting them. So that's
beautiful.
Yeah, that is really beautiful.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
So you've had a chance to kind of really develop an ethic and push forward a vision, and I can imagine it can be very, very challenging. I know we're almost done here, but maybe this is a terrible question to ask with 2 minutes left. But I just wanted to know: do you ever find farmers that are really close to your ideal, and then you're able to encourage them to move in a direction that's more like ethical and more positive, and then they become a relationship that you can work with? Have you ever had that experience? Were you able to encourage that to happen and alter the way?
I would say your question is kind of give me the shameless chance to promote my tea farmers that I have on Wild Tea Chi. And only 6 tea farmers so far I found, and they don't really grow tea, but they living with tea and living the life with the tea and their own food. They grow their own food. And if you go to check my personal Instagram and Wild Tea Life, and there's some image you probably can see, or most of the image I took from all my tea farmers' land, and they even grow the tea in their wheat yard. I mean, they grow wheat, rice, and they even grow the tea mixed with all kinds of food together. And they have a chicken, everything, all the animals, crush around
Amazing.
the tea land everywhere.
So the tea grows them instead of them growing the tea.
Tea grows with. Yes.
So we're at the end here, but I just wanted to thank you for coming on to the show. It's been really, really insightful to have your. I can really feel your your passion here for this process, and I share it with you. I really believe in human relationships. I think that the relationships that humans have with the planet is also really important. I think that it's very easy to get dark and to get depressed about the kind of damage that human beings can do to the planet and to the ecosystems that we're around. And it's really uplifting to remember that human beings are a part of an ecosystem too, and to see that human beings participating and contributing in a really powerful and positive way is really inspiring. And I really hope that the kinds of teas that you're searching for become more and more something that are possible to find, because I think that will be good for the future of everything. So I wanted to thank you for coming on the show. Ryan, we can't for some reason see you today, but if you wanted to have some words for Shauna before she leaves.
No, thank you. That was so passionate. Obviously, what you're doing is your life's passion, and being able to share that with us, no matter how short. And like, again, it feels like we're cutting you off at 45 minutes.
I know.
There's obviously, but I guess, like you said, we need to follow you to keep up with the story and keep that number growing from 6 to 12 to 24
to 300
Thank
million.
you so much for your both.
Awesome.
One last thing, giving me a little bit chance to talk, is I really appreciate you guys put this amazing, fantastic events together, to put all the great tea people together. I think the tea community do need to stay stronger and to really influence the people to go a good path, not go wrong path. So we need to speak together, work together, and really thank you for your efforts.
And be
to put this
accountable to one another too. Definitely. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Shauna.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
I will follow you later on the other platform for the events. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Awesome. And everybody can find Shauna on her. If you go to Wild Tea Chi, is one place you can find her. And yeah, I really appreciate her coming on. Ryan, did you want to say any final words here as we leave?
No, that was it. The big thank you. We have Eric Smythe coming up with Cloudwalker at a 22-hour Pacific Standard Time, so that'll be 10 o'clock. And he'll be coming in from Vancouver. So if you stay tuned, in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be back on.
Fantastic. All right.
Fantastic.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your patience as we continue this process of unfolding and sharing the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. Just had a very passionate discussion from Shauna on from Wild Tea Chi. We had a great conversation with Pedro Villalon at 05, cooking up some tea. We had the Wazuka people in Kyoto live from Japan. We are live from Yunnan. We're live from Vancouver. We're live from Victoria. It's been a really exciting time, and right now we're about to go into a discussion with quite a character in the tea industry. I love the guy Eric Smythe with Cloudwalker Teas. We're joined by my co-host Ryan Moen, the co-director of the Tea Festival.
Yes.
Welcome back to Ryan, and hello to Eric. How are you doing?
Hi, Jared. Good to be back.
Awesome. Really, really happy that you're here. So, do you mind maybe letting the audience know a little bit about what it is that you do? What is Cloudwalker Teas? Who is Eric Smythe?
Well, I'm still not entirely sure myself. But,
do any of us know the answer to that question?
Okay. This relates in some ways to the topic that we're dealing with tonight. So Cloudwalker was a tea company which partner and I started around the same time that I began work on the book that I'm presenting in part tonight, Ta Dao, From Tea to Tao. While I was living in Taiwan and studying with a very well known within certain circles Taiwanese tea master Ho Zai Bing, and this was around 2008, I believe the company was. Well, we started around 2007, 2008. The company was incorporated, and then my partner moved back to Ottawa. And we sort of tried doing that business for a while, and then I was recruited to run a larger outfit based out of Hong Kong and Vancouver, and it sort of went on the back burner for a number of years. But it's always been a project which is close to my heart, and in recent months, partially motivated by some of the changes which have been going on in the world, we decided to revive it, essentially, in a new direction. It's me doing it with some new people, new direction, new blood, but the core principles of the brand remain the same. A lot of the teas are coming from similar sources. Focuses on rare and vintage teas, and teas. You mentioned that the previous speaker was Wild Tea Chi teas, which offer that heavily on experience, which is what really blew us away initially in the early sort of mid 2000s in Taiwan, when we were learning this stuff, and try to share that with more people and provide those really more opportunity for those really high experience teas in the Western marketplace, and share what we're passionate about. That's in brief.
Cool. Yeah. No. And I've always enjoyed the conversations that we've had. We had you on my Jagavision show not that long ago, and it was a little bit too much fun. And it's always interesting because I'm really fascinated by your knowledge of old teas. But today we're going to talk about something that I actually learned about you just recently. We were going to drink some tea together, but we were also going to talk a little bit about this this tea book that you translated. Did you want to talk a little bit about that before we go into the concepts in the way of tea, which is the discussion I think you really want to talk about? I'm just really interested in this book. Can you speak on that a moment?
Sure. It's a book that very much flies under the radar. It was printed in 2010. It was self-published by the society, the Way of Tea Research Society up in Taiwan. The founder of the society is the Master Ho Zai Bing, and he is very increasingly well known internationally, in that he does international tea gatherings now for 800, 1,000, 1,500 people, and he does them in European countries as well as throughout China and Asia. I believe he did one in Ireland, one in Belgium. But at the time that I was studying with him, he was still at this very small tea shop, sort of, and at the side of the road in a very small place in Taiwan, and everything has sort of grown out of there. So we were around at a very special time when there'd been a tremendous amount of very old tea coming out of Hong Kong just after the handover of Hong Kong in '97. A lot of tea left. Some of it came to Canada, some of it went to different places, and a lot went to Taiwan. And so there was just this abundance of really great old tea, and very inexpensive at the time. A lot of Taiwanese people didn't want to drink it because they thought it was musty or felt that oolong was better. And so it was really a golden age. And this was before the Chinese economic miracle was happening, although they hadn't really reached the point where they were trying to acquire the old tea in a significant way. That happened sort of 2006, 2007 in a very significant way, and that's when you start to see the prices increase 10,000% in over a 3-year period. But this was all happening all around that same time. But anyway, so this book deals with the core philosophy, more of a spiritual approach to tea drinking. It interweaves some historical references, some technical aspects of tea brewing, how to select tea ware, metal theory as it relates to tea, right. how to judge water, but a lot of it has to do with the qi, or the energy of tea, particularly old teas. Many of the teas that are being drunk throughout the 100 sessions. Right. It documents 100 sessions in this book. Many of them are extremely difficult to find. Almost all of the sort of century-old tea cakes are well above $1 million a cake now.
Oh, geez.
If you can find them. And one of the side benefits, I didn't receive a fee for translating helping translate the book, but we did get an education from about 1820 up to the present. So we did get to drink all of these teas, which would be something somewhat difficult to reproduce.
Oh, that would have been just fantastic.
Even if you had the money, it's still, some of the teas simply don't exist.
I don't know why, but that reminds me of a musician that I follow that got to borrow instruments from a museum in Spain, and had Luther's rebuild it to the place where it could be playable, and then record an album on these like ancient 300-400-year-old instruments. So it's just, for some reason, this reminds me of this fellow Xavier. I can't remember his last name. He plays with Jordi Savall. But that would just be so fantastic. You basically got to experience a living museum, a catalog of teas, and translate all of this really specialized knowledge. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Would have just been such an inspiration.
You could almost say that Eric is a living museum now that he has experienced it. He's like, he is the catalog of what we can know about this stuff. I think that's the most beautiful part.
Yeah, that's.
I was fortunate in some ways that I seem to have a particular talent of being able to drink a tea and remember that exact experience, and be able to sort of have an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the different teas by age. And so we'd have these large tea parties. At that time, maybe 70 or 80 people, and the teacher would call out, "Oh, let's ask the foreigner what he thinks, how old he thinks this tea is," and I'd take a sniff or something and say, "Oh, this is 1940s or early 70s," or so. Sometimes I'd be able to name the specific tea, which is not an entirely common skill.
That's awesome.
And
it's fun
not entirely useful outside of the tea industry.
No, it's great party trick. It's no, but it must be horrible at the same time though, because you tasted all these fantastic teas that you're not going to be able to go back to. Like that don't you ever find that there's such a like an intangible challenge to enjoying tea? It's like it's so momentary, it's so beautiful, and yet it's so sad too. It's like you'll come in contact with these like blow your mind amazing tea experiences, and then you're never ever going to experience them again.
It reminds me of a phrase that I first came across in this book, which was that sort of melancholy feeling of the feeling of 10,000 years contained in a single moment.
Yeah, there you go. And then it's there, and it's gone again, right? But it also makes it so beautiful, hey? Like it really focuses your space, definitely on the tea.
Exactly. And it also really helps to inform, like as a tea buyer, or when you're looking at aging teas, being able to track how a tea will sort of track back through time. If you're looking at a 1980s tea, you can predict in some ways what flavors will turn into what flavors.
Right.
If you've done things systematically, like a sandalwood flavor might turn into an agalloch wood or an oud.
Yeah.
Over time, or an orchid might turn into a musk, or these various classic flavors. And so you can find these sort of tipping points in teas, and often a tea will go from being relatively unknown, particularly in the past, unknown, and then in a short space of time, a lot of people get onto it, and the price just skyrockets. And so if you can get ahead of that a little bit, then it can be quite advantageous in the market.
Yeah, totally. It makes sense. It's choosing the good wine before it gets even older and even better, and choosing the good old tea cakes before they mature even that much better and go that much higher in price. So it's kind of like a gamble, I guess, unless you're really your palate's educated and you get the opportunity to interact with these beautiful collections, right? Which is
it was very much a gamble when they had. There was that period in the mid 2000s when they sort of had that almost like a junk bond market in poor tea cakes, because they were seeing the prices of cakes just appreciate no matter what the quality was, and some people were just pressing anything together.
Right.
And then the bottom kind of fell out of that market. Although, and some people like to point that out. However, that didn't happen with the high end market. It didn't happen with quality tea. So with quality tea, you don't tend to go wrong. I've noticed some more and more Western people talking about collecting and aging teas or tea for investment. And it's a little bit tricky because you have to be able to sell it somewhere. And currently the market for being able to resell it is China. It's not North America, and it's changing slowly.
Right.
And hope to continue to change it. But anyway, that's a side issue. But this fellow obviously was very brilliant at timing. He was able to acquire a tremendous amount of aged tea at the right time, just before it, and continues to this day, to acquire very large amounts of old tea, and obviously he's gone from a relatively modest shop to this sort of mountain fortress of sorts
of old tea cakes. That's awesome.
But no, he's got this almost like a castle.
Oh, that's
yeah, he's slowly sort of building it out, and he has large groups from China coming all the time. The flavor of the tea society has changed a little bit since I was involved there. It was very, very, very small and very different when I was there more than 10 years ago now. But yeah, it's very impressive, and I hear things and occasionally see things, and I'm just blown away by the amount of the staggering sort of development that goes on. Much like anyone who goes to China, like if you went to Shanghai 6 months ago and go back, it's completely different.
Right. That's such a massive monumental change in such short periods of time.
I made the mistake of going back to UBC after after 6 or 7 years, and I barely could find my way around the place. And apparently I went there for 5 years.
Apparently, yeah, there you go. Eric, I have some tea with me, and you did want to talk on something that you called the concepts in the way of tea. Is this what we're discussing right now, or was there a particular narrative that you were hoping to touch on? I only asked because I find these sessions are over before they begin.
Well,
am I bringing some tea?
With the spirit of the way of tea, as I learned from Master Hall, he didn't teach per se. I learned primarily from observation, and when we were doing the book, there was a bit more of a systematic approach. But a lot of things occurred organically, and I liked how our last conversation went.
Yeah, we were just dialoguing.
And then the tea, sort of one of his key concepts in this book, which is touched upon in the book, but also was key in the early philosophy of his teachings, was the idea of asking the tea, or that the tea would communicate its own sort of message to you, sort of from through your heart, or through the process of tea drinking, and that wisdom would flow from within, and a number of these things which are philosophical traditions. And I'm very much in that vein. So when I talk about tea, I want to be drinking tea.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's staring at me. It's saying, Jared, you need to consume me because you're going to be beautiful. Or, well, the tea is going to be beautiful.
Yeah, and the best discussions are symbiotic, where as opposed to, one direction.
In one direction. Yeah, no, it works. No, this is great. I love these dialogues. What am I look? I know you gave me two, because we have Master Chen coming on. You're going to be participating in a conversation with him.
I've been having trouble getting a hold of Master Chen.
Okay.
He was at some big, what can you call it? Sort of a spiritual retreat.
Fair.
In the south of Taiwan for several days. And,
okay.
I haven't been able to get a hold of him. He did say he was coming on, so we will, in keeping with being good Taoists that we are, we'll roll the dice, and I'll try to get a hold of him in the next segment.
We'll try. Did he give you? So what tea did you want to drink with him? Did you want to have the green brick, or the one in the one that says my drug deal right here?
Oh, your drug, yes. The one that's in the dime bag. I'm not sure what that means. The one in the small Ziploc bag. My friend Michael told me what that means.
Okay. Shout out to Michael. This has been coming up a lot in this session. It's the Victoria Tea Festival.
Yeah. So the one that was in the Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
Is tea from this collection. So it's a large leaf.
It looks like it, yeah.
And this type of tea came into popularity in sort of the mid '90s. So it's a raw tea, but the very large leaves fermented extremely quickly. So it has some aged flavor. I guess it must be 25 years old now. I'd say it's about 93, 94.
Okay.
As late as 95. And it is from Master Vo. The other smaller square that I gave you is tea from Mr. Chen.
Okay, so we're gonna drink that one then, when we might potentially have him on the broadcast a little bit later. Then it sounds like, and we can drink this one that's in the plastic bag here. Actually, Ryan is walking over from our Pod B for the festival. He's has that in Pod JB, sorry, James Bay.
Yeah, well, I'm already here. I'm just waiting for Micah to come here, because why not, for old time's sake, get to that beautiful red front door, And
yeah, amazing. Okay, cool. So you're basically ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And we can brew some tea while we're talking about this stuff, because I love these stories, Eric. Like this time that you've spent, in the translation process, your time in Taiwan, even your time now. The cake collections that you've been representing, the conversations we have about extraction and different thoughts on different teas. It's just, I loved your whole thing last time when you were talking about tasting notes. That was great. That made me laugh. That was good. So we got this tea. What am I gonna? So if I weigh, I don't weigh things, right? Am I allowed to weigh this?
You can. I'm eyeballing it myself, but I think that I have approximately the same amount as you.
Am I gonna just stuff my Yixing teapot here? This holds about 150 mils. Should I be stuffing it with the 7.5 grams that I have here, or should I just like? What are your thoughts there?
Stuff it.
Stuff it. Okay, so I'm just gonna stuff it, and then I'm not gonna. Well, you know what? I learned this from.
I can't see you, but with this type of tea, the large leaf variety, you tend to need to use more tea to get a stronger flavor.
It also seems really lightweight, like it's been roasted pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's very lightly processed, but these large leaf varieties, they ferment extremely quickly.
Okay.
And originally they wouldn't have been used for cakes, but it was something that came into fashion, like I say, in the mid-90s.
Wow, that smells really ripe, like compost and soil, and yeah, it smells really good.
Yeah.
Like compost and soil in a really good way. Those watching, this is delicious. You can tell just by the aromatic. This is going to be awesome. Okay, cool. I'm kind of getting boiling water going.
Yeah.
Should I do a rinse? Are you a pro rinse or am I?
I'm a pro rinse. I know that you had Daniel Neal from the Chinese tea shop in Vancouver on, and he and Michael and I have talked about this. Michael is his top student there,
right.
And friend, and although some people disagree and will drink the rinse or rinse, in Kung Fu,
go ahead.
Always, an example is when we completed the book, we drank a tea called Cho Sun, which is pretty much like the Mona Lisa of tea. They're officially there are 4 in the world, but apparently there was a 5th because Master Ho had one, and drank it. And although there was some debate with the editor of the book, there was just the 4 of us drinking it. He said, "No, come on, we'll drink the rinse." And the dude still, I call him the dude, even though he's Master Ho, he still poured it up, and that's the most expensive, rarest tea.
Oh wow.
We can manage to pour up the rinse. So, but what Daniel would say is that's Kung Fu tea. That's the process.
That's
so. Although, and a lot of what he says, and I agree with completely, is a lot of in modern times, a lot of the principles of green tea have been cross-applied to pu'er tea.
Interesting. So like lower brewing temperatures as well, or like are we talking about it from a production perspective rather than a preparation perspective?
In production, in preparation, brewing temperatures, and things like not in green tea, you wouldn't discard the first steep.
Right. Yeah.
But
okay. Now, what I've heard is the reason why, and I want to clear out that I'm keeping Ryan out in the cold there. I'm going to run him out a cup of this in just a second. We got to keep our COVID distance, but I can do some food service. Let me be all like super sanitary, awesome. I'm doing like I'm filling. This is 150 mils ish. I'm doing about 15 seconds. Is this logical? Am I?
Jared's not logic. Listen to the tea, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I will. I'll hold off here. I'm gonna go follow my heart. That's what I'm gonna do.
I have to brew it a little bit longer with this one, but I would say 15 to 20 seconds would be fine.
Okay.
For the rinse, I'm just doing a 5 second rinse, and the only reason I'm doing 5 seconds is because it takes me that long to get organized to pour it out. This tea is extremely clean. You'll find when you taste it, it's I like to say beyond organic. It's wild harvest, that sort of thing. So there's no issue. Sometimes particularly in mainland China, they'll say, well, you have to rinse tea twice. And what I used to say at trade shows is if someone tells you to rinse your tea twice, run away.
Run away. I've heard that it's not necessarily just about getting all the kind of the sediment out of the conversation there, but it's also about getting the the sediment out, because otherwise it's going to interrupt the way that you taste the flavor. So if you have too much sediment rolling over your tongue before you taste, you're actually going to fill the pores of your tongue, and it's going to interrupt your ability to taste things more subtly. And so the rinse is going to help to clean it up a little bit, so that when you do get that, and then there's also obviously this idea of stimulating the leaves so that there's going to be a greater opportunity for clearer flavor extraction. So it's an interest. I'm going to call for Micah. Hey, Micah, can I steal you for a second? Can we get Ryan some tea? He's outside right now.
This is the best.
Yeah.
10:30 at night, tea service.
Oh yeah, it's happening.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Okay.
You guys have been going impressively long time.
It's just you're our 9th hour, man. It's good
I
time.
didn't want to punish you with some like
One's for you.
heavy raw pour, young raw pour. So I figured some more mellow aged, and the next one is a ripe tea from Mr. Chen. There's still a lot of really tremendously well done ripe, but
Okay, very cool. Let's
these hours. I'm not expecting to sleep tonight after this.
Yeah, well, you said put me on late, he says, for a couple of reasons. Master Chen, this is just the timing that's going to work for him, and the other is that you apparently don't sleep.
Well, I'm getting better, but yeah, I think it's probably 1:30 in the afternoon in Taiwan now.
Right.
He doesn't sleep. He has an interesting schedule. The fellow that painted this calligraphy behind me, he
Should go in there.
very famous calligrapher in Taiwan. He would start painting at 6:30 in the evening every night, like clockwork, always at 6:30. That was his time. And Mr. Chen starts painting at midnight and goes until the morning. So he's truly a master of not sleeping. But and that Master He, the dude.
The man.
Well, he was the dude. He wore white pajamas and he just basically meditated all the time. He drank old tea, and he had long hair. He was just the most relaxed guy you've ever met in your life.
Love it.
And but the rumor was that he didn't sleep. He would just sort of meditate. He had this chair that he pulled out of his like Dodge minivan.
Yeah.
You know, one of the real van chairs with the armrests and the whole bit. And so he had one of those there, and he had it bolted to the floor inside the tea shop for a while. And he'd just sit there and meditate all night. And there was a guy from San Francisco who would even go up to him and sort of like try to sneak up to him and check to see if he was sleeping. And apparently he never was. But so that's the power of drinking 100-year-old tea every night.
Oh
it's not easy to get your hands on that stuff these days.
What a even this, right, where you're saying mid-90s, this idea that tea is at least 25 years old. There's something really profound about that. I know that we have our teas from the 90s, or 80s, 50s even. They're harder and harder to find the older and older ones for obvious reasons. We drink them, they disappear, they go.
80s is fine now.
But my goodness gracious.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We had my tea has been delivered. The door is safely shut.
Awesome. Cool. You can now imbibe. I am already on my second steep here. We might have some running back and forth, poor Mike, if he's down with it. Yeah. You down with back and forths? Did you get a chance to drink it? Did you slam some? Okay, I shouldn't say slam some, should I?
Yeah, slam some.
Did you delicately enjoy it? Can you talk?
You need to get with the Tao of it all, my
the Tao, the Tao of the slam. This is good.
And Jared, I also want to be able to offer. I'm not supposed to talk while you're pouring the water. That's another principle that I sometimes don't follow. But I also want to be able to present teas that are going to be accessible to people that might be watching this. This is a tea that will probably be able to carry your cloud walker.
Oh, cool! Nice.
At a point that's still acceptable. We could break out a 1950s tea if we really wanted to, but a lot of those are sort of cost prohibitive. There are still opportunities to drink them if you're lucky. If you make friends with the right people, you can drink them for free. But to go out and buy them can be extremely expensive in today's market. So, but
fair.
As long as it's a good tea, even 10 or 15 years, as long as it's stored well, can be great in an age.
Well, what an interesting exploration, though. This, like, they say that when you get into these old tea cakes, there's no turning back, right? Like the flavor, the structure, the just the sheer myriad corners and paths that it takes you. It's just so fascinating, man. Like this tastes like fire to me. Like I'm drinking fire. Like there's something, something really, really energizing about this. I got that compost and soil aromatic, but it was kind of sweet. And then I'm tasting it, and I'm just like, yeah, there's just so much energy in this. Like it's just full of vigor.
Excellent.
That's fantastic. I want to get a couple more cups there. We'll have to do like a spin around here for for use. I think I need another cup, but I don't have it. Oh, there's one. Hold on one second.
And you can play around with
Fusion
it.
if you want it. The one closest to the bar is yours. Or sorry, to the sanitizer is yours. And the one closest to me is Ryan's second cup for the flip around. Okay, awesome. We are probably just give you the heads up. We have 7 minutes left in our 45 minutes. Though, you know, I feel like we're going to spend some time getting Master Chen on if he is available. If he's not, we'll probably just end up drinking his tea and talking about how awesome he is. And that's okay too.
Sure. I intended the first segment for me to be extremely well behaved, and then I'll generally the more tea I drink, the more loose lipped I get. So I've got some good thoughts about some of our adventures.
We only let Eric on for 2 hours for a reason, people. he goes off the rails on hour 3.
Honestly, Jared,
yeah.
Two cups of tea, like as long as it's good tea, like the tea that you had us sample the last time during the podcast.
Yeah.
After 3 cups of that, I was looped.
You were like, okay, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that tea. I was concerned. I was like, I like this, but I'm not like I said, Chinese tea is such a vast and for me like almost crazy intimidating study. But so interested in it. Love how much opportunity there is for learning, and it's true really with any tea you get into. Like I started in Japanese teas, and it keeps going, but it's like, you know, the more onion layers you peel off, the more depth there is, I think, in any of the different disciplines.
Right. That's why I remain.
Micah-san.
That's why I remain highly specialized, because it's Japanese tea is I have great respect for, but it's a mystery to me. I know virtually not. I know the main varieties. I can appreciate differences in quality, but I know next to nothing about it.
Right.
But to put into perspective, some people used to come when we had a shop downtown Vancouver called Silver Crescent.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful shop for the time. Interesting experiment. Don't recommend retail for the faint of heart. But
here.
We'd have people would come in and say, "Oh, I've had pu'er."
Right.
And in a sense, it's like saying, "Oh, I've had red wine."
Right. Oh no, it is exactly like that. Not even just in a sense.
I've had wine.
Right. Because there's so much. Right. Because you could say there's just so much. Yeah, depth of opportunity. There is no same cup, right? Like even from the same cake.
Yeah, you can get similarities, but that's one of the challenges that. And there's a point of getting back to cha dao, because I know we're running out, but that sometimes you'll taste a tea, and there's a fellow that buys tea from me. He's a fireman, and he first came into contact with him through the Six Mountains Tea Company when we were in South Vancouver doing that whole fancy tea company thing.
Right.
And he came into the shop and he was like, when I was 10 years old, I went into a dim sum restaurant and I had this tea. It was very dark and I had this amazing experience, and I've been looking for it for the last 30 years. And you helped me. They saw me on the news, some global piece or something.
Right.
And I was talking about it, and he thought he made this connection. This might be it. And we sat down and had a few cups, and he had this sort of great moment where he realized that, okay, he's found what he'd been looking for. Mm-hmm. And since he's carried on buying through me, because I get good stuff, I guess. And but that brings to mind the principle in this book that, you know, when you're looking for good tea is also looking for you. But right. Sometimes you'll drink something that's amazing, and you know, maybe that supply runs out, and you look for it. Like I've been looking for certain flavors and teas for 15 years, trying to find that again. And sometimes you'll find approximations, and then somehow just completely randomly you'll stumble upon you know, a small amount of it, and it's really quite magical. It's really a life pursuit.
Yeah.
And it's much like when we go off and seeking adventures. I went off to Taiwan to write a book of my own, and never didn't quite manage to do that, but I ended up translating this one, which is sort of very amusing, I guess, looking back. But
what is that? Can you give us the tea book name one more time? I want to type it into the chat.
it's called it's called Cha Dao, so CHA hyphen DAO.
Okay.
And then there's a hyphen from T to Tao.
From T to Tao.
Yeah, and I'll spare you the story about how when Aaron heard we were going to call it Cha Dao, that he changed the name of his book to Cha Dao because he couldn't stand it.
Did he? Oh, jeez. There you go.
Yeah, he did. He'll deny.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, cool. No, this is now
the truth is coming out.
I feel like each of these sessions, I'm really glad that when I'm doing my podcast, I get to have a chance to just like talk in more length, because we're already at that 45-minute mark, and we're gonna have to go on pause here for a moment. But we are gonna see you come back after a 15-minute break here. And we might even be able to rope Master Chen into coming on to the show. It sounds like he is planning on it, but he may not be there. We do have his tea.
Yeah. And these two topics blend together seamlessly.
Lovely.
Master Chen's approach to Cha Dao is slightly different than Master Ho's. There are many similarities, but the Dao, or the way, or the personal expression, is different to every individual. But the important thing is that it's completely genuine in each example. And I see them as two really shining examples. They both happen to be from Taiwan, different parts of Taiwan. They know each other. They're mutual friends of my calligrapher friend who did the work behind me. But it's, and I obviously knew Master Ho for a lot longer than I have Master Chen. And Master Chen I've known for about a year and a half.
There you go. So he's a new relationship that we're going to be really excited to bring on. I do need to cut you off here, Eric. I'm so sorry, but we are going to bring you back on in just a couple more moments here, and we'll continue this conversation. I really appreciate all the viewers who are tuning in. You've got some rave reviews from a few people in the chat room.
One last thing. One last thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So with Master Chen,
yeah.
You know how they say never meet your heroes?
Yeah.
In this case, it's completely not true.
Okay.
but totally worth it.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we're excited to see him. Thank you so much for this initial time we've had with you. Looking forward to the next session with you, Eric, as we continue to drink tea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, so just gonna see everybody in about 15 minutes. If you want to join us back for 11 p.m. PST, so Pacific Standard Time. We'll be talking to Master Chen. He's going to be live from Taiwan if we're able to get him into the conversation, and looking forward to making this happen. See you in a little bit. didn't unmute myself. Hello, everybody. We are back. We are at 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This would make this our 11th show of the day. Pretty exciting times. We've been having some very interesting conversations with different tea peoples from around the world. We've had Japan, we've had China, we've had locally Vancouver, we have coming up England, we have Quebec here in Canada, we have Victoria locally here. The 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival was set to happen, if you didn't know this, in March in person. And it was the 5th annual rendition of this particular version of this festival. And we had to not do it because of COVID-19 and the BC Health recommendations locally that made it so that we could not gather that many people together. It was sad. It needed to happen. But we're really happy that we've been able to make it happen here where we are live. We are online. And we are sharing tea with so many different folks around the world. For this section, we're going to be bringing on back our good friend Eric Smythe with Cloudwalker Teas. He is hoping to get Master Chen, a wild tea cake specialist, on the phone, the rock star of Chinese teas, is how Eric likes to talk about him. He'll be talking about him in a little bit. We will have, of course, Ryan Moen, my co-host, is going to be on this call, of course, again, and looking forward to having another awesome session. Eric, Ryan, we are back on.
And I'm back in my house in the warmth. Thank you again to Micah for delivering the tea in the cold at this time of night.
Shout out to Micah. Yes, good. He's, I believe he's practicing his karate while we talk, and he's kind of participating in the viewership. So yeah, couldn't do this without him. Couldn't do this without Steven as well. Kaylee, the help with from Yukari earlier in the year, and John earlier in the year. And like, this is definitely a continuation. Morgan, like there's such powerful folks that Amy that have been participating and contributing to this festival. So welcome back, Eric. So we were going to talk about tea cakes. This seems like a nice continuation. You want to talk to us a little bit about the man, the rock star, the legend, Master Chen, and why you are hoping to get him on the line if you are able to?
Well, one reason. First of all, we met him in the summer before last. He came to Vancouver and he was doing a number of exhibitions, and became fast friends. And we're offered the opportunity to represent his collection in North America and the Western market. We're one of two outside of the offering products.
Sorry, can't quite hear you there. Just one second, Eric. I think Ryan was just adjusting his microphone. You want to keep going?
Yes. And so Cloudwalker will be representing his collection for the West, and there's another fellow in Calgary who's also representing Mr. Chen's teas exclusively. Mr. Chen is the longest running producer of pure old growth single origin pour tea cakes. He started in 2004 and 2005 roughly with his Shiziha, or daughter tea.
Okay.
And it looks like the double happiness symbol. You've seen that on popular weddings, and it's a brand of cigarettes, I think, too. And it's something which when he says pure single origin, he means that he's the guy that's climbing 11 hours into the mountains to find these, the trees that exactly to his specifications. He's a tremendous looking character, and he really embodies a lot of the principles of Taoism that I've laid down. One of which is that there are no rules in Taoism. Not really.
Right.
There are principles for things such as how to make a great cup of tea, which are important. But he has very long hair. He'll alternately dress like the quintessential tea master in long flowing robes, and, beads and various wooden things and jade and all this stuff, or leather jackets and Versace and other things like that. And he collects both. He's a tremendous collector of tea and antiques and also enjoys whiskey and cigars and things like that. And he really enjoys life in the way that we see people in China. Their appreciation of tea is somewhat different and their perception of it is somewhat different in the West. It's not a tea or whiskey or tea or something or other. It's part of life, and you can choose what what things you want to bring into your enjoyment, if for lack of a better word. And he's extremely passionate from everything to the every detail of the cakes. And we spoke in the previous segment about some of these the old tea houses, the great classics, the Songping, the Chen Yue, these Chosuan, Keixi, these great old houses. And sometimes there's a disconnect when it goes through the factory period.
Mm-hmm.
in the after the 1940s and the 1950s. The factory period began basically in 49 or 50, and then through most of the classic sort of age that most people are familiar with, the Monghai and the CNNP and those types of cakes. But although things like the 1950s Red Mark and Blue Mark are brilliant teas, they don't quite match something like Songping. And part of that is because of the resources which were being made use of, the use of 400 to 600 or even older old growth tea trees were highly prized. And the meticulous nature, the meticulous approach to the preparing of the leaves, the pressing, and he goes into the paper stock, the printing, absolutely every detail of his cakes. These are 100-gram examples. He does up to 400, even kilo art cakes and various other things. But
cool.
Everything that he does is absolutely brilliant. And one thing I said to him, we were drinking his 2014 his Red Mark, his Da Hong Qi, which means the large red mark, but it's his daughter brand. It's Red Mark. And I took a drink of it and said, this is, took one sip and said, well, this is Songping for this generation. Songping is a very famous 1910s vintage. So I think it's 1.3 a cake US now, roughly, if you can get one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the quality of tea that he's producing. And I'm personally very honored to be able to represent him and also to be able to be his friend. We smoked cigars in front of the Vancouver Library and had a grand old time when he's here.
Nice.
Terrorizing Vancouver, as I've been known to do on occasion. Although I'm much reformed now. But
you say that, but I don't believe you.
Well, it depends on the day. Tonight, so you won't see a complete performance. But I think you have a sample of it. I think we should crack into it. So
yeah, right. Let's be drinking. So I just tried to cut it with this knife, pu'er knife. It's not very sharp, and I feel like the more I'm hanging out with Pedro and you and different folks, I feel like I have the wrong pu'er knife. Should I get I have like a massive butcher knife that could slice through this.
The wrong pu'er knife, but it looks really cool.
It looks great, right? It's just not sharp, and I didn't realize how important that was.
This is the one that I use that actually works, and it's a letter opener.
I have hold on one sec. I have something pretty graphic. Just a sec.
And whether or not we're able to get Mr. Chen on
what do you think? Is that
more on the forthcoming Cloudwalker website? There will be information about him videos that he produced. One of the reasons he's been engaged over the weekend is they're doing a filming for a recent filming for one of his film projects. He produces these extremely beautiful films related to the production of his teas.
Very cool.
He's also very passionate about preserving the resource. Since the inception of his tea company, he would refuse to buy teas from farmers, no matter how beautiful the leaves were. If the farmers were cutting off the limbs of trees to pick the leaves, which is a very common practice, or if they were burning the trees.
Shauna was talking on that a little bit, how like that was just a sign of a farmer that didn't really understand how important it was to let nature be the deciding factor, I guess, and keeping that biodiversity really protected and wild and really truly wild.
Yes, tremendously important, and so he's one of the vanguard of that movement.
That's amazing. Am I allowed to use a butcher knife? Is this like overkill? Is this? I feel good about this right now, but
well, I can't see you at the moment, so
you can't
sure.
see me.
No.
Really? Okay. It's really, really massively large knife. So,
Jared, it's about the Tao. It's not about the prescription.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think it feels right.
It does.
It's gonna work right.
I don't know. I'm really having a hard time with this tea.
Just put the whole thing in. Look at the chunk I have.
Like,
just putting it in.
You're gonna? Are we gonna put the whole? Like, this is 20 grams, man. That's okay.
Might be a bit aggressive.
You know what I'm saying here? Like, okay, I'm gonna try sideways. Okay.
I didn't want you to feel cheated.
No, I'd never. I might just need a bigger pot, which I don't really want to do, but maybe that's what that's the path I got to go down here, because I'm not able to. Maybe I do this from the back. I need a really sharp knife, which I don't have.
I would just use the whole thing.
Okay, that's what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna use the whole thing. Hold on.
And if you're throwing in the chunk of it, you have to adjust your seeping times, allowing for it to loosen.
I'm gonna be really well hydrated. I'm gonna make sure I have enough water to really do a full infusion here. The issue with all this beautiful dark tea or true black teas, the pu'ers of the world, the old cakes, is I'm using boiling water. It disappears on me pretty fast if I'm not careful, and I don't want to deoxygenate it. Okay, so I am gonna get this out of the way, and we are going to bring back my friend here. And I have a massive teapot now. I feel like I've gone from too small to too large. But 10 grams, that's a lot, right? Like, what if you were going to put 20 grams, I should say. There's the whole cake. And I lied. It was 15.7 grams. I know I'm not doing this properly. It's just like, Ryan, it's like you should be taking over. You should be like, you can just feel this tea and you'd be able to do this. I'm so into times and weights and temperatures.
Jared, if you only knew that for most of this program I've been counting in my head when it comes to steeping the tea.
I believe it. You weren't checking in. You weren't like, hey, how long should I brew this for? You were just doing it. That's pretty amazing. 2 minutes, but I was okay. That's 2, 3, nice. Yeah. Very cool. That's awesome. Your microphone is out of your mouth there, I think, again. There we go. Okay.
I was just trying to interview the eye or the nose, but yeah, the countdown is definitely more of what I feel.
Yeah.
But actually, I wanted to bring this up with Eric because I think the Tao of tea is probably it's a beautiful time in our program that we have arrived to this, because I mentioned earlier that the word magic keeps coming up, and it's the part that we just is not empirical that we're trying to describe. And I wonder if you believe that the Tao starts to fill that space.
I do, absolutely. The ancient Taoists were essentially the wizards or the alchemists of ancient China, and it's very, very much a process of magic and super reality. and tea helps us to an extent get in contact with those worlds, as do some of these esoteric practices like Tai Chi or some forms of martial art or meditation, yoga, other types of things. My formal sort of tea title, getting back to the book that we talked about in the previous segment, is, I was eventually accepted as being Hangjia, which means expert, but you could also technically translate it as wizard, which sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It
I
really
like that.
appealed to the Harry Potter generation, which I was a bit late for, but I sort of got the tail end of. And I think a part of all of us, like I was more of a Disney generation, grew up on, I think Jared and I are similar in age, but sort of watching like those Disney on Saturday night or Sunday night maybe, and sort of wanting to, part of us, I think the child that remains in all of us wants to believe in magic and other things, and to an extent, even as adults, and great tea and meditation, these processes have a way of sort of bending reality to an extent. I've had some wonderful experiences drinking tea, but also I find that tea has expanded my worldview in ways that were completely unexpected. And the most significant among those changes was that I saw tea as something very boring and stilted, especially growing up, having been exposed to this Victoria tea environment. Sorry, Victoria, but really honestly, the doilies and the cakes and things like that. I had zero interest in tea when I went to Taiwan.
I'm putting away the doilies. They won't be here next time you come. They won't be here.
Experience with tea with Master Ho was a 40-year-old raw pour or something, and the first sip just hit me like a sledgehammer, and it was quite shocking, really, in a lot of ways, and it's amazing how life can change in a moment, and continue to, but there continued to be, there were escalations and then plateaus, of course, like in anything. But I steeped this a little bit long, but isn't show pour wonderfully forgiving?
Oh man, I did the same thing. I kind of let it go a little bit longer than I had planned on. I felt like, oh, I'm sorry, T. I just totally didn't give you the attention you deserve, and yet I'm experiencing again some really beautiful fire. A little bit more subdued in a good way than the one that I had. It's like it's more like regal. I don't know if that's a good way to describe it, but
just based on taste and experience, how old would you say this tea is?
I'm the worst person to ask this question because I'm so
like say you were having had the previous tea, if you were to drink them side by side,
this one tastes younger to me than the one we just had. Okay, that's just
throw a number.
A wild guess. I would guess that it hasn't had time to develop yet, but it's really beautiful. So my wild guess is that this is a young cake that tastes amazing. Is that?
It is.
Okay.
It is. It's 2018, which is
okay.
Which is very young, but I find that these teas taste much more developed in taste than a lot of modern vintage.
Yeah, no, this is really.
Right.
It doesn't have any of that harshness, Eric, like that I expect from a young tea cake. Like it's really got. Like I'm really excited, not only to enjoy this as it is, but what the future holds for this kind of production. Hey, like this will be really interesting in 10 years. This would be a good one. The people over at Camellia Sinensis often talk about, buying pu'er cakes young that are beautiful and then just starting a storage room, right? And just aging your own pu'ers in your own storage environment and then coming back and hanging out with them and really understanding them again and purposefully locking them away for 10 years, But this tastes like you could drink it every year and unlock another really interesting flavor without that unpleasant harshness you might otherwise expect from a young cake.
Yes. Well, why don't I call Mr. Chen just so we can say we tried.
Okay. Give it a go. Hello from Finland, by the way, Eric. We have a viewer who's saying, "Good morning. I'm starting the day with Shan Hong from Songyang Zhejiang in my teacup, sending energy for the next 12 hours."
Oh, excellent.
So hello from Finland. That's
You
our.
guys there you go.
Let's give him a try.
Okay.
Okay, we're trying, for those who are just tuning in right now, Eric Smythe with Cloudwalker Teas. He just did a session with us at 10 p.m. on a tea that he translated.
Give me one sec.
Sure. And then right now he is trying to reach out to Master Chen, a fellow that he is really excited about working with and representing for here in Canada. He's going to try and get him on the phone. Master Chen is not as, what's the word that we can use? He doesn't really do well with technology. I've also experienced something similar where some of the farmers that I work with are, only want to communicate by fax, or they are, they only want to be discussed, going over details with them in person, etc. So it's interesting. Hopefully we can get him on the line. That would be really amazing. We can hear him talk a little bit about these young cakes. How'd it go there, Eric?
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay, so we're trying. It may happen. It may happen yet. That's really nice. The longer that sits in my cup, the more I'm really enjoying it too. Yeah.
You know what I'm curious about, Jared, is that you've mentioned the word fire to describe tea, and since we're in a Taoist mood, what does that mean to you? Like, fire is is it the heat? Is it the smoke? Is it
definitely the heat? It's like the flame. I feel like I'm tasting flame. Like there's I get this from whiskey sometimes too. Like I'll taste a good whiskey. Oh, we have him. Awesome.
对还记得吗？是我们跟那个维多利亚茶姐的人做视频通话我现在正在介绍你的产品希望你可以跟他们打个招呼。
Hello
我知道你很忙，不好意思。我在泡茶，等一下，现在可以看到我吗？可以，我可以。He's making tea.
Awesome. Okay.
我得记得翻成英语给他们听。我只打扰了一下子而已。可以我们现在正在泡那个龙笔手龙笔可以跟我们说一句话吗？泡你的熟茶那个泡你的熟茶的秘方在哪里说。不好意思，我先翻给他们。So I'm asking, making this type of tea that we're drinking right now, what's the secret of making this type of tea according to him?
Right. Good question. Okay.
Okay. 好，不好意思，说。
对，就是刚好我现在也是在泡嘛，就是有两种方法，一种方法是用煮的。
Okay, so he's actually making the same thing himself right now. So one way of making it in a large container and to cook it, to boil it boil the right tea.
Okay, I haven't done that.
Or a pot.
More of a decoction style.
好的。
一种是用煮的，然后一种是就是用现在这个用紫砂壶下去泡。
The second way is to use a purple sand teapot like you're doing.
Okay. Well, I was doing, but.
This is pretty awesome.
But.
有一个重点就是熟茶一定要100度，就是一定要100度。
You need 100-degree water.
Okay.
一定要100度下去泡，它的味道才
you need the high temperature water in order for the aromatics and the flavors to come out properly.
Makes sense.
好的。
然后大概像我现在刚好要泡嘛，大概就差不多10克左右。
Use about 10 grams.
Okay, which I failed at.
He's holding up more than 10 grams.
How do you cut it? That's a interesting question. Sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. Let's hear him out, and then maybe that'll be my question after the fact.
然后呢？
对，然后那个就是像那个正常的话嘛，哦，就是像比如说，像这样的壶，对不对？这样的壶差不多160 cc， 放10克，然后差不多40秒就可以出第一次的汤了。
Okay, so if you're using, let's say, a 160 cc teapot,
yeah,
use about 10 grams of tea and steep for about 40 seconds.
Okay. Here, I thought 15 seconds was like my goal all the time, but I actually did let it go closer to a minute, and I thought I'd screwed it up, but it ended up tasting really good. It's interesting to hear that perspective.
Yeah, he pushes it hard.
Okay.
Okay, 好的。
然后就是再来的话，就是差不多在都是40到50秒左右嘛，然后后面的话就差不多要1分钟了，对。
Okay, and then afterwards, roughly a minute, go up to a minute after that, and you can stay with that for the next few steeps and then ramp up a little bit if need be.
Okay. That seems like a really high dose. Is this unusual to you, Eric, to use that much tea, or is this a pretty common thing these days? Or
some of his teas, some of the raw teas, he asks for quite a healthy dose. But some of the raw teas, he'll say 10 grams and push it hard.
Okay.
And with the old growth, that's how you get into a different level, which really takes advantage of the old growth and gives people a perspective. If it's true old growth and pure old growth, then it gives you a perspective. I need to get back to
keep going.
Here, so we won't take up too much
more. No, it's all good. All the time in the world.
老师跟你说，那个他们的维多利亚茶节已经变成那个国际茶会有芬兰人欧洲的、南美洲的很多国家的人在看这个节目，因为病毒的关系，所以都在电脑上。所以谢谢你的时间。OK，拜拜。Okay, so that's it.
That's it. Okay, some interesting instructions. Okay, so we were doing 10 grams in a little tiny teapot. Sounds like, what did he say? 150 mils, or did he say 300? It sounded like he said 300.
Well, he said for 100. So for this type of tea, for 160 cc teapot.
Right. Yeah.
His actually was, I think, a little bit bigger. It was a little more, but 10 grams of tea.
Nice.
And 40 seconds for the first steep after the rinse.
Very cool.
But if you're talking some of the old growth raw cakes, he'll still say 10 grams, and I would possibly suggest dialing that back a little bit for some people if you're not used to that. One is the strength. It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
If you're not used to it, truly overwhelming, and also it's a little bit harder to control. But there seems to be. We were talking earlier about how there's this perception in the market that pu'er tea should be sweet and fragrant and smell like honey, and it should be completely smooth. That these are characteristics of quality tea. Whereas a lot of the classic teas, at least for the first, while they were young, were always bitter, always had bitterness, always had astringency. These are qualities of quality tea, right. And in my mind, they speak to the presence of the, let's call it the psychotropic element that's in the tea, the energy of the tea. And without those, you may still get a great feeling. You may get health benefits to a degree, but I remember drinking 1950s Red Mark when it was still very bitter. And one of the reasons why it wasn't very popular for a very long time was because it was considered a very bitter tea. And then sort of in that same mid 2000s, it changed and became very fragrant and aromatic and sweet and different, you know, and that's like you were saying about Camellia sinensis. You'll have different teas owned in different collections, different cellars, under different storage conditions. And so sometimes one collection will be a little advanced of the others. And so people try those and think, oh, wow, actually it's really great. And then people start buying it.
Daniel was talking about the slowness of the aging process in Vancouver, especially the humidity, so much less humidity here than at Origin, and just how that really slows things down. And so it's almost like you get to stagger. Kind of reminds me of my father used to harvest he'd wildcraft flowers for florists, and the Victoria flowers would always appear a little bit sooner than the Souk flowers. I don't know why it reminds me of that, but there's like this staggered opportunity. You kind of get a sneak preview of things to come, or you get another way of looking at it, I guess, is that after they've already happened, you get to go and enjoy that back in time opportunity in Vancouver. And I guess depending on the characteristics of storage, you're going to be able to achieve different experience different moments in the lifespan of that cake. It'd be so interesting to have the same batch, just if you owned like multiple, I don't know, storage rooms, and you could just do cuppings of them at the same moment, but with different storage conditions in multiple areas in the world. Wouldn't that be the most you may have already done this. It just seems like it would be such a fascinating thing to explore.
It is very interesting when you get to know the collection of a specific individual. Their teas all have these signatures to them. My teacher in Taiwan, and also Mr. Chen's collection, another fellow, Mr. Bai in Hong Kong. You taste their tea, you knew it was theirs by the cellaring, and part of that's I suppose the microclimate, the microbes interacting within the cellars of tea, and the older teas interacting with the younger teas, and they all have these unique sort of like the differences in cultures of yogurt. Like I was in India a long time ago, and they would talk about each village, and within each village they would have these different cultures, and some of them would go back hundreds of years, but they would all be very distinct. And it's much in the same way. Each cellar or each cellar would have its own characteristic sort of taste to it. And countries also, Malaysia has its own sort of Malaysianness to its storage.
Nice.
Taiwan has distinct characteristics. Vancouver has distinct characteristics which are very desirable. I think Victoria could also be a very, very excellent place for storing tea. Seattle, a lot of great things said about it. Hong Kong obviously has its own characteristics. There are a lot of differing opinions within China as to what the best storage conditions are. There was a fellow named Deng Shi, Taiwanese famous collector, who wrote a book quite a number of years ago where he said, in pu'er tea, there's wet storage and there's dry storage, and of these, dry storage is the best. But the issue, and this has been widely debated amongst tea people, that he didn't say exactly what wet storage was, and he didn't say exactly what dry storage was. So some people take dry storage to mean completely dry, unchanging. And there's a Western fellow in Vancouver who has some old and fairly valuable teas, but he wants them to change not at all, which in my mind defeats the purpose.
Totally, yeah.
It's like having a fresh whiskey or something.
Yeah, like why would you not want to develop that flavor? We
like our joke about give your tasting notes. So a friend of mine, Michael, and I, another of our jokes is that like if you don't want we relate it to Scotch. It's like, do you have any fresh Scotch? It's like it's the same sort of principle.
Maybe like this tea we're drinking right now, there may be such thing as a good fresh Scotch. But it's still interesting to age it, right? Like it's an interesting, and this whole concept of fermentation, like we've been really, look at that brackishness, that's amazing. We've been really interested by this whole idea of fermentation curves, and And one thing I was bringing up with Daniel is just how interesting it would be to get a recipe down for storage, like 10 years in Guangdong, and 10 years in Hong Kong, and 10 years in Vancouver. What that 30-year difference would be versus 10 years in Malaysia versus 10 years in Victoria versus 10 years in England or something. You know, like it'd be just interesting to be able to compare the same collection aged for different amounts of time in different areas, and just what that impact would have. It would be a maybe 100-year study, and we'd all be dead before it was complete. But wouldn't it be interesting? And of course, climate change and all these things change everything. But it's just such a fascinating conversation, I think.
Yes.
And you did a whole talk on the politics of pu'er storage at one of the tea festivals. So this is right up.
Yeah, I think at least 4 or 5 people have seen that talk by now. I have it on my YouTube channel.
Nice.
So.
Okay. Well, people should go check it out. Your YouTube channel is Cloudwalker Tea?
Cloudwalker Tea, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
One thing that I like, which they would do in Taiwan, I know of, would be to start out things and Hong Kong as well, start out with a slightly damper storage in the beginning to get the tea rolling,
right,
and then transfer it to a drier storage later. So you still get the mature flavors, but then the drier conditions really rein in a lot of that dampness. And Vancouver seems to be a tremendous place for doing that. It really dries out the teas tremendously. I when we bring in a shipment from Taiwan, for example, or Hong Kong or China, the teas will be radically different. The day you get it, you'll drink it and it'll be one tea, and even within a matter of weeks, 3 weeks to 6 weeks, teas can change tremendously based on similar to breathing, I suppose, and breathing a bottle of wine or something like that. But just the exposure to the climate tends to really dry them out, and tends to bring out a lot more floral aromatics. So Vancouver, that's where I live primarily. So I talk it up a lot. You know, I declare it the capital city of pu'er tea for the West.
Nice. You're pretty into it in terms of a storage center. You know, malt vinegar versus like a craft vinegar versus a balsamic vinegar. You know, like these. It was so fascinating when I was in. My wife and I went on a really interesting tour of artisan balsamic vinegar production in Modena in Italy. And it was just so interesting to see how they moved the vinegar to different types of wood for its storage, so that it could...
I must show you this.
These different characteristics of just even the environment that it's stored inside of, and how that impacts the flavor over, like, say, the multi-decade. Oh wow, yeah. See, that's really nice. This is what I got going on. You see. That's. I think we're in a similar place. Yeah.
Interesting that you mentioned balsamic vinegar, but doesn't this look like a beautifully?
Oh, it does. Yeah, like a really beautiful balsamic. But you get into malt vinegars, and it's when they, like, anybody could really go and say, hey, I want to make some vinegar, and they just throw some sugar into some water and have some yeast, and they, as long as there's oxygen during the fermentation, you're able to bring out acetic acid. And if you do that really quickly with lots of heat, you're going to bring out a really harsh vinegar. It's going to be really unpleasant. And you're just going to use a little bit of it and probably hide and mask the flavor and just add it for acidity and things. But if you really want, like, really complex yeasts and really interesting bacteria, then that slow process that, you know, like in Italy for balsamic vinegar, they do the opposite of with wine, where it's all about, like, having random crazy changes in weather. So you have, like, cold and you have hot, and it's always in an attic rather than in a cellar. And it's interesting how this purposeful, almost antagonization of the ferment draws out even more interesting and complex flavors. So it'd be really interesting to see what would be possible in the world of pu'er cakes if you had, like, a very stable, very clean, very controlled environment, and you just compared that to something that was a little bit more chaotic, and compared what levels of flavors and layers of flavor would be possible, completely relevant to that environment.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Okay. So we're coming up to the end of our talk here, Eric. We got about 4 minutes left. I didn't want to go too far off the I know when we get into a topic we can go pretty long, so I just want to give you the heads up that we are in that last 4 minutes. Is there an area that you wanted to bring up, maybe about Master Chen's work, maybe you want to bring up something about what you're up to or what your plans are, so that these last 4 minutes we can be really strategic with.
As far as Cloudwalker, it will. I have the sort of a landing page up there with just coming soon, essentially. The website is essentially complete, although we're still working out a few logistical things. And in light of the modern climate, we can sometimes there are shipping issues, and so we want to make sure that we're ready when we go in properly. But I'd like to retain the focus. Cloudwalker's there. It's an easy name to remember. You can follow, join if you're on Instagram. Feel free to follow on that, and there'll be updates, or check in with the website. I imagine within the next couple of months things will be up and rolling, and we'll have a number of teas from the previous house that I mentioned. Basically, at present we're representing 3 very prominent tea houses in modern as well as vintage offerings. 2 of them from Taiwan and one from Yunnan.
Well, if your modern offerings taste like this, I'm pretty excited about your vintage offerings as well.
Well, and we were basically, I'm not sure what you were doing with your pots, but I was basically steeping it and forgetting about it.
Yeah, super forgiving.
Pushing it about as hard as anyone would want to the saturation point, I guess. And it's still just,
Quick question from the chat room. Puerto the People wants to know, ask Eric about the change in tea flavor seasonally.
Hi, Michael.
There you go.
The change in tea flavors?
Yeah.
Well, from this one?
He didn't specify, but he was microclimates. Ask Eric about the change in tea flavor seasonally. That's the question.
Oh, well, especially with younger tea cakes, some tea cakes will do better during certain seasons. And if a tea cake has become active, if the fermentation has become active, sometimes if you're making that tea, sometimes it'll taste very unpalatable, often spring, summer, and it's best just to put those tea cakes away and let them rest for a season or a year, and wait for an opportune time to revisit them. Some teas go through these multiple cycles of fermentation for the first, say, 25 years, depending on what the storage conditions are, and then after that they continue to change, but at a much slower rate.
Right.
And depending on how sensitive you are, you'll be able to sort of perceive which teas are going to work relative to the season that you're in. So I drink pu'er tea year round. Some people will say that pu'er is a winter tea, or the fall tea. In fall you should drink tiaguani or roasted teas. In the summer you should drink
green teas, etc.
Like longjing or something like that.
Yeah.
And all of these things. I don't necessarily. In Taiwan, it would be 40 degrees outside, and we drink pu'er, which goes against some of this theory, because you have to be careful about generating too much heat in the body. But the issue is extremely complicated. However, I think, simply put, if you're starting out with very high quality teas, such as the ones that Mr. Chen, I'll just use the example of what's on the table before us. Although I don't find this as much with old growth, although a person shouldn't necessarily drink old growth every day, according to Mr. Chen. You should take the odd day off just to give your system a rest, because it can be quite potent. But
you don't want 30-year-old wine every day.
But with some of the more sort of caustic plantation teas, you're going to get real spikes in astringency and active fermentation, and they're best avoided during those times. So spring, summer, certain teas you may want to, if it tastes bad, put it away. If you previously liked it, you'll probably like it again, I guess. That is the simplest way of putting it.
Nice.
Although
That's interesting. Yeah, just
didn't
check,
express it that well.
kind of check in with it and greet it at different times of year and see where it's at and understand it better. We do have to wrap it up, Eric. We've hit our 11:45. I just I want our viewers to go in and check out Cloudwalker Tea. Ryan, did you have any final words that you wanted to throw in there before we say goodbye to Eric here?
I just wanted to thank Eric for bringing that kind of sixth sense that the Taoism, and again, it's as a beginner, it just feels good to feel valid with the way that I prepare tea. Everybody, it's amazing. The seems like more someone becomes an expert, the more I guess kind they are to novices making their own tea the way that they want to make it.
There you go.
Yeah, but the last thing I'll say is we call it cha dao, and one of the best things that this will be the last thing I say, but one of the best things that my teacher, this wasn't Mr. Chen, but it was Master Ho, said about cha dao is people would constantly, what is cha dao? And it's sort of a joke, but not really. Is like a dao cha, and now dao cha is the inversion of cha dao, and dao cha means to just tip the tea. So cha dao, the way of tea, is essentially as simple as just pouring the tea and try not to think about it too much.
That's
It
pretty
would
cool.
say to make tea and empty your mind or empty yourself, and it wasn't a great amount of philosophy that he put forward. It was just the Tao of tea is a very simple way, and it's a great way to get in touch with yourself, and it's believing in yourself and your ability to do things is a big part of it. And so I try to instill confidence in people and their ability to make tea. A lot of people will say, "Oh, I can't do it," but really, it's a very easy thing.
Just tip the tea.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I really love that. That's some profound words to end the session with. I really appreciate having you on, Eric. It's been a slice. I know that again we can go on and on. I love talking with you. These sessions with everybody have felt so short. 45 minutes. When we were first planning it out, we knew it would be short, but at the same token, we were worried it might be too long for our viewers. But there's been some great interaction. Everybody seems to be really enjoying these sessions. I encourage everybody to look up Eric. Go again, Cloudwalker Tea. Check him out on YouTube, his Instagram. He's going to be becoming more and more active with it as the year progresses, especially next year. It sounds like he's got some big plans for it. Always informative and always enjoyable teas that you bring to the table, Eric. Really, really enjoy drinking tea with you, and looking forward to having more cups of tea with you in the future.
I hope we get a chance to do more of these. It's really enjoyable for me as well, Jared.
Awesome.
You handle things very, very skillfully.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And Ryan, I guess we're gonna take a little bit of a 10-minute break here with big thank yous again to Eric. You want to maybe let everybody know what we're up to next?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So 10 minutes from now at midnight our time here at Pacific Standard Time, we're going to be talking to Takaki-san, and he's going to be describing about how soil structure is going to make a big difference. I'm just trying to see if there's anything, on the finished tea, which is perfect because I think we've been talking a lot about process, and it's time to get right down to the roots of it. So if you join us in 10 minutes from now, we'll be right back, ready for you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Take care.